knows it has been found, and that means at least some dark friends know. But they do not know where it is, and if the light shines on us, they do not know you sounded it. Do you really want dark friends coming after you? Half-men, or other shadow spawn? They want the horn. You must know that. It will work as well for the shadow as for the light. But if it is to work for them, they must take you or kill you. Do you want to risk that? Matt wished he had another blanket, and maybe a goose-down comforter. The room suddenly felt very cold. Are you telling me dark friends could come after me here? I thought the White Tower could keep dark friends out. He remembered what Celine had said about the Black Ajar, and wondered what the Amelin would say to that. A good reason to stay, wouldn't you say? She got to her feet, smoothing her skirts. Rest, my son. Soon you will feel much better. Rest. She closed the door softly behind her. For a long time, Matt lay staring up at the ceiling. He barely noticed when a serving woman came with his piece of pie and another pitcher of milk, taking the tray of empty dishes when she went. His stomach rumbled loudly at the warm smell of apples and spices, but he paid that no mind either. The Amelin thought she held him like a sheep in a pen. And Celine? Who in the light is she? What does she want? Celine had been right about some things, but the Amelin had told him she meant to use him, and how. In a way. There were too many holes in what she had said to suit him, too many holes she could slip something deadly through. The Amelin wanted something, and Celine wanted something, and he was the rope they were tugging between them. He thought he would rather face Trollocs than be caught between those two. There had to be a way out of Tarvalon, a way out of both their grasps. Once he was beyond the river, he could keep out of Aes Sedai hands and Celine's and dark friends too. He was sure of it. There had to be a way. All he had to do was think about it from every angle. The pie grew cold on the table. Chapter 21. A World of Dreams. Egwene scrubbed her hands with a hand towel as she hurried down the dimly lit corridor. She had washed them twice, but they still felt greasy. She had not thought there could be so many pots in the world, and today had been bake day, so buckets of ashes had had to be hauled from the ovens, and the hearths cleaned, and the tables rubbed bone white with fine sand, and the floors scrubbed on hands and knees. Ash and grease stained her white dress, her back ached, and she wanted to be in her bed, but Verin had come to the kitchens, supposedly for a meal to eat in her rooms, and whispered a summons to her in passing. Verin had her quarters above the library, in corridors used only by a few other Brown sisters. There was a dusty air to the halls there, as if the women who lived among them were too busy with other things to bother having the servants clean very often, and the passages took odd turns and twists, sometimes dipping or rising unexpectedly. The tapestries were few, their colourful weavings dulled, apparently cleaned as seldom as everything else here. Many of the lamps were unlit, plunging much of the hall into gloom. Egwene thought she had it to herself, except for a flash of white ahead. Perhaps a novice or a servant scurrying about some task. Her shoes, clicking on bare black and white floor tiles, made echoes. It was not a comforting place for one thinking of the Black Ajar. She found what Verin had told her to look for. A dark panelled door at the top of a rise, beside a dusty tapestry of a king on horseback receiving the surrender of another king. Verin had named the pair of them, men dead hundreds of years before Arthur Hawkwing was born. Verin always seemed to know such things, but Egwene could not remember their names, or the long-vanished countries they had ruled. It was the only wall hanging she had seen that matched Verin's description, though. Minus the sound of her own footsteps, the hallway seemed even emptier than before, and more threatening. She rapped on the door, and entered hurriedly on the heels of an absent-minded, "Who is it? Come in." One step into the room, she stopped and stared. Shelves lined the walls, except for one door that must lead to inner rooms, and except for where maps hung, often in layers, and what seemed to be charts of the night sky. She recognised the names of some constellations, the Ploughman and the Haywain, the Archer and the Five Sisters, but others were unfamiliar. Books and papers and scrolls covered nearly every flat surface, with all sorts of odd things interspersed among the piles, and sometimes on top of them. Strange shapes of glass or metal, spheres and tubes interlinked, and circles held inside circles, stood among bones and skulls of every shape and description. What appeared to be a stuffed brown owl, not much bigger than Egwene's hand, stood on what seemed to be a bleached white lizard skull, but could not be, for the skull was longer than her arm and had crooked teeth as big as her fingers. Candlesticks had been stuck about in a haphazard fashion, giving good light here and shadows there, although seeming in danger of setting fire to papers in some places. The owl blinked at her, and she jumped. "Ah, yes," Verin said. She was seated behind a table as cluttered as everything else in the room, a torn page held carefully in her hands. "It is you? Yes." She noticed Egwene's sideways glance at the owl and said absently, "He keeps down mice. They chew paper." Her gesture took in the entire room and reminded her of the page she held. "Fascinating, this. Rosal of Essam claimed more than 100 pages survived the breaking, and she should have known, since she wrote barely 200 years afterwards, but only this one piece still exists so far as I know, perhaps only this very copy. Rosal wrote that it held secrets the world could not face, and she would not speak of them plainly. I have read this page 1,000 times, trying to decipher what she meant." The tiny owl blinked at Egwene again. She tried not to look at it. "What does it say, Verin Sedai?" Verin blinked, very much as the owl had. "What does it say? It is a direct translation, mind, and reads almost like a bard reciting in high chant. Listen. Heart of the dark, Baalzamon, name hidden within name, shrouded by name. Secret buried within secret, cloaked by secret. Betrayer of hope. Ishamael betrays all hope. Truth burns and sears. Hope fails before truth. A lie is our shield. Who can stand against the heart of the dark? Who can face the betrayer of hope? Soul of shadow, soul of the shadow, he is—" She stopped with a sigh. "It ends there. What do you make of it?" "I don't know," Egwene said. "I do not like it." "Well, why should you, child? Like it or understand it? I have studied it nearly 40 years, and I do neither." Verin carefully placed the page inside a silk-lined folder of stiff leather, then casually stuffed the folder into a stack of papers. "But you did not come for that." She rummaged across the table, muttering to herself, several times barely catching a pile of books or manuscripts before it toppled. Finally, she came up with a handful of pages covered in a thin, spidery hand and tied with nubby string. "Here, child, everything that is known about Liandrin and the women who went with her. Names, ages, ajas, where they were born, everything I could find in the records, even how they performed in their studies. What we know of the Te Angreal they took, too, which isn't much, only descriptions for the most part. I do not know whether any of this will help. I saw nothing of any use in this." "Perhaps one of us will see something." A sudden wave of suspicion took Egwene by surprise. If she didn't leave something out? The Amelin seemed to trust Verin only because she had to. What if Verin was Black Aja herself? She gave herself a shake. She had travelled all the way from Toman Head to Tar Valon with Verin, and she refused to believe this plump scholar could be a dark friend. "I trust you, Verin Sedai." "Can I really?" The Aes Sedai blinked at her again, then dismissed whatever thought had come to her with a shake of her head. "That list I gave you may be important, or it may be so much waste of paper." But it isn't the only reason I summoned you." She started moving things on the table, making some shaky stacks taller to clear a space. "I understand from Anaya that you might become a dreamer. The last was Corianin Nedial, 473 years ago, and from what I can make of the records, she barely deserved the name. It would be quite interesting if you do." "She tested me, Verensadai, but she couldn't be sure that any of my dreams foretold the future." "That is only part of what a dreamer does, child. Perhaps the least part. Anaya believes in bringing girls along too slowly, in my opinion. Look here." With one finger, Verin drew a number of parallel lines across the area she had cleared, lines clear in dust atop the old beeswax. "Let these represent worlds that might exist if different choices had been made, if major turning points in the pattern had gone another way." "The worlds reached by the portal stones," Egwene said, to show she had listened to Verin's lectures on the journey from Toman Head. What could this possibly have to do with whether or not she was a dreamer? "Very good. But the pattern may be even more complex than that, child. The wheel weaves our lives to make the pattern of an age, but the ages themselves are woven into the age lace. The great pattern. Who can know if this is even the 10th part of the weaving, though? Some in the Age of Legends apparently believe that there were still other worlds, even harder to reach than the worlds of the portal stones, if that can be believed, lying like this." She drew more lines, cross-hatching the first set. For a moment she stared at them. The warp and the woof of the weave. Perhaps the wheel of time weaves a still greater pattern from worlds. Straightening, she dusted her hands. "Well, that is neither here nor there. In all of these worlds, whatever their other variations, a few things are constant. One is that the Dark One is imprisoned in all of them." In spite of herself, Egwene stepped closer to peer at the lines Verin had drawn. "In all of them? How can that be? Are you saying there is a father of lies for each world?" The thought of so many Dark Ones made her shiver. "No, child. There is one creator who exists everywhere at once for all of these worlds. In the same way, there is only one Dark One who also exists in all of these worlds at once. If he is freed from the prison the Creator made in one world, he is freed on all. So long as he is kept prisoner in one, he remains imprisoned on all." "That does not seem to make sense," Egwene protested. "Paradox, child. The Dark One is the embodiment of paradox and chaos, the destroyer of reason and logic, the breaker of balance, the unmaker of order." The owl suddenly took flight on silent wings, landing atop a large white skull on a shelf behind the Aes Sedai. It peered down at the two women, blinking. Egwene had noticed the skull when she came in, with its curled horns and snout, and vaguely wondered what sort of ram had so big a head. Now she took in the roundness of it, the high forehead. Not a ram's skull, a Trolloc. She drew a shuddering breath. "Verensadai, what does this have to do with being a dreamer? The Dark One is bound in Sheol Ghul, and I do not want to even think of him escaping. But the seals on his prison are weakening. Even novices know that now." "Do with being a dreamer? Why, nothing, child, except that we must all confront the Dark One in one way or another. He is prisoned now, but the pattern did not bring Rand al'Thor into the world for no purpose. The Dragon Reborn will face the Lord of the Grave, that much is sure. If Rand survives that long, of course. The Dark One will try to distort the pattern if he can. Well, we have gone rather far afield, haven't we?" "Forgive me, Verensadai, but if this," Egwene indicated the lines drawn in the dust, "has nothing to do with being a dreamer, why are you telling me about it?" Verin stared at her as if she were deliberately being dense. "Nothing? Of course it has something to do with it, child. The point is that there is a third constant besides the Creator and the Dark One. There is a world that lies within each of these others, inside all of them at the same time, or perhaps surrounding them. Writers in the Age of Legends called it Telaran Riod, the unseen world. Perhaps the world of dreams is a better translation. Many people, ordinary folk who could not think of channeling, sometimes glimpse Telaran Riod in their dreams, and even catch glimmers of these other worlds through it. Think of some of the peculiar things you have seen in your dreams. But a dreamer, child, a true dreamer, can enter Telaran Riod. Egwene tried to swallow, but a lump in her throat stopped her. Enter it? I don't think I am a dreamer, Verin Sedai. Anaya Sedai's tests, Verin cut her off, prove nothing one way or the other. And Anaya still believes that you may very well be one. I suppose I will learn whether I am or not eventually, Egwene mumbled. Light I want to be, don't I? I want to learn, I want it all. You have no time to wait, child. The Amelin has entrusted a great task to you and Nynaeve. You must reach out for any tool you might be able to use. Verin dug a red wooden box from under the welter on her table. The box was large enough to hold sheets of paper, but when the Aes Sedai opened the lid a crack, all she pulled out was a ring carved from stone, all flecks and stripes of blue and brown and red, and too large to be a finger ring. Here, child. Egwene shifted the papers to take it, and her eyes widened in surprise. The ring certainly looked like stone, but it felt harder than steel and heavier than lead. And the circle of it was twisted. If she ran a finger along one edge, it would go around twice, inside as well as out. It only had one edge. She moved her finger along that edge twice just to convince herself. Corianin Nedial, Verin said, had that Te Angreal in her possession for most of her life. You will keep it now. Egwene almost dropped the ring. A Te Angreal? I am to keep a Te Angreal? Verin seemed not to notice her shock. According to her, it eases the passage to Telaran Riod. She claimed it would work for those without talent as well as for Aes Sedai, so long as you are touching it when you sleep. There are dangers, of course. Telaran Riod is not like other dreams. What happens there is real. You are actually there, instead of just glimpsing it. She pushed back the sleeve of her dress, revealing a faded scar the length of her forearm. I tried it myself once some years ago. Anaya's healing did not work as well as it should have. Remember that. The Aes Sedai let her sleeve cover the scar again. I will be careful, Verin Sedai. Real? My dreams are bad enough as they are. I want no dreams that leave scars. I'll put it in a sack and stick it in a dark corner and leave it there. But she wanted to learn. She wanted to be Aes Sedai, and no Aes Sedai had been a dreamer in nearly 500 years. I'll be very careful. She slipped the ring into her pouch and tugged the drawstrings tight, then picked up the papers Verin had given her. Remember to keep it hidden, child. No novice or even an accepted should have a thing like that in her possession, but it may prove useful to you. Keep it hidden. Yes, Verin Sedai. Remembering Verin's scar, she almost wished another Aes Sedai would come along and take it from her right then. Good, child. Now, off with you. It grows late, and you must be up early to help with breakfast. Sleep well. Verin sat looking at the door for a time after it closed behind Egwene. The owl hooted softly behind her. Pulling the red box to her, she opened the lid all the way and frowned at what nearly filled the space. Page upon page, covered with a precise hand, the black ink barely faded after nearly 500 years. Corianin Nedial's notes. Everything she had learned in 50 years of studying that peculiar Te Angreal. A secretive woman, Corianin. She had kept by far the greater part of her knowledge from everyone, trusting it only to these pages. Only chance and a habit of rummaging through old papers in the library had led Verin to them. As far as she could discover, no Aes Sedai besides herself knew of the Te Angreal. Corianin had managed to erase its existence from the records. Once again, she considered burning the manuscript, just as she had considered giving it to Egwene. But destroying knowledge, any knowledge, was anathema to her, and for the other, no. It is best by far to leave things as they are. What will happen, will happen. She let the lid drop shut. Now, where did I put that page? Frowning, she began to search the stacks of books and papers for the leather folder. Egwene was already out of her mind. Chapter 22. The Price of the Ring. Egwene had only gone a short distance from Verin's rooms when Shiriam met her. The mistress of novices wore a preoccupied frown. "If someone hadn't remembered Verin speaking to you, I might not have found you." The Aes Sedai sounded mildly irritated. "Come along, child. You are holding everything up. What are those papers?" Egwene clutched them a little tighter. She tried to make her voice both meek and respectful. "Verin Sedai thinks I should study them, Aes Sedai." What would she do if Shiriam asked to see them? What excuse could she give for refusing? What explanation for pages telling all about 13 women of the Black Ajar and the Te Angreal they had stolen? But Shiriam seemed to have dismissed the papers from her mind as soon as she had asked. "Never mind that. You are wanted, and everyone is waiting." She took Egwene's arm and forced her to walk faster. "Wanted, Shiriam Sedai? Waiting for what?" Shiriam shook her head with exasperation. "Did you forget that you are to be raised to the accepted? When you come to my study tomorrow, you will be wearing the ring, though I doubt it will soothe you very much." Egwene tried to stop short, but the Aes Sedai hurried her on, taking a narrow set of stairs that curled down through the library walls. "Tonight? Already? But I'm half asleep, Aes Sedai, and dirty, and I thought I would have days yet to get ready, to prepare." "The hour waits on no woman," Shiriam said. "The wheel weaves as the wheel wills, when the wheel wills. Besides, how would you prepare? You already know the things you must, more than your friend Nynaeve did." She pushed Egwene through a tiny door at the foot of the stairs and hurried her across another hall to a ramp curving down and down. "I listened to the lectures," Egwene protested, "and I remember them, but can't I have a night's sleep first?" The winding ramp seemed to have no end. "The Amelin seat decided there was no point in waiting." Shiriam gave Egwene a sidelong smile. "Her exact words were, 'Once you decide to gut a fish, there's no use waiting till it rots.' Elaine has already been through the arches by this time, and the Amelin means you to go through tonight as well. Not that I can see the point of such a hurry," she added, half to herself. "But when the Amelin commands, we obey." Egwene let herself be pulled down the ramp in silence, a knot forming in her belly. Nynaeve had been far from forthcoming about what had happened when she was raised to the accepted. She would not speak of it at all, except for a grimaced, "I hate Aes Sedai." Egwene was trembling by the time the ramp finally ended at a broad hallway, far below the tower, in the rock of the island. The hall was plain and undecorated, the pale rock through which it had been hewn smoothed but left otherwise untouched, and there was only one set of dark wooden doors, as tall and wide as fortress gates and as plain, although of smoothly finished and finely fitted planks at the very end. Those great doors were so well balanced, though, that Shiriam easily pushed one open and pulled Egwene through after her into a great domed chamber. "Not before time," Elida snapped. She stood to one side in her red-fringed shawl, beside a table on which sat 3 large silver chalices. Lamps on tall stands illumined the chamber and what sat centred under the dome. 3 rounded silver arches, just tall enough to walk under, sitting on a thick silver ring with their ends touching where they joined it. An Aes Sedai sat cross-legged on the bare rock before each of the spots where arches joined ring, all 3 wearing their shawls. Alana was the sister of the green Aja, but she did not know the yellow sister or the white. Surrounded by the glow of Saidar embraced, the 3 Aes Sedai stared fixedly at the arches, and within the silver structure an answering glow flickered and grew. That structure was a Te Angreal, and whatever it had been made for in the Age of Legends, now novices passed through it to become accepted. Inside it, Egwene would have to face her fears. 3 times. The white light within the arches no longer flickered. It stayed within them as if confined, but it filled the space, made it opaque. "Be easy, Elida," Shiriam said calmly. "We will be done soon." She turned to Egwene. "Novices are given 3 chances at this. You may refuse twice to enter, but at the 3rd refusal you are sent away from the tower forever. That is how it is done usually, and you certainly have the right to refuse, but I do not think the Amelin seat will be pleased with you if you do." "She should not be given this chance." There was iron in Elida's voice, and her face was scarcely softer. "I do not care what her potential is. She should be put out of the tower, or failing that, set to scrubbing floors for the next 10 years. Shiriam gave the Red Sister a sharp look. "You were not so adamant about Elaine. You demanded to be part of this, Elida, perhaps because of Elaine, and you will do your part for this girl as well as you are supposed to, or you will leave and I will find another." The 2 Aes Sedai stared at one another until Egwene would not have been surprised to see the glow of the one power surround them. Finally, Elida gave a toss of her head and sniffed loudly. "If it must be done, let us do it. Give the miserable girl her chance to refuse and be done with it. It is late." "I won't refuse." Egwene's voice quavered, but she steadied it and held her head high. "I want to go on." "Good," Shiriam said. "Good. Now, I will tell you 2 things no woman hears until she stands where you do. Once you begin, you must go on to the end. Refuse at any point, and you will be put out of the tower just as if you had refused to begin for the 3rd time. Second, to seek, to strive, is to know danger." She sounded as if she had said this many times. There was a light of sympathy in her eyes, but her face was almost as stern as Elida's. The sympathy frightened Egwene more than the sternness. "Some women have entered and never come out. When the Te Angreal was allowed to grow quiet, they were not there. And they were never seen again. If you will survive, you must be steadfast. Falter, fail, and—" Shiriam's face drove the unspoken words home. Egwene shivered. "This is your last chance. Refuse now, and it counts only as the first. You may still try twice more. If you accept now, there is no turning back. It is no shame to refuse. I could not do it my first time. Choose." "They never came out?" Egwene swallowed hard. "I want to be Aes Sedai. And first, I have to become accepted. I accept." Shiriam nodded. "Then ready yourself." Egwene blinked, then remembered. She had to enter unclothed. She bent to set down the tied bundle of papers Verin had given her, and hesitated. If she left them there, Shiriam or Elida, either one, could go through them while she was inside the Te Angreal. They could find that smaller Te Angreal in her pouch. If she refused to go on, she could hide them away, perhaps leave them with Nynaeve. Her breath caught. "I cannot refuse now. I've already begun." "Have you already chosen to refuse, child?" Shiriam asked, frowning. "Knowing what that will mean now?" "No, Aes Sedai," Egwene said quickly. Hastily, she undressed and folded her clothes, then set them on top of the pouch and the papers. It would have to do. Beside the Te Angreal, Alana suddenly spoke. "There is some sort of resonance." She never took her eyes from the arches. An echo, almost. I do not know from where. Is there a problem? Shiriam asked sharply. She sounded surprised too. I will not send a woman in there if there is any problem. Egwene looked yearningly at her piled clothes. Please, yes, light, a problem. Something that will let me hide those papers without refusing to enter. No, Alana said. It is like having a bite-me buzz around your head when you're trying to think. But it does not interfere. I would not have mentioned it, only it has never happened before that I ever heard. She shook her head. It is gone now. Perhaps, Elida said dryly, others thought such a small thing was not worth mentioning. Let us go on. Shiriam's tone would not put up with any more distractions. Come. With a last glance at her clothes and the hidden papers, Egwene followed her toward the arches. The stone felt like ice under her bare feet. Whom do you bring with you, sister? Elida intoned. Continuing her measured pace, Shiriam replied, One who comes as a candidate for acceptance, sister. The 3 Aes Sedai around the Ter Angrial did not move. Is she ready? She is ready to leave behind what she was and, passing through her fears, gain acceptance. Does she know her fears? She has never faced them, but now is willing. Then let her face what she fears. Even in its formality, there was a note of satisfaction in Elida's voice. The first time, Shiriam said, is for what was. The way back will come but once. Be steadfast. Egwene took a deep breath and stepped forward, through the arch and into the glow. Light swallowed her whole. Jaime Daughtry dropped by. There's odd news down from Baerlon with the peddler. Egwene raised her head from the cradle she was rocking. Rand was standing in the doorway. For an instant her head spun. She looked from Rand, my husband, to the child in the cradle, my daughter, and back again in wonder. The way back will come but once. Be steadfast. It was not her own thought, but a disembodied voice that could have been inside her head or out, male or female, yet emotionless and unknowable. Somehow it did not seem strange to her. The moment of wonder passed, and the only thing to wonder about was why she had thought anything seemed out of round. Of course Rand was her husband, her handsome, loving husband, and Joya was her daughter, the most beautiful, sweetest little girl in the 2 rivers. Tam, Rand's father, was out with the sheep, supposedly so Rand could work on the barn, but really so he could have more time to play with Joya. This afternoon Egwene's mother and father would come out from the village, and probably Nynaeve, to see if motherhood was interfering with Egwene's studies to replace Nynaeve as wisdom one day. What kind of news? She asked. She took up rocking the cradle again, and Rand came over to grin down at the tiny child wrapped in swaddling clothes. Egwene laughed softly to herself. He was so taken with his daughter that he did not hear what people said to him half the time. Rand? What kind of news? Rand? What? His grin faded. Strange news. War. There's some big war taking up most of the world, so Jaime claims. That was strange news. Word of wars seldom reached the 2 rivers till the wars were long done. He says everybody is fighting some folk called the Shorekin, or the Sanchan, or something like that. I never heard of them. Egwene knew. She thought she knew. Whatever it was gone. Are you all right? He asked. It's nothing to upset us here, my heart. Wars never touch the 2 rivers. We are too far from everywhere for anyone to care. I'm not upset. Did James say anything else? Nothing you can believe. He sounded like a Coplin. He said the peddler told him these people use Aes Sedai in battle, but then he claimed they offer 1,000 gold marks to anyone who turns an Aes Sedai over to them. And they kill anybody who hides one. It makes no sense. Well, it's nothing to trouble us. It is all a long way from here. Aes Sedai. Egwene touched her head. The way back comes but once. Be steadfast. She noticed Rand had a hand to his own head. The headaches? She asked. He nodded, his eyes suddenly tight. That powder Nynaeve gave me doesn't seem to be working the last few days. She hesitated. These headaches of his worried her. They grew worse every time they came now. And worst of all was something she had not noticed at first, something she almost wished she never had noticed. When Rand's head hurt, strange things happened soon after. Lightning out of a clear sky, smashing to bits that huge oak stump he had been working 2 days to root out, where he and Tam were clearing a new field. Storms that Nynaeve did not hear coming when she listened to the wind. Wildfires in the forest. And the deeper his pain grew, the worse what followed. No one else had connected these things to Rand, not even Nynaeve, and Egwene was grateful for that. She did not want to think about what it might mean. That is plain stupid foolish, she told herself. I must know if I am going to help him. Because she had a secret of her own, one that frightened her even as she tried to puzzle out what it meant. Nynaeve was teaching her the herbs, teaching Egwene to follow her as wisdom one day. Nynaeve's cures often worked in near-miraculous fashion, wounds healed with barely a scar, sick folk brought back from the edge of the grave. But 3 times now, Egwene had cured someone Nynaeve had given up for dead. 3 times she had sat to hold a hand through the last hour and seen the person get up from a deathbed. Nynaeve had questioned her closely on what she had done, what herbs she had used, in what blending. Thus far, she had not found the courage to admit that she had done nothing. I must have done something. Once might be chance, but 3 times? I have to figure it out. I have to learn. That set off a buzz in her head, as though the words were echoing inside her skull. If I could do something for them, I can help my husband. Let me try, Rand, she said, and as she stood through the open door, she saw a silver arch standing in front of the house, an arch filled with white light. The way back will come but once. Be steadfast. She took 2 steps toward the door before she could stop herself. She halted, looked back at Joya gurgling in her cradle, at Rand still pressing hand to his head and looking at her as if wondering where she was going. No, she said. No! This is what I want. This is what I want. Why can't I have this too? She did not understand her own words. Of course this was what she wanted, and she had it. What is it you want, Egwene? Rand asked. If it's anything I can get, you know I will. If I can't get it, I'll make it. The way back will come but once. Be steadfast. She took another step, into the doorway. The silver arch beckoned her. Something waited on the other side. Something she wanted more than anything else in the world. Something she had to do. Egwene, There was a thump behind her. She looked over her shoulder to see Rand on his knees, bowed and head cradled in his hands. The pain had never hit him so hard. What will come after this? Oh, light, he panted. Light hurts. Light, it hurts worse than ever. Egwene! Be steadfast. It was waiting, something she had to do. Had to. She took a step. It was hard, harder than anything she had ever done in her life. Outside, toward the arch. Behind her, Joya was laughing. Egwene! Egwene, I can't. He cut off with a loud groan. Steadfast. She stiffened her back and kept walking, but she could not keep the tears from rolling down her cheeks. Rand's groans built to a scream, drowning Joya's laughter. From the corner of her eye, Egwene saw Tam coming, running as hard as he could. He can't help, she thought, and tears became racking sobs. There is nothing he can do. But I could. I could. She stepped into the light and was consumed. Trembling and sobbing, Egwene stepped out of the arch, the same by which she had entered, memory cascading back with Shiriam's face confronting her. Cold, clear water washed away her tears as Elida slowly emptied a silver chalice over her head. Her weeping went on. She did not think it would ever end. "You are washed clean," Elida pronounced, "of what sin you may have done and of those done against you. You are washed clean of what crime you may have committed and of those committed against you. You come to us washed clean and pure in heart and soul." Light, Egwene thought as the water ran down her body. Let it be so. Can water wash away what I did? Her name was Joya, she told Shiriam between sobs. Joya! Nothing can be worth what I... There is a price to become Aes Sedai, Shiriam replied, but the sympathy was back in her eyes, stronger than before. There is always a price. Was it real? Did I dream it? Weeping swallowed what she wanted to say. Did I leave him to die? Did I leave my baby? Shiriam put an arm around her shoulders, began guiding her around the circle of arches. Every woman I have ever watched come out of there has asked that question. The answer is, no one knows. It has been speculated that perhaps some of those who do not come back chose to stay because they found a happier place and lived out their lives there. Her voice hardened. If it is real, and they stayed from choice, then I hope the lives they live are far from happy. I have no sympathy for any who run from their responsibilities. The edge on her tone softened slightly. Myself, I believe it is not real. But the danger is. Remember that. She stopped in front of the next glow-filled arch. Are you ready? Shifting her feet, Egwene nodded, and Shiriam took her arm away. The second time is for what is. The way back will come but once. Be steadfast. Egwene trembled. Whatever happens, it cannot be worse than the last. It cannot be. She stepped into the glow. She stared down at her dress. Blue silk sewn with pearls, all dusty and torn. Her head came up, and she took in the ruins of a great palace around her. The royal palace of Andor in Camelin. She knew that, and wanted to scream. The way back will come but once. Be steadfast. The world was not the way she wanted it, no way that she could think of without wanting to cry. But all her tears had been cried away long ago, and the world was as it was. Ruin was what she expected to see. Careless of making more rips in her dress, but as careful of sound as a mouse, she climbed one of the piles of rubble and peered into the curving streets of the inner city. As far as she could see in every direction lay ruin and desolation, buildings that looked as if they had been torn apart by madmen, thick plumes of smoke rising from the fires still burning. There were people in the streets, bands of armed men prowling, searching, and Trollocs. The men shied away from the Trollocs, and the Trollocs snarled at them and laughed, harsh, guttural laughter. But they knew each other, worked together. A Murdral came striding down the street, its black cloak swaying gently with its steps, even when the wind gusted to drive dust and rubbish past it. Men and Trollocs alike cowered under its eyeless stare. Hunt! Its voice sounded like something long dead, crumbling. Do not stand there shivering. Find him! Egwene slipped back down the pile of jumbled stones as silently as she could. The way back will come but once. Be steadfast. She stopped, afraid the whisper had come from shadow spawn. In some way, though, she was sure it had not. Glancing back over her shoulder, half fearful of seeing the Madral standing where she had just been, she hurried onward and into the ruined palace, climbing over fallen timbers, squeezing between heavy blocks of collapsed masonry as she made her way. Once, she stepped on a woman's arm, sticking out from under a mound of plaster and bricks that had been an interior wall, and perhaps part of the floor above. She noticed the arm as little as she noticed the great serpent ring on one finger. She had trained herself not to see the dead buried in the refuse heap Trollocs and dark friends had made of Camelin. She could do nothing for the dead. Forcing her way through a narrow gap where part of the ceiling had fallen, she found herself in a room half buried under what had stood above it. Rand lay with a heavy beam pinning him across the waist, his legs hidden beneath the stone blocks that filled half the room. Dust and sweat coated his face. He opened his eyes when she came near him. "You came back." He forced the words out in a hoarse rasp. "I was afraid. No matter. You have to help me." She sank wearily to the floor. "I could lift that beam easily with air. But as soon as it moves, everything else will come down on top of you, on top of both of us. I cannot manage all of it, Rand." His laugh was bitter and painful, and cut off almost as soon as it began. Fresh sweat glistened on his face, and he spoke with an effort. "I could shift the beam myself. You know that. I could shift that and the stones above, all of them. But I have to let go of myself to do it, and I can't trust that. I cannot trust—" He stopped, wheezing for breath. "I do not understand," she said slowly. "Let go of yourself. What can't you trust?" "The way back will come but once. Be steadfast." She rubbed her hands roughly over her ears. "The madness, Egwene. I am actually holding it at bay." His gasping laugh made her skin prickle. "But it takes everything I have just to do that. If I let go, even a little, even for an instant, the madness will have me. I won't care what I do then. You have to help me." "How, Rand? I've tried everything I know. Tell me how, and I will do it." His hand flopped out, fell just short of a dagger lying in the dust bare-bladed. "The dagger," he whispered. His hand made a painful journey back to his chest. "Here, in the heart. Kill me." She stared at him, at the dagger, as if they were both poisonous serpents. "No, Rand, I will not. I cannot. How could you ask such a thing?" Slowly, his hand crept back toward the dagger. His fingers came short again. He strained, moaning, brushed it with a fingertip. Before he could try again, she kicked it away from him. He collapsed with a sob. "Tell me why," she demanded. "Why would you ask me to murder you? I will heal you. I will do anything to get you out of there. But I cannot kill you. Why?" "They can turn me, Egwene." His breathing was so tortured, she wished she could weep. "If they take me, the Madral, the Dreadlords, they can turn me to the shadow. If madness has me, I cannot fight them. I won't know what they are doing till it is too late. If there is even a spark of life left when they find me, they can still do it. Please, Egwene, for the love of the light, kill me." I can't, Rand. Light, help me. I cannot." "The way back will come but once. Be steadfast." She looked over her shoulder. and a silver arch filled with white light took up most of the open space among the rubble. "Egwene, help me! Be steadfast." She stood and took a step toward the arch. It was right there in front of her. One more step and, "Please, Egwene, help me! I can't reach it! For the love of the light, Egwene, help me!" "I cannot kill you," she whispered. "I can't. Forgive me." She stepped forward. "Help me! Egwene!" Light burned her to ash. Staggering, she stepped out of the arch, neither noticing her nakedness nor caring. A shudder ran through her, and she covered her mouth with both hands. "I couldn't, Rand," she whispered. "I couldn't. Please forgive me. Light, help him. Please, Light. Help Rand." Cold water poured over her head. "You are washed clean of false pride," Elida intoned. "You are washed clean of false ambition. You come to us washed clean in heart and soul." As the Red Sister turned away, Shiriam gently took Egwene's shoulders and guided her toward the last arch. "One more, child. One more, and it is done." "He said they could turn him to the shadow," Egwene mumbled. "He said the Myrddraal and the Dreadlords could force him." Shiriam missed a step and looked around quickly. Elida was almost back to the table. The Aes Sedai surrounding the Te'angreal stared at it, seeming lost to anything else. "An unpleasant thing to talk of, child," Shiriam said finally. And softly, "Come. One more." "Can they?" Egwene insisted. "Custom," Shiriam said, "is not to speak of what happens within the Te'angreal. A woman's fears are her own." "Can they?" Shiriam sighed, glanced at the other Aes Sedai again, then dropped her voice to a whisper and spoke swiftly. "This is something known only to a few, child, even in the tower. You should not learn it now, if ever, but I will tell you. There is a weakness in being able to channel. That we learn to open ourselves to the true source means that we can be opened to other things." Egwene shuddered. "Calm yourself, child. It is not so easily done. It is a thing not done, so far as I know. Light send it has not been done, since the Trolloc Wars. It took 13 Dreadlords, dark friends who could channel, weaving the flows through 13 Myrddraal. You see? Not easily done. There are no Dreadlords today. This is a secret of the tower, child. If others knew, we could never convince them they were safe. Only one who can channel can be turned in this way. The weakness of our strength. Everyone else is as safe as a fortress. Only their own deeds and will can turn them to the shadow." 13, Egwene said in a tiny voice. "The same number who left the tower. Liandrin and 12 more." Shiriam's face hardened. "That is nothing for you to dwell on. You will forget it." Her voice climbed to a normal volume. "The third time is for what will be. The way back will come but once. Be steadfast." Egwene stared at the glowing arch, stared at some far distance beyond it. Liandrin and 12 others. 13 dark friends who can channel. Light help us all. She stepped into the light. It filled her. It shone through her. It burned her to the bone, seared her to the soul. She flashed incandescent in the light. "Light, help me!" There was nothing but the light and the pain. Egwene stared into the standing mirror. and was not sure whether she was more surprised by the ageless smoothness of her face or the striped stole that hung around her neck. The stole of the Amelin seat. The way back will come but once. Be steadfast. 13. She swayed, caught at the mirror, and almost toppled it and herself to the blue-tiled floor of her dressing chamber. Something is wrong, she thought. The wrongness had nothing to do with her sudden dizziness, or at least that was not what felt wrong. It was something else, but she had no idea what. There was an Aes Sedai at her elbow, a woman with Shiriam's high cheekbones but dark hair and concerned brown eyes, and the hand-wide stole of the keeper on her shoulders. Not Shiriam, though. Egwene had never seen her before. She was sure she knew her as well as she knew herself. Haltingly, she put a name to the woman. Beldine. Are you ill, mother? Her stole is green. That means she was raised from the green Aja. The keeper always comes from the same Aja as the Amelin she serves. Which means if I'm the Amelin, then I was green Aja too. That thought shook her. Not that she had been green Aja, but that she had to reason it out. Light, something is wrong with me. The way back will come but... The voice in her head trailed away to finish in a buzz. 13 dark friends. I am well, Beldine, Egwene said. The name felt strange on her tongue. It felt as if she had been saying it for years. We mustn't keep them waiting. Keep who waiting? She did not know, except that she felt infinitely sad about ending that wait. Endlessly reluctant. They will be growing impatient, mother. There was a hesitation in Beldine's voice, as if she felt the same reluctance as Egwene, but for a different reason. Unless Egwene missed her guess, behind that outer calm, Beldine was terrified. In that case, we had best be about it. Beldine nodded, then took a deep breath before crossing the carpet to where her staff of office, topped with the snowdrop white flame of Tar Valon, stood propped beside the door. I suppose we must, mother. She took up the staff and opened the door for Egwene, then hurried ahead so that they made a procession of two, keeper of the chronicles, leading the Amelin seat. Egwene noticed little of the corridors they took. All her attention was directed inward. What is the matter with me? Why can't I remember? Why is so much of what I almost remember wrong? She touched the 7-striped stole on her shoulders. Why am I half sure I'm still a novice? The way back will come but one. This time, it ended abruptly. 13 of the Black Aja. She stumbled at that. It was a frightening thought, but it chilled her to the marrow beyond fear. It felt personal. She wanted to scream, to run and hide. She felt as if they were after her. Nonsense, the Black Aja has been destroyed. That seemed an odd thought, too. Part of her remembered something called the Great Purge. Part of her was sure no such thing had happened. Eyes fixed ahead, Beldine had not noticed her stumble. Egwene had to lengthen her stride to catch up. This woman is scared to her toenails. What in the light is she taking me to? Beldine stopped before tall, paired doors, their dark wood each inlaid with a large silver flame of Tar Valon. She wiped her hands on her dress as if they were suddenly sweaty, before opening one door and leading Egwene up a straight ramp of the same silver-streaked white stone that made Tar Valon's walls. Even here it seemed to shine. The ramp led into a large circular room under a domed ceiling at least 30 paces high. A raised platform ran around the outer edge of the room, fronted by steps, except where this ramp and 2 others came out, spaced equally around the circle. The flame of Tar Valon lay centred in the floor, surrounded by widening spirals of colour, the colours of the 7 Ajas. At the opposite side of the room from where the ramp entered, a high-backed chair stood, heavy and ornately carved in vines and leaves painted in the colours of all the Ajas. Beldine rapped her staff sharply on the floor. There was a tremor in her voice. "She comes!"
The Watcher of the Seals! The Flame of Tarvalon! The Amerlin Seat! She comes!" With a rustle of skirts, shawled women on the platform got up from their chairs. 21 chairs in groupings of 3, each triad painted and cushioned in the same colour as the fringe on the shawls of the women who stood before them. The hall of the tower, Egwene thought as she crossed the floor to her chair. The Amerlin Seat's chair. That's all it is. The hall of the tower, and the sitters for the Ajahs. I've been here thousands of times. But she could not remember one of them. What am I doing in the hall of the tower? Light, they'll skin me alive when they see. She was not sure what it was they would see, only that she prayed they did not. The way back will come, but the way back will. The way. The black Ajah waits. That at least was whole. It came from everywhere. Why did no one else seem to hear it? Settling in the chair of the Amerlin Seat, the chair that was also the Amerlin Seat, she realized she had no idea what to do next. The other Aes Sedai had seated themselves when she did, all but Beldine, who stood beside her with the staff, swallowing nervously. They all seemed to be waiting on her. "Begin," she said finally. It seemed to be enough. One of the red sitters stood. Egwene was shocked to recognize Elida. At the same time, she knew that Elida was foremost of the sitters for the red, and her own bitterest enemy. The look on Elida's face as she stared across the chamber made Egwene shiver inside. It was stern and cold, and triumphant. It promised things best not thought of. "Bring him in," Elida said loudly. From one of the ramps, not the one Egwene had entered by, came the crunch of boots on stone. People appeared. A dozen Aes Sedai surrounding 3 men, 2 of them burly guards with the white teardrops of the flame of Tarvalon on their chests, tugging the chains in which the 3rd stumbled as if dazed. Egwene jerked forward in her chair. The chained man was Rand. Eyes half closed, head sagging. He seemed nearly asleep, moving only as the chains directed. "This man," Elida proclaimed, "has named himself the Dragon Reborn." There was a buzz of distaste, not as if the listeners were surprised, but as though it were not something they wanted to hear. "This man has channeled the One Power." The buzz was louder now, disgusted and tinged with fear. "There is only one penalty for this, known and recognized in every nation, but pronounced only here in Tarvalon, in the hall of the tower. I call on the Amerlin Seat to pronounce the sentence of gentling on this man." Elida's eyes glittered at Egwene. "Rand, what do I do? Light, what do I do?" "Why do you hesitate?" Elida demanded. "The sentence has been set down for 3,000 years. Why do you hesitate, Egwene Alvear?" One of the green sitters was on her feet, anger bright through her calm. "Shame, Elida! Show respect for the Amerlin Seat! Show respect for the mother!" "Respect," Elida answered coldly, "can be lost as well as won. Well, Egwene, can it be you show your weakness, your unfitness for office at last? Can it be you will not pronounce sentence on this man?" Rand tried to lift his head, and failed. Egwene struggled to her feet, head spinning, trying to remember she was the Amerlin Seat with the power to command all these women, screaming that she was a novice, that she did not belong here, that something was dreadfully wrong. "No," she said shakily. "No, I cannot. I will not." "She betrays herself!" Elida's shout drowned out Egwene's attempt to speak. "She condemns herself out of her own mouth! Take her!" As Egwene opened her mouth, Beldine moved beside her. Then the keeper's staff struck her head. Blackness. First there was pain in her head, There was something hard under her back, and cold. Next came the voices, murmurs.
Is she still unconscious?
It was a rasp, a file on bone.
Do not worry,
a woman said from far, far away. She sounded uneasy, afraid, and trying not to show either. She will be dealt with before she knows what is happening to her. Then she is ours to do with as we will. Perhaps we will give her to you for sport.
After you make your own use of her?
Of course. The distant voices moved further away. Her hand brushed against her leg, touched bare, pebbly flesh. She opened her eyes a crack. She was naked, bruised, lying on a rough wooden table in what seemed to be a disused storeroom. Splinters stuck her back. There was a metallic taste of blood in her mouth. A cluster of Aes Sedai stood to one side of the room, talking among themselves, voices low yet urgent. The pain in her head made thinking difficult, but it seemed important to count them. 13. Another group, black-cloaked and hooded men, joined the Aes Sedai, who seemed caught between cowering and trying to dominate with their presence. One of the men turned his head to look toward the table. The dead white face within the hood had no eyes. Egwene had no need to count the Myrddraal. She knew. 13 Myrddraal and 13 Aes Sedai. Without another thought, she screamed in pure terror. Yet even in the midst of fear that tried to split her bones, she reached out for the true source, clawed desperately for Saidar.
She's awake!
She cannot be, not yet. Shield her, quickly, quickly, cut her off from the source. It's too late, she's too strong. Seize her. Hurry. Hands reached for her arms and legs, pasty pale hands like slugs under rocks, ordered by minds behind pale, eyeless faces. If those hands touched her flesh, she knew she would go mad. The power filled her. Flames burst from Myrddraal's skin, ripping through black cloth as if they were solid daggers of fire. Shrieking half-men crisped and burned like oiled paper. Fist-sized chunks of stone tore themselves free of the walls and whizzed across the room, producing shrieks and grunts as they thudded into flesh. The air stirred, shifted, howled into a whirlwind. Slowly, painfully, Egwene pushed herself off the table. The wind whipped her hair and made her stagger, but she continued to drive it as she stumbled toward the door. An Aes Sedai loomed in front of her, a woman bruised and bleeding, surrounded by the glow of the power, a woman with death in her dark eyes. Egwene's mind put a name to the face. Gildan, Elida's closest confidant, always whispering together in corners, closeting themselves in the night. Egwene's mouth tightened. Disdaining stones and wind, she balled up her fist and punched Gildan between the eyes as hard as she could. The red sister, the black sister, crumpled as if her bones had melted. Rubbing her knuckles, Egwene staggered out into the hall. "Thank you, Perrin," she thought, "for showing me how to do that, but you didn't tell me how much it hurts when you do." Shoving the door shut against the wind, she channeled. Stones around the doorway shivered, cracked, settled against the wood. It would not hold them for long, but anything that slowed pursuit for even a minute was worth doing. Minutes might mean life. Gathering her strength, she forced herself to break into a run. It wobbled, but at least it was a run. She must find some clothes, she decided. A woman clothed had more authority than the same woman naked, and she was going to need every bit of authority. They would look for her first in her rooms, but she had a spare dress and shoes in her study, and another stole, and that lay not far off. It was unnerving, trotting through empty hallways. The White Tower no longer held the numbers it once had, but there was usually someone about. The loudest sound was the slap of her bare soles on the tiles. She hurried through the antechamber of her study to the inner room, and at last she found someone. Beldine was sitting on the floor, head in her hands, weeping. Egwene stopped warily as Beldine raised reddened eyes to meet hers. No glow of Saidar surrounded the keeper, but Egwene was still cautious and confident. She could not see her own glow, of course. But the power surging through her was enough, especially when added to her secret. Beldine scrubbed a hand across tear-stained cheeks. I had to. You must understand, I had to. They... She took a deep, shuddering breath. It all came out in a rush. 3 nights ago, they took me while I slept and stilled me. Her voice rose to a near shriek. They stilled me. I cannot channel any longer. Light, Egwene breathed. The rush of Saidar cushioned her against the shock. The light help and comfort you, my daughter. Why didn't you tell me? I would have... She let it trail away, knowing there was nothing she could do. What would you have done? What? Nothing. There's nothing you can do. But they said they could give it back to me with the power of the Dark One. Her eyes squeezed shut, leaking tears. They hurt me, Mother, and they made me... Oh, Light, they hurt me. Elida told me they would make me whole again, make me able to channel again if I obeyed. That's why I had to. So Elida is Black Asha, Egwene said grimly. A narrow wardrobe stood against the wall, and in it hung a green silk dress, kept for when she had no time to return to her rooms. A striped stole hung beside the dress. She began to dress herself quickly. What have they done with Rand? Where have they taken him? Answer me, Beldine. Where is Rand al'Thor? Beldine huddled, lips trembling, eyes turned bleakly inward, but finally she roused herself enough to say, The Traitor's Court, Mother. They took him to the Traitor's Court. Shivers assaulted Egwene. Shivers of fear, shivers of rage. Elida had not waited, not even an hour. The Traitor's Court was used for only 3 purposes: executions, the stilling of an Aes Sedai, or the gentling of a man who could channel. But all of the 3 took an order from the Amelin seat. So who wears the stole out there? Elida, she was sure. But how could she make them accept her so quickly, with me not tried, not sentenced? There cannot be another Amelin until I've been stripped of stolen staff, and they'll not find that easy to do. Light. Rand. She started for the door. What can you do, Mother? Beldine cried. What can you do? It was not clear whether she meant for Rand or for herself. More than anyone suspects, Egwene said. I never held the oath rod, Beldine. Beldine's gasp followed her from the room. Egwene's memory still played hide-and-seek with her. She knew no woman could achieve the shawl and the ring without pledging the 3 oaths, with the oath rod firmly in hand, the Ta'angreal sealing her to keep those oaths as if they had been engraved on her bones at birth. No woman became Aes Sedai without being bound to them. Yet she knew that somehow, in some fashion she could not begin to dredge up, she had done just that. Her shoes clicked swiftly as she ran. At least she knew now why the halls were empty. Every Aes Sedai, except perhaps those she had left in the storeroom, every accepted, every novice, even all the servants, would be gathered in the Traitor's Court, according to custom, to watch the will of Tar Valon made fact. And the warders would be ringing the courtyard against the possibility that someone might try to free the man to be gentled. The remnants of Gwera Amalasin's armies had attempted it at the end of what some called the War of the Second Dragon, just before Arthur Hawkwing's rise had given Tar Valon other things to worry it, and so had Rowlin Darkspane's followers long years earlier. Whether Rand had any followers or not, she could not remember, but warders remembered such things and guarded against them. If Elida, or another, truly did wear the stole of the Amelin, the warders might well not admit her to the Traitor's Court. She knew she could force a way in. It would need to be done quickly. There was no point if Rand was gentled while she was still wrapping warders in air. Even warders would break if she loosed the lightnings on them. And balefire,
and broke the ground under their feet. Balefire, she wondered. But it would also do no good if she broke Tar Valon's power to save Rand. She had to save both. Well short of the ways that led to the traitor's court, she turned aside and climbed up stairs and ramps that grew narrower and tighter the higher she went, until she thrust open a trap-door and climbed out onto a sloping tower top, a roof of nearly white tiles. From there, she could see across other roofs, past other towers, into the broad, open well of the traitor's court. The court was crowded, except for a cleared space in the middle. People filled the windows overlooking it, crowded the balconies and even the rooftops. But she could make out the lone man, small at that distance, swaying in his chains in the centre of the cleared space. Rand. 12 Aes Sedai surrounded him, and another, who Egwene knew had to be wearing a 7-striped stole, even though she could not distinguish it, stood before Rand. Elida. The words she must be saying crept into Egwene's head. This man, abandoned of the light, has touched Saidin, the male half of the true source. Thus do we hold him. Most abominably has this man channeled the One Power, knowing that Saidin is tainted by the Dark One, tainted for men's pride, tainted for men's sin. Thus do we chain him. Forcefully, Egwene pushed the rest of it out of her thoughts. 13 Aes Sedai, 12 sisters and the Amelin. The traditional number for gentling. The same number as for... She rid herself of that, too. She had no time for anything but what she was there to do. If she could only manage to reason out how. At that distance, she thought she could manage to lift him with air. Pick him right out of the circle of Aes Sedai and float him straight to her. Maybe. Even if she could find the strength, even if she did not drop him to his death halfway, it would be a slow process, with him a helpless target for archers, and the glow of Saidar pointing out her own position for any Aes Sedai who looked. Any Murdral, for that matter. Light, she muttered. There's no other way short of starting a war inside the White Tower. And I may do that anyway. She gathered the power, separated skeins, directed flows. The way back will come but once. Be steadfast. It had been so long since she last heard those words that she gave a start, slipped on the smooth tiles, barely caught herself short of the edge. The ground lay 100 paces down. She looked over her shoulder. There, on the tower top, tilted to sit flat against the sloping tiles, was a silver arch filled with a glowing light. The arch flickered and wavered. Streaks of angry red and yellow darted through the white light. The way back will come but once. Be steadfast. The archway thinned to transparency, grew solid again. Frantic, Egwene gazed toward the traitor's court. There had to be time. There had to be. All she needed was a few minutes, perhaps 10. And luck. Voices bored into her head, not the disembodied, unknowable voice that warned her to be steadfast, but women's voices she almost believed she knew. Can't hold much longer. If she does not come out now. Hold, burn you, or I'll gut you all like sturgeons. Going wild, mother. We can't. The voices faded to a drone, the drone to silence. But the unknowable spoke again. The way back will come but once. Be steadfast. There is a price to be Aes Sedai. The Black Asha waits. With a scream of rage, of loss, Egwene threw herself at the arch as it shimmered like a heat haze. She almost wished she would miss and plunge to her death. Light plucked her apart, fibre by fibre, sliced the fibres to hairs, split the hairs to wisps of nothing. All drifted apart on the light, forever. Chapter 23. Sealed. Light
pulled her apart, fibre by fibre, sliced the fibres to hairs that drifted apart, burning, drifting and burning forever, forever. Egwene stepped out of the silver arch, cold and stiff with anger. She wanted the iciness of anger to counter the searing of memory. Her body remembered burning, but other memories scored and scorched more deeply. Anger, cold as death. "Is that all there is for me?" she demanded. "To abandon him, again and again? To betray him, fail him, again and again? Is that what there is for me?" Suddenly she realized that all was not as it should be. The Amelin was there now, as Egwene had been taught she would be, and a shawled sister from each Aja, but they all stared at her worriedly. 2 Aes Sedai now sat at each place around the Ter Angreal, sweat running down their faces. The Ter Angreal hummed, almost vibrated, and violent streaks of colour tore the white light inside the arches. The glow of Saidar briefly enveloped Shiriam as she put a hand on Egwene's head, sending a new chill through her. "She is well." The Mistress of Novices sounded relieved. "She is unharmed." As if she had not expected it. Tension seemed to go out of the other Aes Sedai facing Egwene. Elida let out a long breath, then hurried away for the last chalice. Only the Aes Sedai around the Ter Angreal did not relax. The hum had lessened, and the light began the flickering that signalled the Ter Angreal was settling towards quiescence. But those Aes Sedai looked as if they were fighting it every inch of the way. What happened?" Egwene asked. "Be silent," Shiriam said, but gently. "For now, be silent. You are well. That is the main thing, and we must complete the ceremony." Elida came, close to running, and handed the final silver chalice to the Amelin. Egwene hesitated only a moment before kneeling. What happened? The Amelin emptied the chalice slowly over Egwene's head. "You are washed clean of Egwene Alvir from Emond's Field. You are washed clean of all ties that bind you to the world. You come to us washed clean in heart and soul. You are Egwene Alvir, accepted of the White Tower." The last drop splashed onto Egwene's hair. "You are sealed to us now." The last words seemed to have a special meaning. Just between Egwene and the Amelin. The Amelin thrust the chalice at one of the other Aes Sedai and produced a gold ring in the shape of a serpent biting its own tail. Despite herself, Egwene trembled as she raised her left hand, trembled again as the Amelin slipped the great serpent ring onto the 3rd finger. When she became Aes Sedai, she could wear the ring on the finger she chose, or not at all if it was necessary to hide who she was, but the accepted wore it there. Unsmiling, the Amelin pulled her to her feet. "Welcome, daughter," she said, kissing her cheek. Egwene was surprised to feel a thrill. Not child, but daughter. Always before she had been child. The Amelin kissed her other cheek. "Welcome." Stepping back, the Amelin regarded her critically, but spoke to Shiriam. "Get her dry and into some clothes, then be certain she is well." "Certain, you understand." "I am certain, Mother." Shiriam sounded surprised. "You saw me delve her." The Amelin grunted, and her eyes shifted to the Ter Angreal. "I mean to know what went wrong tonight." She strode away in the direction of her glare, skirts swaying purposefully. Most of the other Aes Sedai joined her around the Ter Angreal, now only a silver structure of arches on a ring. "The mother is worried about you," Shiriam said as she drew Egwene to one side, to where there was a thick towel for her hair and another for the rest of her. "How much reason did she have?" Egwene asked. "The Amelin wants nothing to happen to her hound till the deer is pulled down." Shiriam did not answer. She merely frowned slightly, then waited until Egwene was dry before handing her a white dress, banded at the bottom with 7 rings. She slipped into that dress with a flash of disappointment. She was one of the accepted, with the ring on her finger and the bands on her dress. Why don't I feel any different? Elida came over, her arms filled with Egwene's novice dress and shoes, her belt and pouch, and the papers Verin had given her, in Elida's hands. Egwene made herself wait for the Aes Sedai to hand the bundle to her, rather than snatch them away. "Thank you, Aes Sedai." She tried to eye the papers surreptitiously. She could not tell if they had been disturbed. The string was still tied. How would I know if she's read all of them? Squeezing her pouch under cover of the novice dress, she felt the peculiar ring, the ter'angreal inside. At least that's still here. Light. She could have taken that, and I don't know that I would have minded. Yes, I would. I think I would. Elida's face was as cold as her voice. "I did not want you to be brought forward tonight. Not because I feared what happened. No one could foresee that, but because of what you are. A wilder." Egwene tried to protest, but Elida kept on, as implacable as a mountain glacier. "Oh, I know you learned to channel under Aes Sedai teaching, but you are still a wilder. A wilder in spirit, a wilder in ways. You have vast potential, else you would never have survived in there tonight, but potential changes nothing. I do not believe you will ever be part of the White Tower, not in the way the rest of us are, no matter on which finger you wear your ring. It would have been better for you had you settled for learning enough to stay alive and gone back to your sleepy village. Far better." Turning on her heel, she stalked away, out of the chamber. If she isn't Black Aja, Egwene thought sourly, she's the next thing to it. Aloud, she muttered to Shiriam, "You could have said something. You could have helped me." "I would have helped a novice, child," Shiriam replied calmly, and Egwene winced. She was back to child again. "I tried to protect novices where they needed, since they cannot protect themselves. You are accepted now. It is time for you to learn to protect yourself." Egwene studied Shiriam's eyes, wondering if she had imagined an emphasis on that last sentence. Shiriam had had as much opportunity as Elida to read the list of names, to decide that Egwene was mixed in with the Black Aja. "Light, you are becoming suspicious of everybody. Better that than dead, or captured by 13 of them, and—" Hastily she stopped that line of thought. She did not want it in her head. "Shiriam, what did happen tonight?" she asked. "And don't put me off." Shiriam's eyebrows rose almost to her scalp, it seemed, and she hastily amended her question. "Shiriam Sedai, I mean. Forgive me, Shiriam Sedai." "Remember, you aren't Aes Sedai yet, child." Despite the steel in her voice, a smile touched Shiriam's lips, yet it vanished as she went on. "I do not know what happened, except that I very much fear you almost died. Who knows what happens to those who do not come out of a ter'angreal," Alana said as she joined them. The Green Sister was known for her temper and her sense of humour, and some said she could flash from one to the other and back again before you could blink. But the look she gave Egwene was almost diffident. "Child, I should have stopped this when I had the chance. When I first noticed that reverberation. It came back. That is what happened. It came back, 1,000-fold, 10,000. The ter'angreal almost seemed to be trying to shut off the flow from Saidar, or melt itself through the floor. You have my apologies, though words are not enough, not for what almost happened to you. I say this, and by the first oath, you know it is true. To show my feelings, I will ask the mother to let me share your time in the kitchens. And yes, your visit to Shiriam too. Had I done as I should, you would not have been in danger of your life, and I will atone for it." Shiriam's laugh was scandalized.
"She will never allow that, Alana. A sister in the kitchens, much less. It is unheard of. It's impossible. You did what you believed right. There is no fault to you."
"It was not your fault, Alana Sedai," Egwene said. "Why is Alana doing this? Unless maybe to convince me she didn't have anything to do with whatever went wrong, and maybe so she can keep an eye on me all the time?" It was that image, a proud Aes Sedai up to her elbows in greasy pots 3 times a day just to watch someone, that convinced her she was letting her imagination run away with her. But it was also unthinkable that Alana should do as she said she would. In any case, the Green Sister certainly had had no chance to see the list of names while tending the Ta'angreal. But if Nynaeve is right, she wouldn't need to see those names to want to kill me if she is Black Aja. Stop that. Really, it wasn't.
"Had I done as I should," Alana maintained, "it would never have happened. The only time I have ever seen anything like it was once years ago, when we tried to use a Ta'angreal in the same room with another that may have been, in some way, related to it. It is extremely rare to find 2 such as that. The pair of them melted, and every sister within 100 paces had such a headache for a week that she couldn't channel a spark. What's the matter, child?" Egwene's hand had tightened around her pouch till the twisted stone ring impressed itself on her palm through the thick cloth. Was it warm? "Light, I did it myself." "Nothing, Alana Sedai. Aes Sedai. You did nothing wrong. You have no reason to share my punishments. None at all. None." "A bit vehement," Shiriam observed, "but true."
Alana only shook her head. "Aes Sedai," Egwene said slowly, "what does it mean to be Green Aja?" Shiriam's eyes opened wider with amusement, and Alana grinned openly. "Just with the ring on your finger," the Green Sister said, "and already trying to decide which Aja to choose. First, you must love men. I don't mean be in love with them, but love them. Not like a Blue, who merely likes men, so long as they share her causes and do not get in her way. And certainly not like a Red, who despises them as if every one of them were responsible for the breaking." Alviarin, the White Sister who had come with the Amelin, gave them a cool look and moved on. "And not like a White," Alana said with a laugh, "who has no room in her life for any passions at all." "That was not what I meant, Alana Sedai. I want to know what it means to be a Green Sister." She was not sure Alana would understand because she was not certain she herself understood what she wanted to know, but Alana nodded slowly as if she did. "Browns seek knowledge, Blues meddle in causes, and Whites consider the questions of truth with implacable logic. We all do some of it all, of course, but to be a Green means to stand ready." A note of pride entered Alana's voice. "In the Trolloc Wars, we were often called the Battle Aja. All Aes Sedai helped where and when they could, but the Green Aja alone was always with the armies in almost every battle. We were the counter to the Dreadlords, the Battle Aja. And now we stand ready for the Trollocs to come south again, for Tarman Gaidon, the last battle. We will be there. That is what it means to be a Green." "Thank you, Aes Sedai," Egwene said. "That is what I was? Or what I will be? Light, I wish I knew if it was real, if it had anything at all to do with here and now." The Amelin joined them, and they swept deep curtsies to her. "Are you well, daughter?" she asked Egwene. Her eyes flicked to the corner of the papers sticking out from under the novice dress in Egwene's hands, then back to Egwene's face immediately. "I will know the why of what occurred tonight before I am done." Egwene's cheeks reddened. "I am well, Mother." Alanna surprised her by asking the Amelin just what she had said she would. "I never heard of such a thing," the Amelin barked. "The owner doesn't muck out with the bilge boys, even if he has run the boat on a mudflat." She glanced at Egwene, and worry tightened her eyes, and anger. "I share your concern, Alanna. Whatever this child has done, it did not deserve that. Very well. If it will assuage your feelings, you may visit Shiriam. But it is to be strictly between you two. I'll not have Aes Sedai held up to ridicule, even inside the tower." Egwene opened her mouth to confess all and let them take the ring. "I don't want the bloody thing, really." But Alanna forestalled her. "And the other, Mother?" "Do not be ridiculous, daughter." The Amelin was angry, and sounded more so by the word. "You'd be a laughing-stock inside the day, except for those who decided you were mad. And don't think it would not follow you. Tales like that have a way of travelling. You would find stories told of the Scullion Aes Sedai from Tyr to Maradon. And that would reflect on every sister. No, if you need to rid yourself of some feeling of guilt and cannot handle it as a grown woman would, very well. I have told you that you may visit Shiriam. Accompany her tonight when you leave here. That will give you the rest of the night to decide if it was of any help. And tomorrow you can start finding out what went wrong here tonight." "Yes, Mother." Alanna's voice was perfectly neutral. The desire to confess had died in Egwene. Alanna had shown only one brief flash of disappointment when she realized the Amelin would not allow her to join Egwene in the kitchens. She doesn't want to be punished any more than any sensible person does. She did want an excuse to be in my company. Light. She couldn't have deliberately caused the Ter'angreal to go wild. I did that. Can she be Black Aja? Wrapped in thought, Egwene heard a throat cleared, then again more roughly. Her eyes focused. The Amelin was staring right into her, and when she spoke, she bit off each word. "Since you seem to be asleep standing up, child, I suggest you go to bed." For one instant, her glance flashed to the nearly concealed papers in Egwene's hands. "You have much work to do tomorrow, and for many days thereafter." Her eyes held Egwene's a moment longer, and then she was striding away before any of them could curtsy. Shiriam rounded on Alanna as soon as the Amelin was out of earshot. The green Aes Sedai glowered and took it in silence.
"You are mad, Alanna."
"A fool, and doubly a fool if you think I will go lightly on you just because we were novices together. Are you taken by the dragon to—" Suddenly Shiriam became aware of Egwene, and the target of her anger shifted. "Did I not hear the Amelin seat order you to your bed, accepted? If you breathe a word of this, you will wish I had buried you in a field to manure the ground. And I will see you in my study in the morning, when the bell rings first, and not one breath later. Now go." Egwene went, her head spinning. Is there anybody I can trust? The Amelin? She sent us off chasing 13 of the Black Aja and forgot to mention that 13 is just the number needed to turn a woman who can channel to the shadow against her will. Who can I trust? She did not want to be alone, could not stand the thought of it, and so she hurried to the Accepted's quarters, thinking that tomorrow she would be moving there herself, and immediately after knocking, pushed open Nynaeve's door. She could trust her with anything. Her and Elaine. But Nynaeve was seated in one of the two chairs, with Elaine's head buried in her lap. Elaine's shoulders shook to the sound of weeping, the softer weeping that comes after no energy is left for deeper sobs, but the emotion still burns. Dampness shone on Nynaeve's cheeks, too. The great serpent gleaming on her hand, smoothing Elaine's hair, matched the ring on the hand Elaine used to clutch at Nynaeve's skirt. Elaine lifted a face red and swollen from long crying, sniffing through her sobs when she saw Egwene. "I could not be that awful, Egwene. I just couldn't." The accident with the Ta'angreal, Egwene's fear that someone might have read the papers Verin had given her, her suspicions of everyone in that chamber, all these had been terrible, but they had buffered her in a rough, ungentle way from what had happened inside the Ta'angreal. They had come from outside. The other was inside. Elaine's words stripped the buffer away, and what was inside hit Egwene as if the ceiling had collapsed. Rand, her husband, and Joya, her baby. Rand pinned and begging her to kill him. Rand chained to be gentled. Before she was aware of moving, she was on her knees beside Elaine, all the tears that should have fallen earlier coming out in a flood. I couldn't help him, Nynaeve," she sobbed. "I just left him there." Nynaeve flinched as if struck, but the next moment her arms were around both Egwene and Elaine, hugging them, rocking them. "Hush," she crooned softly. "It eases with time. It eases a little. One day we will make them pay our price. Hush. Hush." Chapter 24. Scouting and Discoveries. Sunlight through the carved shutters creeping across the bed woke Matt. For a moment he only lay there, frowning. He had not reasoned out any plan for escaping from Tarvalon before sleep had overtaken him, but neither had he given up. Too much memory still lay covered with fog, but he would not give up. 2 serving women came bustling with hot water and a tray heavy with food, laughing and telling him how much better he looked already, and how soon he would be back on his feet if he did what the Aes Sedai told him. He answered them curtly, trying not to sound bitter. "Let them think I mean to go along." His stomach rumbled at the smells from the tray. When they left, he tossed aside his blanket and hopped out of bed, pausing only to stuff half a slice of ham into his mouth before pouring out water to wash and shave. Staring into the mirror above the washstand, he paused in lathering his face. He did look better. His cheeks were still hollow, but not quite as hollow as they had been. The dark circles had vanished from under his eyes, which no longer seemed set so deep in his head. It was as if every bite he had eaten the night before had gone into putting meat on his bones. He even felt stronger. "At this rate," he muttered, "I will be gone before they know it." But he was still surprised when, after shaving, he sat down and consumed every scrap of ham, turnip, and pear on the tray. He was sure they expected him to climb back into bed once he had eaten, but instead he dressed. Stamping his feet to settle them in his boots, he eyed his spare clothes and decided to leave them for now. "I have to know what I'm doing first, and if I have to leave them..." He tucked the dice cups into his pouch. With those, he could get all the clothes he needed. Opening the door, he peeked out. More doors panelled in pale golden wood lined the hall, with colourful tapestries between, and a runner of blue carpet ran down the white-tiled floor. But there was no one out there. No guard. He tossed his cloak over one shoulder and hurried out. Now to find a way outside. It took some little wandering downstairs and along corridors and across open courts before he found what he wanted, a doorway to the outside, and he saw people before then, serving women and white-clad novices hurrying about their chores, the novices running even harder than the servants, a handful of roughly dressed male servants carrying large chests and other heavy loads, accepted in their banded dresses. Even a few Aes Sedai. The Aes Sedai did not seem to notice him as they strode along, intent on whatever purpose, or else they gave him no more than a passing glance. His were country clothes, but well made. He did not look a vagabond, and the serving men showed that men were allowed in this part of the tower. He suspected they might take him for another servant, and that was just as well with him, so long as no one asked him to lift anything. He did feel some regret that none of the women he saw was Egwene or Nynaeve or even Elaine. She's a pretty one, even if she does have her nose in the air half the time. And she could tell me how to find Egwene and the wisdom. I cannot go without saying goodbye. I don't suppose one of them would turn me in just because they are becoming Aes Sedai themselves. Burn me for a fool, they'd never do that. Anyway, I will risk it. But once out of doors, under a bright morning sky with only a few drifting white clouds, he put the women from his mind for the time. He was looking across a wide flagstoned yard with a plain stone fountain in the middle and a barracks on the other side that was made of grey stone. It looked almost like a huge boulder among the few trees growing out of rimmed holes in the flagstones close by. Guardsmen in their shirt sleeves sat in front of the long, low building, tending weapons and armour and harness. Guardsmen were what he wanted now. He sauntered across the yard and watched the soldiers as if he had nothing better to do. As they worked, they talked and laughed among themselves like men after the harvest. Now and again one of them looked curiously at Mat as he strolled among them, but none challenged his right to be there. From time to time he asked a casual question, and finally he got the answer he sought. "Bridge guard," said a stocky, dark-haired man no more than 5 years older than Mat. His words had a heavy Ileana accent. Young he might have been, but a thin white scar crossed his left cheek, and the hands oiling his sword moved with familiarity and competence. He squinted up at Mat before returning to his task. "I do be on the bridge guard and back there again this evening. Why do you ask?" "I was just wondering what conditions were like on the other side of the river." "I might as well find that out too." "Good for travelling? It can't be muddy unless you have had more rain than I know about." "Which side of the river?" the guardsman asked placidly. His eyes did not lift from the oiled rag he was running along his blade. East? The east side. No mud. White cloaks." The man leaned to one side to spit, but his voice did not change. "White cloaks do be poking their noses into every village for 10 miles. They've no hurt anyone yet, but them just being there do upset the folk. Fortune prick me if I do not think they wish to provoke us, for they do look as if they would attack if they could. No good for anyone who do want to travel." "What about west then?" "The same." The guardsman raised his eyes to Mat's. "But you will no be crossing, lad, east or west. Your name do be Matrim Cawthon, or Fortune abandon me. Last night a sister, herself in person, did come to the bridge where I did stand guard. She did drill your features at us till each could speak them back to her. A guest, she did say, and no to be harmed, but no to be allowed out of the city either, if you must be tied hand and foot to keep you from it." His eyes narrowed. "Is it that you did steal something from them?" he asked doubtfully. "You do not have the look of those the sisters do guest." "I didn't steal anything," Mat said indignantly. "Burn me, I didn't even get a chance to work around to it easy. They must all know me." "I'm no thief." "No, it is no that I do see in your face. No thievery. But you do have the look of the fellow who did try to sell me the horn of Valir 3 days gone. So he did claim it did be, all bent and battered as it did be. Do you have a horn of Valir to sell? Or mayhap it do be the dragon's sword?" Mat gave a jump at the mention of the horn, but he managed to keep his voice level. "I was sick." Others of the guardsmen were looking at him now. Like they'll all know I am not supposed to leave now. He forced a laugh. "The sisters healed me." Some of the guardsmen frowned at him. Perhaps they thought other men should show more respect than to call the Aes Sedai sisters. "I guess the Aes Sedai don't want me to go before I have all my strength back." He tried willing the men, all of those watching him now, to accept that. Just a man who was healed. Nothing more. No reason to trouble yourself about him any further. The Ileana nodded. "You do have the look of sickness in your face, too. Perhaps that do be the reason. But never did I hear of so much effort to keep one sick man in the city." "That's the reason," Mat said firmly. They were all still looking at him. "Well, I need to be going. They said I have to take walks.
Lots of long walks, to build up strength, you know.
He felt their eyes following him as he left, and he scowled. He had simply meant to find out how well his description had been passed around. If only the officers among the bridge guards had had it, he might have been able to slip by. He had always been good at slipping into places unseen. And out. It was a talent you developed when your mother always suspected you were up to some mischief, and you had 2 sisters to tell on you. And now I've made sure half a barracks full of guardsmen will know me. Blood and bloody ashes. Much of the tower grounds were gardens full of trees, leatherleaf and paperbark and elms, and he soon found himself walking along a wide, twisting, gravelled path. It could have led through countryside if not for the towers visible over the treetops. And the white bulk of the tower itself, behind him but pressing on him as if he carried it on his shoulders. If there were ways out of the tower grounds that were not watched, this seemed the place to find them. If they existed. A girl in novice white appeared ahead on the path, striding purposefully toward him. Wrapped in her own thoughts, she did not see him at first. When she came close enough for him to make out her big dark eyes and the way her hair was braided, he grinned suddenly. He knew this girl. Memory drifting up from shrouded depths, though he would never have expected to find her here. He had never expected to see her again at all. He grinned to himself. Good luck to balance bad. As he remembered, she had quite an eye for the boys. "Else!" he called to her. "Else Grinwell! You remember me, don't you? Matt Cawthon. A friend and I visited your father's farm, remember? Have you decided to become Aes Sedai then?" She stopped short, staring at him. "What are you doing up and out?" she said coldly. "You know about that, do you?" He moved closer to her, but she stepped back, keeping her distance. He stopped. "It's not catching. I was healed, Else." Those large dark eyes seemed more knowing than he remembered, and not nearly so warm, but he supposed studying to be an Aes Sedai could do that. "What is the matter, Else? You look like you don't know me." "I know you," she said. Her manner was not as he remembered either. He thought she could give Elaine lessons now. "I have work to be about. Let me by." He grimaced. The path was broad enough for 6 to walk abreast without crowding. "I told you, it isn't catching." "Let me by." Muttering to himself, he stepped to one edge of the gravel. She went past him along the other side, watching to make sure he did not come closer. Once by, she quickened her steps, glancing over her shoulder at him until she was out of sight around a bend. Wanted to make sure I didn't follow her, he thought sourly. First the guardsman and now Else. My luck is not in today. He started off again, and soon heard a ferocious clatter from one side, ahead, like dozens of sticks being beat together. Curious, he turned off toward it, into the trees. A little way brought him to a large expanse of bare ground, the earth beaten hard, at least 50 paces across and nearly twice as long. At intervals around it, under the trees, stood wooden stands holding quarterstaffs, and practice swords made of strips of wood bound loosely together, and a few real swords and axes and spears. Spaced across the open ground, pairs of men, most stripped to the waist, flailed at each other with more practice swords. Some moved so smoothly it almost seemed they danced with one another, flowing from stance to stance, stroke to counterstroke in continuous motion. There was nothing quickly apparent, aside from skill, to mark them from the others, but Matt was sure he was watching warders. Those who did not move so smoothly were all younger, each pair under the watchful eyes of an older man who seemed to radiate a dangerous grace even standing still. Warders and students, Matt decided. He was not the only audience. Not 10 paces from him, half a dozen women with ageless Aes Sedai faces, and as many more in the banded white dresses of the accepted, stood watching one pair of students, bare to the waist and slick with sweat, under the guidance of a warder shaped much like a block of stone. The warder used a short-stemmed pipe in one hand, trailing tobacco smoke, to direct his pupils. Sitting down cross-legged under a leather leaf, Matt rooted 3 large pebbles out of the ground and began to juggle them idly. He did not feel weak exactly, but it was good to sit. If there was a way out of the tower grounds, it would not go away while he took a short rest. Before he had been there 5 minutes, he knew who it was the Aes Sedai and Accepted were watching. One of the blocky warder's pupils was a tall, lithe young man who moved like a cat. And almost as pretty as a girl, Matt thought wryly. Every woman was staring at the tall fellow with sparkling eyes, even the Aes Sedai. The tall man handled his practice sword almost as deftly as the warders, now and then earning an approving, gravelly comment from his teacher. It was not that his opponent, a youth more Matt's age with red gold hair, was unskilled, far from it as much as Matt could see, though he had never claimed to know anything about swords. The golden-haired man met every lightning attack, turning it away before the bound strips could strike him, and even launched an occasional attack of his own. But the handsome fellow countered those attacks and flowed back into his own in the space of a heartbeat. Matt shifted the pebbles to one hand, but kept them spinning in the air. He did not think he would care to face either of them, certainly not with a sword.
"Break!"
The warder's voice sounded like rocks emptying out of a bucket. Chests heaving, the two men let their practice swords fall to their sides. Sweat matted their hair.
"You can rest till I finish my pipe. But rest fast, I am almost in the dottle."
Now that they had stopped dancing about, Matt got a good look at the youth with the red gold hair, and let the pebbles drop. "Burn me, I'll bet my whole purse that's Elaine's brother. And the other one's Galard, or I'll eat my boots." On the journey from Toman Head, it had seemed half of Elaine's conversation had been of Garwin's virtues and Galard's vices. Oh, Garwin had some vices, according to Elaine, but they were small. To Matt, they sounded like the sort of things no one but a sister would consider vices at all. As for Galard, once Elaine was pinned down, he sounded like what every mother said she wanted her son to be. Matt did not think he wanted to spend much time in Galard's company. Egwene blushed whenever Galard was mentioned, though she seemed to think no one noticed. A ripple seemed to pass through the watching women when Garwin and Galard stopped, and they appeared on the point of stepping forward almost as one. But Garwin caught sight of Matt, said something quietly to Galard, and the two of them walked by the women. The Aes Sedai and Accepted turned to follow with their eyes. Matt scrambled to his feet as the pair approached.
"You are Matt Cawthon, are you not?"
Garwin said with a grin.
"I was sure I recognized you from Egwene's description. And Elaine's. I understand you were sick. Are you better now?"
"I'm fine," Matt said. He wondered if he was supposed to call Garwin my lord or something of the sort. He had refused to call Elaine my lady, not that she had demanded it, actually, and he decided he would not do her brother better.
"Did you come to the practice yard to learn the sword?"
Galard asked.
Matt shook his head. "I was only out walking. I don't know much about swords. I think I'll put my trust in a good bow, or a good quarterstaff. I know how to use those." "If you spend much time around Nynaeve," Galard said, "you'll need bow, quarterstaff, and sword to protect yourself, and I don't know whether that would be enough."
Garwin looked at him wonderingly.
"Galard, you just very nearly made a joke."
"I do have a sense of humour, Garwin," Galard said with a frown.
"You only think I do not because I do not care to mock people."
With a shake of his head, Garwin turned back to Matt.
"You should learn something of the sword. Everyone can do with that sort of knowledge these days. Your friend, Rand al'Thor, carried a most unusual sword. What do you hear of him?"
"Oh, I haven't seen Rand in a long time," Matt said quickly. Just for a moment, when he had mentioned Rand, Garwin's look had gained intensity. Light, does he know about Rand? He couldn't. If he did, he'd be denouncing me for a dark friend just for being Rand's friend. But he knows something.
"Swords aren't the be-all and end-all, you know. I could do fairly well against either of you, I think, if you had a sword and I had my quarterstaff."
Garwin's cough was obviously meant to swallow a laugh. Much too politely, he said,
"You must be very good."
Galard's face was frankly disbelieving. Perhaps it was that they both clearly thought he was making a wild boast. Perhaps it was because he had mishandled questioning the guardsman. Perhaps it was because else who had such an eye for the boys, wanted nothing to do with him, and all those women were staring at Galad like cats watching a jug of cream. Aes Sedai and accepted or not, they were still women. All these explanations ran through Matt's head, but he rejected them angrily, especially the last. He was going to do it because it would be fun. And it might earn some coin. His luck would not even have to be back.
"I will wager," he said, 2 silver marks to 2 from each of you, that I can beat both of you at once just the way I said. You can't have fairer odds than that. There are 2 of you and 1 of me, so 2 to 1 are fair odds."
He almost laughed aloud at the consternation on their faces.
"Matt," Garwin said, "there's no need to make wagers. You have been sick. Perhaps we will try this sometime when you are stronger." "It would be far from a fair wager," Galad said. "I'll not take your wager now or later. You are from the same village as Egwene, are you not? I would not have her angry with me." "What does she have to do with it? Thump me once with one of your swords and I will hand over a silver mark to each of you. If I thump you till you quit, you give me 2 each. Don't you think you can do it?" "This is ridiculous," Galad said. "You would have no chance against 1 trained swordsman, let alone 2. I'll not take such advantage."
"Do you think that?" asked a gravel voice.
The blocky warder joined them, thick black eyebrows pulled down in a scowl.
"You think you 2 are good enough with your swords to take a boy with a stick?"
"It would not be fair, Hamar Gaidin," Galad said. "He has been sick," Garwin added. "There is no need for this."
"To the yard!"
Hamar grated with a jerk of his head back over his shoulder. Galad and Garwin gave Matt regretful looks, then obeyed. The warder eyed Matt up and down doubtfully.
"Are you sure you're up to this, lad? Now I take a close look at you. You ought to be in a sickbed."
"I am already out of one," Matt said, "and I'm up to it. I have to be. I don't want to lose my 2 marks.
Hamar's heavy brows rose in surprise.
"You mean to hold to that wager, lad?"
"I need the money," Matt laughed.
His laughter cut off abruptly as he turned toward the nearest stand that held quarterstaffs, and his knees almost buckled. He stiffened them so quickly he thought anyone who noticed would think he had just stumbled. At the stand he took his time choosing out a staff, nearly 2 inches thick and almost a foot taller than he was. "I have to win this. I opened my full mouth and now I have to win. I can't afford to lose those 2 marks. Without those to build on, it will take forever to win the money I need." When he turned back, the quarterstaff in both hands before him, Garwin and Galad were already waiting out where they had been practicing. "I have to win. Luck," he muttered. "Time to toss the dice." Hamar gave him an odd look.
"You speak the old tongue, lad?"
Matt stared back at him for a moment, not speaking. He felt cold to the bone. With an effort, he made his feet start out onto the practice yard.
"Remember the wager," he said loudly. 2 silver marks from each of you against 2 from me."
A buzz rose from the accepted as they realized what was happening. The Aes Sedai watched in silence. Disapproving silence. Garwin and Galad split apart, one to either side of him, keeping their distance, neither with his sword more than half raised.
"No wager," Garwin said. "There's no wager."
At the same time, Galad said,
"I'll not take your money like this." "I mean to take yours," Matt said.
"Done!" Hamar roared. "If they have not the nerve to cover your wager, lad, I'll pay the score myself."
"Very well," Garwin said. "If you insist on it, done."
Galad hesitated a moment more before growling,
"Done, then. Let us put an end to this farce."
The moment's warning was all Matt needed. As Galad rushed at him, he slid his hands along the quarterstaff and pivoted. The end of the staff thudded into the tall man's ribs, bringing a grunt and a stumble. Matt let the staff bounce off Galad and spun, carrying it on around just as Garwin came within range. The staff dipped, darted under Garwin's practice sword, and clipped his ankle out from under him. As Garwin fell, Matt completed the spin in time to catch Galad across his upraised wrist, sending his practice sword flying. As if his wrist did not pain him at all, Galard threw himself into a smooth, rolling dive and came up with his sword in both hands. Ignoring him for the moment, Matt half-turned, twisting his wrists to whip the length of the staff back beside him. Gawain, just starting to rise, took the blow on the side of his head with a loud thump, only partly softened by the padding of hair. He went down in a heap. Matt was only vaguely aware of an Aes Sedai rushing out to tend Elaine's fallen brother. "I hope he's all right. He should be. I've hit myself harder than that falling off a fence." He still had Galard to deal with, and from the way Galard was poised on the balls of his feet, sword raised precisely, he had begun to take Matt seriously. Matt's legs chose that moment to tremble. Light, I can't weaken now. But he could feel it creeping back in, the wobbly feeling, the hunger as if he had not eaten for days. If I wait for him to come to me, I'll fall on my face. It was hard to keep his knees straight as he started forward. Luck, stay with me. From the first blow, he knew that luck, or skill, or whatever had brought him this far, was still there. Galard managed to turn that one with a sharp clack, and the next, and the next, and the next. But strain stiffened his face. That smooth swordsman, almost as good as the warders, fought with every ounce of his skill to keep Matt's staff from him. He did not attack. It was all he could do to defend. He moved continually to the side, trying not to be forced back, and Matt pressed him, staff a blur. And Galard stepped back again, wooden blade a thin shield against the quarterstaff. Hunger gnawed at Matt as if he had swallowed weasels. Sweat rolled down into his eyes, and his strength began to fade as if it leached out with the sweat. Not yet. I can't fall yet. I have to win. Now! With a roar, he threw all his reserves into one last surge. The quarterstaff flickered past Galard's sword and in quick succession struck knee, wrist, and ribs, and finally thrust into Galard's stomach like a spear. With a groan, Galard folded over, fighting not to fall. The staff quivered in Matt's hands on the point of a final, crushing thrust to the throat. Galard sank to the ground. Matt almost dropped the quarterstaff when he realized what he had been about to do. Win, not kill. Light, what was I thinking? Reflexively, he grounded the butt of the staff, but as soon as he did, he had to clutch at it to hold himself erect. Hunger hollowed him like a knife reaming marrow from a bone. Suddenly, he realized that not only the Aes Sedai and Accepted were watching, all practice, all learning had stopped. Warders and students alike stood watching him. Hamar moved to stand beside Galard, still groaning on the ground and trying to push himself up. The warder raised his voice to shout, "Who was the greatest blade master of all time?" From the throats of dozens of students came a massed bellow. "Jiram Gaidin!" "Yes!" Hamar shouted, turning to make sure all heard. "During his lifetime, Jiram fought over 10,000 times in battle and single combat. He was defeated once by a farmer with a quarterstaff. Remember that. Remember what you just saw." He lowered his eyes to Galard and lowered his voice as well. "If you cannot get up by now, lad, it is finished." He raised a hand, and the Aes Sedai and Accepted rushed to surround Galard. Matt slid down the staff to his knees. None of the Aes Sedai even glanced his way. One of the Accepted did, a plump girl he might have liked to ask for a dance, if she were not going to be an Aes Sedai. She frowned at him, sniffed, and turned back to peering at what the Aes Sedai were doing around Galard. Gawain was on his feet, Matt noted with relief. He pulled himself up as Gawain came over. "Mustn't let them know. I'll never get out of here if they decide to nurse me from sunup to sunup." Blood darkened the red-gold hair on the side of Gawain's head, but there was neither cut nor bruise apparent. He pushed 2 silver marks into Matt's hand with a dry, "I think I will listen next time." He noticed Matt's glance, touched his head. "They healed it, but it was not bad. Elaine has given me worse more than once. You are good with that. Not as good as my Da. He's won the quarterstaff at Beltane every year as long as I can remember, except once or twice when Rand's Da did. That interested look came back into Garwin's eyes, and Matt wished he had never mentioned Tamal Thor. The Aes Sedai and the Accepted were all still clustered around Galad.
I must have hurt him badly. I did not mean to do that.
Garwin glanced that way. There was nothing to be seen but 2 rings of women's backs, Accepted's white dresses making the outer ring as they peered over the shoulders of crouching Aes Sedai, and laughed.
You did not kill him. I heard him groaning, so he should be on his feet by now, but they are not going to let this chance pass now they have their hands on him. Light, 4 of them are green Aja.
Matt gave him a confused look.
Green Aja? What does that have to do with anything? And Garwin shook his head. It doesn't matter. Just rest assured that the worst Galad has to worry about is finding himself warder to a green Aes Sedai before his head clears.
He laughed.
No, they would not do that, but I will wager you those 2 marks of mine in your hand that some of them wish they could. Not your marks, Matt said, shoving them in his coat pocket. Mine.
The explanation had made little sense to him, except that Galad was well. All he knew of what passed between warders and Aes Sedai were the pieces he remembered of Lan and Moraine, and there was nothing there like what Garwin seemed to be suggesting.
Do you think they'd mind if I collected my wager from him?
They very likely would,
Hamar said dryly as he joined them.
You are not very popular with those particular Aes Sedai right now.
He snorted.
You think even green Aes Sedai would be better than girls just loose from their mother's apron strings? He isn't that good-looking.
He is not, Matt agreed. Garwin grinned at both of them until Hamar glared at him.
Here,
the warder said, pushing 2 more silver coins into Matt's hand.
I will collect from Galad later. Where are you from, lad?
Manetheren. Matt froze when he heard the name come out of his mouth.
I'm from the 2 rivers. I have heard too many old stories.
They just looked at him without saying anything.
I think I will go back and see if I can find something to eat.
Not even the mid-morning bell had rung yet, but they nodded as if it made sense. He kept the quarterstaff. No one had told him to put it back, and walked slowly until the trees hid him from the practice yard. When they did, he leaned on the staff as though it were the only thing holding him up. He was not sure it was not. He thought that if he parted his coat, he would see a hole where his stomach should have been, a hole growing larger as it pulled the rest of him in. But he hardly thought of hunger. He kept hearing voices in his head.
You speak the old tongue, lad. Manetheren.
It made him shiver.
Light, help me, I keep digging myself deeper. I have to get out of here. But how?
He hobbled back toward the tower proper, like an old, old man.
How?
Chapter 25. Questions. Egwene lay across Nynaeve's bed, chin in her hands, watching Nynaeve pace back and forth. Elaine sprawled in front of the fireplace, which was still full of the ashes of last night's fire. Yet again, Elaine was studying the list of names Verin had produced, patiently reading every word one more time. The other pages, the list of Ta Angreal, sat on the table. After one shocked reading, they had not discussed that one further, though they had talked of everything else, and argued too. Egwene stifled a yawn. It was only the middle of the morning, but none of them had gotten much sleep. They had had to be up early, for the kitchens, and breakfast, for other things that she refused to think about. The little sleep she herself had managed had been filled with unpleasant dreams. Maybe Anaya could help me understand them, those that need understanding, but what if she is Black Aja? After staring at every woman in that chamber last night, wondering which was Black Aja, she was finding trust for anyone but her 2 companions hard to come by. But she did wish she had some way of interpreting those dreams. The nightmares about what had happened inside the Ta Angreal last night were easy enough to understand, though they had made her wake up weeping. She had dreamed of the Shaunchan, too, of women in dresses with lightning bolts woven on their breasts, collaring a long line of women who wore great serpent rings, forcing them to call lightning against the White Tower. That had started her awake in a cold sweat, but that had to be just a nightmare, too. and the dream about white cloaks binding her father's hands. A nightmare brought on by homesickness, she supposed. But the others. She glanced at the other two women again. Elaine was still reading. Nynaeve still paced with that steady tread. There had been a dream of Rand, reaching for a sword that seemed to be made of crystal, never seeing the fine net dropping over him, and one of him kneeling in a chamber where a parched wind blew dust across the floor, and creatures like the one on the dragon banner, but much smaller, floated on that wind and settled into his skin. There had been a dream of him walking down into a great hole in a black mountain, a hole filled with a reddish glare as from vast fires below, and even a dream of him confronting Shanshan. About that last, she was uncertain, but she knew the others had to mean something. Back when she had been sure she could trust Anaya, back before she had left the tower, before she learned the reality of the Black Aja, a little cautious questioning of the Aes Sedai, done oh so carefully, so Anaya would think it no more than the curiosity she showed about other things, had revealed that a dreamer's dreams about ta'veren were almost always significant, and the more strongly ta'veren, the more, almost always, became certainly. But Mat and Perrin were ta'veren too, and she had also dreamed of them. Odd dreams, even more difficult to understand than the dreams of Rand. Perrin with a falcon on his shoulder, and Perrin with a hawk. Only the hawk held a leash in her talons. Egwene was somehow convinced both hawk and falcon were female, and the hawk was trying to fasten it around Perrin's neck. That made her shiver even now. She did not like dreams about leashes. And that dream of Perrin, with a beard, leading a huge pack of wolves that stretched as far as the eye could see. Those about Mat had been even nastier. Mat placing his own left eye on a balance scale. Mat hanging by his neck from a tree limb. There had been a dream of Mat and Shanshan too, but she was willing to dismiss that as a nightmare. It had to have been just a nightmare, just like the one about Mat speaking the old tongue. That had to come from what she had heard during his healing. She sighed, and the sigh turned into another yawn. She and the others had gone to his room after breakfast to see how he was, but he had not been there. He's probably well enough to go dancing. Light, now I will probably dream about him dancing with Shanshan. No more dreams, she told herself firmly. Not now. I will think about them when I am not so tired. She thought of the kitchens, of the midday meal soon to come, and then supper, and breakfast again tomorrow, and pots and cleaning and scrubbing going on forever. If I am ever not tired again. Shifting her position on the bed, she looked at her friends again. Elaine still had her eyes on the list of names. Nynaeve's steps had slowed. Any moment now, Nynaeve will say it again. Any moment. Nynaeve came to a halt, staring down at Elaine. Put those away. We have been over them 20 times and there isn't a word that helps. Verin gave us rubbish. The question is, was it all she had? Or did she give us rubbish on purpose? As expected, maybe half an hour till she says it again. Egwene frowned down at her hands, glad she could not see them clearly. The great serpent ring looked out of place on hands all wrinkled from long immersion in hot soapy water. Knowing their names helps, Elaine said, still reading. Knowing what they look like helps. You know very well what I mean, Nynaeve snapped. Egwene sighed and folded her arms in front of her, rested her chin on them. When she had come out of Shiriam's study that morning, with the sun still not even a glint on the horizon, Nynaeve had been waiting with a candle in the cold, dark hall. She had not been seeing very clearly, but she was sure Nynaeve had looked ready to chew stone, and knowing chewing stones would not change anything in the next few minutes. That was why she was so irritable. She's as touchy about her pride as any man I ever met. But she should not take it out on Elaine and me. Light, if Elaine can stand it, she should be able to. She isn't the wisdom any more. Elaine hardly appeared to notice whether Nynaeve was irritable or not. She frowned into the distance thoughtfully. Liandrin was the only red. All the other Ajas lost 2 each. Oh, do be quiet, child, Nynaeve said. Elaine wiggled her left hand to display her great serpent ring, gave Nynaeve a meaningful look, and went right on. No two were born in the same city, and no more than two in any one country. Amiko Nagoyan was the youngest, some 15 years older than Egwene and I. Joya Bayer could be our great-grandmother's great-grandmother. Egwene did not like it that one of the Black Aja shared her daughter's name. Fool girl. People sometimes have the same name, and you never had a daughter. It wasn't real. And what does that tell us? Nynaeve's voice was too calm. She was ready to explode like a wagon full of fireworks. What secrets have you found in it that I missed? I am getting old and blind after all. It tells us it is all too neat, Elaine said calmly. What chance that 13 women, chosen solely because they were dark friends, would be so neatly arrayed across age, across nations, across Ajas? Shouldn't there be perhaps 3 Reds, or 4 born in Kyrian, or just 2 the same age, if it was all chance? They had women to choose from, or they could not have chosen so random a pattern. There are still Black Aja in the tower, or elsewhere we don't know about. It must mean that. Nynaeve gave her braid one ferocious tug. Light, I think you may be right. You did find secrets I couldn't. Light, I was hoping they all went with Liandrin. We do not even know that she is their leader, Elaine said. She could have been ordered to dispose of us. Her mouth twisted. I am afraid I can only think of one reason for them to go to such lengths to spread everything out so. To avoid any pattern except a lack of pattern. I think it means there is a pattern of some kind to the Black Aja. If there's a pattern, Nynaeve said firmly, we will find it. Elaine, if watching your mother run her court taught you to think like this, I'm glad you watched closely. Elaine's answering smile made a dimple in her cheek. Egwene eyed the older woman carefully. It seemed Nynaeve was finally ready to stop being a bear with a sore tooth. She raised her head. Unless they want us to think they're hiding a pattern, so we will waste our time hunting for it when there isn't one. I am not saying there isn't, I am only saying we do not know yet. Let's look for it, but I think we ought to look at other things too. Don't you? So you finally decided to rouse, Nynaeve said. I thought you had gone to sleep. But she was still smiling. She is right, Elaine said disgustedly. I have built a bridge out of straw. Worse than straw. Wishes. Maybe you are right too, Nynaeve. What use is this rubbish? She snatched one paper out of the stack in front of her. Rihanna has black hair with a white streak above her left ear. If I am close enough to see that, it's closer than I want to be. She grabbed another page. Chesmal Emery is one of the most talented healers anyone has seen in years. Light, could you imagine being healed by one of the Black Aja? A third sheet. Marilyn Gomolfin is fond of cats and goes out of her way to help injured animals. Cats. Pah! She scrabbled all the pages together, crumpling them in her fists. It is useless rubbish. Nynaeve knelt beside her and gently pried her hands from around the papers. Perhaps, and perhaps not. She smoothed the pages carefully on her breast. You found in them something for us to look for. Perhaps we will find more if we are persistent. And there is the other list. Both her eyes and Elaine's darted to Egwene, brown and blue alike, frowning worriedly. Egwene avoided looking at the table where the other sheets lay. She did not want to think about them, but she could not avoid it. The list of Ter Angreal had etched itself into her mind. Item: a rod of clear crystal, smooth and perfectly clear, 1 foot long and 1 inch in diameter. Use unknown. Last study made by Corianin Nedial. Item: a figurine of an unclothed woman in alabaster, 1 hand tall. Use unknown. Last study made by Corianin Nedial. Item: a disc, apparently of simple iron, yet untouched by rust, 3 inches in diameter, finely engraved on both sides with a tight spiral. Use unknown. Last study made by Corianin Nedial. Item: too many items, and more than half the use unknowns last studied by Corianin Nedial. 13 of them, to be exact. Egwene shivered. It's getting so I do not even like to think of that number. The knowns on the list were fewer, not all of any apparent real use, but hardly more comforting as she saw it. A wooden carving of a hedgehog, no bigger than the last joint of a man's thumb. Such a simple thing, and surely harmless. Any woman who tried to channel through it went to sleep. Half a day of peaceful, dreamless sleep. But it was too close not to make her skin crawl. 3 more had to do with sleep in some way. It was almost a relief to read of a fluted rod of black stone, a full pace in length, that produced balefire, with the notation, dangerous and almost impossible to control, writ so strong in Verin's hand that it tore the paper in 2 places. Egwene still had no idea what balefire was, but though it surely sounded dangerous if anything ever did, it just as surely had nothing to do with Corianin Nedial or dreams. Nynaeve carried the smoothed-out pages to the table and set them down. She hesitated before spreading the others out and running her finger down one page, then the next. "Here's one Matt would enjoy," she said in a voice much too light and airy. "Item: a carved cluster of 6 spotted dice, joined at the corners, less than 2 inches across. Use unknown, save that channeling through it seems to suspend chance in some way. Or twist it." She began to read aloud. "Tossed coins presented the same face every time, and in one test landed balanced on edge 100 times in a row. 1,000 tosses of the dice produced 5 crowns 1,000 times." She gave a forced laugh. "Matt would love that." Egwene sighed and got to her feet, walked stiffly to the fireplace. Elaine scrambled up, watching as silently as Nynaeve. Pushing her sleeve as far up her arm as it would go, Egwene reached carefully up the chimney. Her fingers touched wool on the smoke shelf, and she pulled out a wadded, singed stocking with a hard lump in the toe. She brushed a smear of soot from her arm, then took the stocking to the table and shook it out. The twisted ring of striped, flecked stone spun across the tabletop and fell flat atop a page of the Ter Angrial list. For a few moments, they just stared at it. "Perhaps," Nynaeve said finally, "Verin simply missed the fact that so many of them were last studied by Corianin." She did not sound as if she really believed it. Elaine nodded, but doubtfully. "I saw her walking in the rain once, soaking wet, and took a cloak to her. She was so wrapped up in whatever she was thinking, I do not believe she knew it was raining until I put the cloak around her shoulders. She could have missed it." "Maybe," Egwene said. "If she did not, she had to know I'd notice as soon as I read the list. I do not know. Sometimes I think Verin notices more than she lets on. I just do not know." "So there's Verin to suspect," Elaine sighed. "If she is Black Aja, then they know exactly what we are doing. And Alana." She gave Egwene an uncertain, sidelong look. Egwene had told them everything, except what happened inside the Ter Angrial during her testing. She could not bring herself to talk about that, any more than Nynaeve or Elaine could tell of their testings. Everything that happened in the testing chamber, what Shiriam had said about the terrible weakness conferred by the ability to channel. Every word Verin had said, whether it seemed important or not. The one part they had had trouble accepting was Alana. Aes Sedai just did not do things like that. No one in her right mind did anything like that, but Aes Sedai least of all. Egwene glowered at them, almost hearing them say it. "Aes Sedai are not supposed to lie, either. But Verin and the Mother seem awfully close with what they tell us. There are not supposed to be Black Aja. I like Alana." Nynaeve tugged her braid, then shrugged. "Oh, very well. Perhaps. That is, she did behave oddly." "Thank you," Egwene said, and Nynaeve gave her an acknowledging nod, as if she had heard no sarcasm. "In any case, the Amelin knows of it, and she can keep an eye on Alana far more easily than we can." "What about Elida and Shiriam?" Egwene asked. "I have never been able to like Elida," Elaine said, "but I cannot truly believe she is Black Aja. And Shiriam? It's impossible." Nynaeve snorted. It should be impossible for any of them. When we do find them, there is nothing says they'll all be women we do not like. But I don't mean to put suspicion, not this kind of suspicion, on any woman. We need more to go on than that they might have seen something they shouldn't. Egwene nodded agreement as quickly as Elaine, and Nynaeve went on. We will tell the Amelin that much, and put no more weight to it than it deserves. If she ever looks in on us as she said she would. If you are with us when she comes, Elaine, remember, she does not know about you. I am not likely to forget it, Elaine said fervently. But we should have some other way to get word to her. My mother would have planned it better. Not if she could not trust her messengers, Nynaeve said. We will wait, unless you two think one of us should have a talk with Verin. No one would think that remarkable. Elaine hesitated, then gave her head a small shake. Egwene was quicker and more vigorous with hers. Slip of the mind or not, Verin had left out too much to be trusted. Good. Nynaeve sounded more than satisfied. I am just as pleased we cannot talk to the Amelin when we choose. This way we make our own decisions, act when and as we decide, without her directing our every step. Her hand ran down the pages listing stolen to Angreal as if she were reading it again, then closed on the striped stone ring. And the first decision concerns this. It's the first thing we have seen that has any real connection to Liandrin and the others. She frowned at the ring, then took a deep breath. I am going to sleep with it tonight. Egwene did not hesitate before taking the ring out of Nynaeve's hand. She wanted to hesitate. She wanted to keep her hands by her sides, but she did not, and she was pleased. I am the one they say might be a dreamer. I do not know whether that gives me any advantage, but Verin said it's dangerous using this. Whichever of us uses it, she needs any advantage she can find. Nynaeve gripped her braid and opened her mouth as if to protest. When she finally spoke, though, it was to say, Are you sure, Egwene? We do not even know if you are a dreamer, and I can channel more strongly than you. I still think Egwene cut her off. You can channel more strongly if you are angry. Can you be sure you'll be angry in a dream? Will you have time to become angry before you need to channel? Light, we don't even know that anyone can channel in a dream. If one of us has to do it. And you're right, it is the only connection we have. It should be me. Maybe I really am a dreamer. Besides, Verin did give it to me. Nynaeve looked as if she wanted to argue, but at last she gave a grudging nod. Very well. But Elaine and I will be there. I do not know what we can do, but if anything goes wrong, perhaps we can wake you up, or... We will be there. Elaine nodded too. Now that she had their agreement, Egwene felt a queasiness in the pit of her stomach. I talked them into it. I wish I did not want them to talk me out of it. She became aware of a woman standing in the doorway. A woman in novice white with her hair in long braids. Did no one ever teach you to knock, else? Nynaeve said. Egwene hid the stone ring inside her fist. She had the strangest feeling that Else had been staring at it. I have a message for you, Else said calmly. Her eyes studied the table with all the papers scattered on it, then the three women around it. From the Amelin. Egwene exchanged wondering looks with Nynaeve and Elaine. Well, what is it? Nynaeve demanded. Else arched an eyebrow in amusement. The belongings left behind by Liandrin and the others were put in the third storeroom on the right from the main stairs in the second basement under the library. She glanced at the papers on the table again and left, neither hurrying nor moving slowly. Egwene felt as if she could not breathe. We're afraid to trust anybody, and the Amelin decides to trust Else Grinwell of all women? That fool girl cannot be trusted not to blab to anyone who'll listen. Nynaeve started for the door. Egwene grabbed up her skirts and darted past her at a run. Her shoes skidded on the tiles of the gallery, but she caught a glimpse of white vanishing down the nearest ramp and dashed after it. She must be running too, to be so far ahead already. Why is she running? The flash of white was already disappearing down another ramp. Egwene followed. A woman turned to face her at the foot of the ramp, and Egwene stopped in confusion. Whoever she was, this was certainly not Else. All in silver and white silk, she sparked feelings Egwene had never had before. She was taller, more beautiful by far, and the look in her black eyes made Egwene feel small, scrawny, and none too clean. She can probably channel more of the power than I can, too. Light, she is probably smarter than all three of us put together on top of it. It isn't fair for one woman to— Abruptly, she realized the way her thoughts were going. Her cheeks reddened, and she gave herself a shake. She had never felt less than any other woman before, and she was not about to start now. "Bold," the woman said. "You are bold to go running about so alone, where so many murders have been done." She sounded almost pleased. Egwene drew herself up and straightened her dress hurriedly, hoping the other woman would not notice, knowing she did, wishing the woman had not seen her running like a child. "Stop that." "Pardon, but I am looking for a novice who came this way, I think. She has large dark eyes and dark hair in braids. She's plump and pretty in a way. Did you see which way she went?" The tall woman looked her up and down in an amused way. Egwene could not be sure, but she thought the woman might have glanced a moment at the clenched fist by her side, where she still held the stone ring. "I do not think you will catch up to her. I saw her, and she was running quite fast. I suspect she is far away from here by now." "Aes Sedai," Egwene began, but she was given no chance to ask which way else had gone. Something that might have been anger or annoyance flashed through those black eyes. "I have taken up enough time with you for now. I have more important matters to see to." "Leave me?" She gestured back the way Egwene had come. So strong was the command in her voice that Egwene turned and was 3 steps up the ramp before she realized what she was doing. Bristling, she spun back. "Aes Sedai or no, The gallery was empty. Frowning, she dismissed the nearest doors. No one lived in those rooms except possibly mice, and ran down the ramp, peered both ways, followed the curve of the gallery with her eyes all the way around. She even peered over the rail, down into the small garden of the accepted, and studied the other galleries, higher as well as lower. She saw 2 accepted in their banded dresses, one Phaelane, and the other a woman she knew by sight if not name. But there was no woman in silver and white anywhere. Chapter 26. Behind a Lock. Shaking her head, Egwene walked back to the doors she had dismissed. She had to go somewhere. Inside the first, the few furnishings were shapeless mounds under dusty cloths, and the air seemed stale, as if the door had not been opened in some time. She grimaced. There were mouse tracks in the dust on the floor, but no others. 2 more doors, opened hastily, showed the same thing. It was no surprise. There were many more empty rooms than occupied in the Accepted's galleries. When she pulled her head out of the 3rd room, Nynaeve and Elaine were coming down the ramp behind her with no particular haste. "Is she hiding?" Nynaeve asked in surprise. "In there?" "I lost her." Egwene peered both ways along the curving gallery again. Where did she go? She did not mean Else. "If I had thought Else could outrun you," Elaine said with a smile, "I'd have chased her too. But she has always looked too plump for running to me." Her smile was worried, though. "We will have to find her later," Nynaeve said, "and make sure she knows to keep her mouth shut. How could the Amelin trust that girl?" "I thought I was right on top of her," Egwene said slowly. "But it was someone else. Nynaeve, I turned my back for a moment, and she was gone. Not Else, I never even saw her. The woman I thought was Else at first. She was just gone, and I don't know where." Elaine's breath caught. "One of the soulless." She looked around hastily, but the gallery was still empty except for the 3 of them. "Not her," Egwene said firmly. I am not going to tell them she made me feel 6 years old, with a torn dress, a dirty face, and a runny nose. "She was no grey man. She was tall and striking, with black eyes and black hair. You'd notice her in a crowd of 1,000. I have never seen her before, but I think she is Aes Sedai. She must be." Nynaeve waited, as though for more, then said impatiently, "If you see her again, point her out to me. If you think there's cause. We've no time to stand here talking. I mean to see what is in that storeroom before Else has a chance to tell the wrong person about it. Maybe they were careless. Let's not give them a chance to correct it, if they were." As she fell in beside Nynaeve, with Elaine on the other side, Egwene realized she still had the stone ring Corianin Nedial's Angrial clutched in her fist. Reluctantly, she tucked it into her pouch and pulled the drawstrings tight. "As long as I don't go to sleep with the bloody—" "But that's what I am planning, isn't it?" But that was for tonight, and no use worrying about it now. As they made their way through the tower, she kept an eye out for the woman in silver and white. She was not sure why she was relieved not to see her. "I am a grown woman and quite capable, thank you." Still, she was just as glad that no one they encountered looked even remotely like her. The more she thought of the woman, the more she felt there was something wrong about her. "Light, I am starting to see the black Aja under my bed. Only maybe they are under the bed." The library stood a little apart from the tall, thick shaft of the white tower proper, its pale stone heavily streaked with blue, and it looked much like crashing waves frozen at their climax. Those waves loomed as large as a palace in the morning light, and Egwene knew they certainly contained as many rooms as one, but all those rooms, those below the odd corridors in the upper levels where Verin had her chambers, were filled with shelves, and the shelves filled with books, manuscripts, papers, scrolls, maps and charts, collected from every nation over the course of 3,000 years. Not even the great libraries in Tyr and Cairhien held so many. The librarians, Brown sisters all, guarded those shelves, and guarded the doors as closely to make sure not a scrap of paper left unless they knew who took it and why. But it was not to one of the guarded entrances that Nynaeve led Egwene and Elaine. Around the foundations of the library, lying flat to the ground in the shade of tall pecan trees, were other doors, both large and small. Labourers sometimes needed access to the storerooms beneath, and the librarians did not approve of sweating men tracking through their preserve. Nynaeve pulled up one of those, no bigger than the front door of a farmhouse, and motioned the others down a steep flight of stairs descending into darkness. When she let it down behind them, all light vanished. Egwene opened herself to Saidar. It came so smoothly that she barely realized what she was doing, and channeled a trickle of the power that flooded through her. For a moment, the mere feel of that rush surging within her threatened to overwhelm other sensations. A small ball of bluish-white light appeared, balanced in the air above her hand. She took a deep breath and reminded herself of why she was walking stiffly. It was a link to the rest of the world. The feel of her linen shift against her skin returned, of woolen stockings and her dress. With a small pang of regret, she banished the desire to pull in more, to let Saidar absorb her. Elaine made a glowing sphere for herself at the same time, and the pair provided more light than 2 lanterns would have. "It feels so wonderful, doesn't it?" she murmured. "Be careful," Egwene said. "I am," Elaine sighed. "It just feels... I will be careful." "This way," Nynaeve told them sharply, and brushed by to lead them down. She did not go too far ahead. She was not angry and had to use the light the other 2 provided. The dusty side corridor by which they had entered, lined with wooden doors set in greystone walls, took nearly 100 paces to reach the much wider main hall that ran the length of the library. Their lights showed footprints overlaying footprints in the dust, most from the large boots men would wear, and most themselves faded by dust. The ceiling was higher here, and some of the doors nearly large enough for a barn. The main stairs at the end, half the width of the hall, were where large things were brought down. Another flight beside them led deeper. Nynaeve took it without a pause. Egwene followed quickly. The bluish light washed out Elaine's face, but Egwene thought it still looked paler than it should. "We could scream our lungs out down here and no one would hear a whimper." She felt a lightning bolt form, or the potential for one, and nearly stumbled. She had never before channeled 2 flows at once. It did not seem difficult at all. The main hall of the second basement was much like the first level, wide and dusty but with a lower ceiling. Nynaeve hurried to the 3rd door on the right and stopped. The door was not large, but its rough wooden plank somehow gave an impression of thickness. A round iron lock hung from a length of stout chain that was drawn tight through 2 thick staples, one in the door, the other cemented into the wall. Lock and chain alike had the look of newness. There was almost no dust on them. A lock! Nynaeve jerked at it. The chain had no give, and neither did the lock. Did either of you see a lock anywhere else? She pulled it again, then flung it against the door hard enough to bounce. The bang echoed down the hall. I did not see one other locked door. She pounded a fist on the rough wood. Not one. Calm yourself, Elaine said. There is no need to throw a tantrum. I could open the lock myself if I could see how the inside of it works. We will open it some way. I do not want to calm myself, Nynaeve snapped. I want to be furious. I want... Letting the rest of the tirade fade from her awareness, Egwene touched the chain. She had learned more things than how to make lightning bolts since leaving Tarvalon. One was an affinity for metal. That came from earth, one of the 5 powers few women had much strength in. The other was fire. But she had it, and she could feel the chain, feel inside the chain, feel the tiniest bits of the cold metal, the patterns they made. The power within her quivered in time to the vibrations of those patterns. Move out of my way, Egwene! She looked around and saw Nynaeve wrapped in the glow of Saidar and holding a pry bar so close in colour to the blue-white of the light that it was nearly invisible. Nynaeve frowned at the chain, muttered something about leverage, and the pry bar was suddenly twice as long. Move, Egwene! Egwene moved. Thrusting the end of the pry bar through the chain, Nynaeve braced it, then heaved with all her strength. The chain snapped like thread. Nynaeve gasped and stumbled halfway across the hall in surprise, and the pry bar clattered to the floor. Straightening, Nynaeve stared from the bar to the chain in amazement. The pry bar vanished. I think I did something to the chain, Egwene said, and I wish I knew what. You could have said something, Nynaeve muttered. She pulled the rest of the chain from the staples and threw open the door. Well? Are you going to stand there all day? The dusty room inside was perhaps 10 paces square, but it held only a heap of large bags made of heavy brown cloth, each stuffed full, tagged, and sealed with the flame of Tarvalon. Egwene did not have to count them to know there were 13. She moved her ball of light to the wall and fastened it there. She was not certain how she did it, but when she took her hand away, the light remained. I keep learning how to do things without knowing what they are, she thought nervously. Elaine frowned at her as if considering, then hung her light on the wall too. Watching, Egwene thought she saw what it was she had done. She learned it from me, but I just learned it from her. She shivered. Nynaeve went straight to tumbling the bags apart and reading the tags. Rihanna, Joya Bayir. These are what we are after. She examined the seal on one bag, then broke the wax and unwound the binding cords. At least we know no one's been here before us. Egwene chose a bag and broke the seal without reading the name on the tag. She did not really want to know whose possessions she was searching. When she upended them onto the dusty floor, they proved to be mainly old clothes and shoes, with a few ripped and crumpled papers of the sort that might hide under the wardrobe of a woman who was not too assiduous in seeing her rooms cleaned. I don't see anything useful here. A cloak that would not do for rags, a torn half of a map of some city. Tyr, it says in the corner. 3 stockings that need darning. She stuck her finger through the hole in a velvet slipper that had no mate and waggled it at the others. This one left no clues behind. Amico did not leave anything either, Elaine said glumly, tossing clothes aside with both hands. It might as well be rags. Wait, here's a book. Whoever bundled these up must have been in a hurry to toss in a book. Customs and Ceremonies of the Tyran Court. The cover is torn off. But the librarians will want it anyway. The librarians certainly would. No one threw away books, no matter how badly damaged. Tear, Nynaeve said in a flat voice. Kneeling amid the clutter from the bag she was searching, she retrieved a scrap of paper she had already thrown away. A list of trading ships on the Erenin, with the dates they sailed from Tarvalon, and the dates they were expected to arrive in Tyr. It could be coincidence, Egwene said slowly. Perhaps, Nynaeve said. She folded the paper and tucked it up her sleeve, then broke the seal on another bag. When they finally finished, every bag searched twice and discarded rubbish heaped around the edges of the room, Egwene sat down on one of the empty bags, so engrossed that she barely noticed her own wince. Drawing up her knees, she studied the little collection they had made, all laid in a row. It is too much, Elaine said. There is too much of it. Too much, Nynaeve agreed. There was a second book, a tattered leather-bound volume entitled Observations on a Visit to Tyr, with half its pages falling out. Caught in the lining of a badly torn cloak in Chesmal Emery's bag, where it might have slipped through a rip in one of the pockets of the cloak, had been another list of trading vessels. It said no more than the names, but they were all on the other list too, and according to that, those vessels all had sailed in the early morning after the night Leandrin and the others left the tower. There was a hastily sketched plan of some large building, with one room faintly noted as Heart of the Stone, and a page with the names of 5 inns, the word Tyr heading the page, badly smudged, but barely readable. There's something from everyone, Egwene muttered. Every one of them left something pointing to a journey to Tyr. How could anyone miss seeing it if they looked? Why did the Amelin say nothing of this? The Amelin, Nynaeve said bitterly, keeps her own counsel, and what matter if we burn for it? She drew a deep breath and sneezed from the dust they had stirred up. What worries me is that I am looking at bait. Bait, Egwene said, but she saw it as soon as she spoke. Nynaeve nodded. Bait. A trap. Or maybe a diversion. But trap or diversion, it's so obvious, no one could be taken in by it. Unless they do not care whether whoever found this saw the trap or not. Uncertainty tinged Elaine's voice. Or perhaps they meant it to be so obvious that whoever found it would dismiss Tyr immediately. Egwene wished she could not believe that the Black Aja could be as sure of themselves as that. She realized she was gripping her pouch in her fingers, running her thumb along the twisted curve of the stone ring inside. Perhaps they meant to taunt whoever found it, she said softly. Perhaps they thought whoever found this would rush headlong after them in anger and pride. Did they know we would find it? Do they see us that way? Burn me, Nynaeve growled. It was a shock. Nynaeve never used such language. For a time they simply stared in silence at the array. What do we do now? Elaine asked finally. Egwene squeezed the ring hard. Dreaming was closely linked to foretelling. The future and events in other places could appear in a dreamer's dreams. Maybe we will know after tonight. Nynaeve looked at her, silent and expressionless, then chose out a dark skirt that seemed not to have too many holes and rips, and began bundling in it the things they had found. For now, she said, we will take this back to my room and hide it. I think we just have time, if we don't want to be late to the kitchens. Late, Egwene thought. The longer she held the ring through her pouch, the greater the urgency she felt. We're already a step behind, but maybe we won't be too late. Chapter 27. Talaran Riod. The room Egwene had been given, on the same gallery with Nynaeve and Elaine, was little different from Nynaeve's. Her bed was a trifle wider, her table a little smaller. Her bit of rug had flowers instead of scrolls. That was all. After the novices' quarters, it seemed like a room in a palace, but when the three of them gathered there late that night, Egwene wished she were back on the novice galleries, with no ring on her finger and no bands on her dress. The others looked as nervous as she felt. They had worked in the kitchens for 2 more meals, and in between tried to puzzle out the meaning of what they had found in the storeroom. Was it a trap? Or an attempt to divert the search? Did the Amelin know of the things? And if she did, why had she not mentioned them? Talking provided no answers, and the Amelin never appeared so they could ask her. Verin had come into the kitchens after the midday meal, blinking as if she were not sure why she was there. When she saw Egwene and the other 2 on their knees among the cauldrons and kettles, she looked surprised for a moment, then walked over and asked, loud enough for anyone to hear, "Have you found anything?" Elaine, with her head and shoulders inside a huge soup kettle, banged her head on the rim, backing out. Her blue eyes seemed to take up her entire face. "Nothing but grease and sweat, Aes Sedai," Nynaeve said. The tug she gave her braid left a smear of greasy soap suds on her dark hair, and she grimaced. Verin nodded, as if that were the answer she had been seeking. "Well, keep looking." She peered around the kitchen again, frowning as though puzzled to find herself there, and left. Alana came to the kitchens after midday, too, collecting a bowl of big green gooseberries and a pitcher of wine, and Elida, then Shiriam, appeared after supper, and Anaya, too. Alana had asked Egwene if she wanted to know more of the Green Aja, inquired when they were going to get on with their studies. Just because the accepted chose their own lessons and pace did not mean they were not supposed to do any at all. The first few weeks would be bad, of course, but they had to choose, or the choosing would be done for them. Elida merely stood for a time, stern-faced and staring at them, hands on her hips, and Shiriam did the same in almost the identical pose. Anaya stood the same way, but her look was more concerned, until she saw them glancing at her. Then her face became a match for Elida's and Shiriam's before her. None of those visits meant anything that Egwene could see. The mistress of novices certainly had reason to check on them, as well as on the novices working in the kitchens, and Elida had reason to keep an eye on the daughter heir of Andor. Egwene tried not to think of the Aes Sedai's interest in Rand. As for Alana, she was not the only Aes Sedai who came for a tray to take back to her rooms rather than eat with the others. Half the sisters in the tower were too busy for meals, too busy to take the time to summon a servant to fetch a tray. And Anaya? Anaya could well be concerned for her dreamer. Not that she would do anything to ease a punishment set by the Amelin seat herself. That could have been Anaya's reason for coming. It could have been. Hanging her dress in the wardrobe, Egwene told herself once again that even Verin's slip could have been perfectly ordinary. The brown sister was often absent-minded. If it was a slip. Sitting on the edge of her bed, she pulled up her shift and began rolling down her stockings. She was almost beginning to dislike white as much as she did grey. Nynaeve stood in front of the fireplace with Egwene's pouch in one hand, tugging her braid. Elaine sat by the table making nervous conversation. "Green Aja," the golden-haired woman said, for what Egwene thought must be the 20th time since midday. "I might choose Green Aja myself, Egwene. Then I can have 3 or 4 warders. Perhaps marry one of them. Who better for Prince Consort of Andor than a warder, unless it is—" She trailed off, blushing. Egwene felt a pang of jealousy she thought she had put down long ago, and sympathy mixed with it. Light, how can I be jealous when I cannot look at Galad without shivering and feeling as if I am melting, both at the same time? Rand was mine, but no more. I wish I could give him to you, Elaine, but he is not for either of us, I think. It may be all well and good for the daughter heir to marry a commoner, as long as he's an Andor man, but not to marry the dragon reborn. She let the stockings fall on the floor, telling herself there were more important things to worry about tonight than neatness. "I am ready, Nynaeve." Nynaeve handed her the pouch, and a long, thin strip of leather. Perhaps it will work for more than one at once. I could go with you, perhaps. Emptying the stone ring onto her palm, Egwene threaded the leather strip through it, then tied it around her neck. The stripes and flecks of blue and brown and red seemed more vivid against the white of her shift. And leave Elaine to watch over the both of us alone, when the Black Aja may know us? I can do it, Elaine said stoutly. Or let me go with you, and Nynaeve can keep guard. She is the strongest of us when she's angry, and if there is need for a guard, you can be sure she will be. Egwene shook her head. What if it won't work for two? What if two of us trying makes it not work at all? We would not even know till we woke up, and then we've wasted the night. We cannot waste even one if we are to catch up. We're too far behind them already. They were valid reasons, and she believed them. But there was another, closer to her heart. Besides, I'll feel better knowing both of you are watching over me in case... She did not want to say it. In case someone came while she was asleep. The grey men, the Black Aja, any one of the things that had turned the White Tower from a place of safety to a dark woods full of pits and snares. Something coming in while she lay there helpless. Their faces showed they understood. As she stretched herself out on the bed and plumped a feather pillow behind her head, Elaine moved the chairs, one to either side of the bed. Nynaeve snuffed the candles one by one, then, in the dark, sat in one of the chairs. Elaine took the other. Egwene closed her eyes and tried to think sleepy thoughts, but she was too conscious of the thing lying between her breasts, far more conscious than of any soreness remaining from her visit to Shiriam's study. The ring seemed to weigh as much as a brick now, and thoughts of home and quiet pools of water all slid apart with remembrance of it. Of Teleran Riod, the unseen world, the world of dreams, waiting just the other side of sleep. Nynaeve began to hum softly. Egwene recognized a nameless, wordless tune her mother used to hum to her when she was little. When she was lying in bed, in her own room, with a fluffy pillow and warm blankets, and the mingled smells of rose oil and baking from her mother, and... Rand, are you all right? Perrin? Who was she? Sleep came. She stood among rolling hills quilted with wildflowers and dotted with small thickets of leafy trees in the hollows and on the crests. Butterflies floated above the blossoms, wings flashing yellow and blue and green, and two larks sang to each other nearby. Just enough fluffy white clouds drifted in a soft blue sky, and the breeze held that delicate balance between cool and warm that came only a few special days in spring. It was a day too perfect to be anything but a dream. She looked at her dress and laughed delightedly, exactly her favourite shade of sky-blue silk slashed with white in the skirt that changed to green as she frowned momentarily, sewn with rows of tiny pearls down the sleeves and across the bosom. She stuck out a foot just to peek at the toe of a velvet slipper. The only jarring note was the twisted ring of multicoloured stone hanging around her neck on a leather cord. She took the ring in her hand and gasped. It felt as light as a feather. If she tossed it up, she was sure it would drift away like thistledown. Somehow, she did not feel afraid of it any longer. She tucked it inside the neck of her dress to get it out of the way. "So this is Verin's Teleran Riod," she said. "Corianin Nedial's world of dreams. It does not look dangerous to me." But Verin had said it was. Black Aja or not, Egwene did not see how any Aes Sedai could tell a lie right out. She could be mistaken. But she did not believe Verin was. Just to see if she could, she opened herself to the one power. Saidar filled her. Even here it was present. She channeled the flow lightly, delicately, directed it into the breeze, swirling butterflies into fluttering spirals of colour, into circles linked with circles. Abruptly, she let it go. The butterflies settled back, unconcerned by their brief adventure. Murdral and some other shadow spawn could sense someone channeling. Looking around, she could not imagine such things in that place, but just because she could not imagine them did not mean they were not there. And the Black Aja had all those Ter Angreal studied by Corian and Nedial. It was a sickening reminder of why she was there. "At least I know I can channel," she muttered. "I'm not learning anything standing here. Perhaps if I look around." She took a step, and was standing in the dank, dark hallway of an inn. She was an innkeeper's daughter. She was sure it was an inn. There was not a sound, and all the doors along the hall were shut tight. Just as she wondered who was behind the plain wooden door in front of her, it swung silently open. The room within was bare, and cold wind moaned through open windows, stirring old ash on the hearth. A big dog lay curled up on the floor, shaggy tail across its nose, between the door and a thick pillar of rough-cut black stone that stood in the middle of the floor. A large, shaggy-haired young man sat leaning back against the pillar, in only his small clothes, head lolling as if asleep. A massive black chain ran around the pillar and across his chest, the ends gripped in his clenched hands. Asleep or not, his heavy muscles strained to hold that chain tight, to prison himself against the pillar. "Perrin?" she said wonderingly. She stepped into the room. "Perrin? What's the matter with you? Perrin!" The dog uncurled itself and stood. It was not a dog, but a wolf, all black and grey, lips curling back from glistening white teeth, yellow eyes regarding her as they might have a mouse. A mouse it meant to eat. Egwene stepped back hastily into the hall in spite of herself. "Perrin! Wake up! There's a wolf!" Verin had said what happened here was real, and showed the scar to prove it. The wolf's teeth looked as big as knives. "Perrin, wake up! Tell it I'm a friend!" She embraced Saidar. The wolf stalked nearer. Perrin's head came up. His eyes opened drowsily. 2 sets of yellow eyes regarded her. The wolf gathered himself. "Hopper!" Perrin shouted. "No! Egwene!" The door swung shut before her face, and total darkness enveloped her. She could not see, but she felt sweat beading on her forehead. Not from heat. "Light, where am I? I don't like this place. I want to wake up." A whirring sound, and she jumped before she recognized a cricket. A frog gave a bass croak in the darkness, and a chorus answered it. As her eyes adapted, she dimly made out trees all around her. Clouds blanketed the stars, and the moon was a thin sliver. Off to her right through the woods was another glow, flickering. A campfire. She considered a moment before moving. Wanting to wake up had not been enough to take her away from Teleran Riod, and she still had not found out anything useful. And she had not been hurt in any way. So far, she thought, shivering. But she had no idea who, or what, was at that campfire. It could be Murdral. Besides, I'm not dressed for running around in the forest. It was the last thought that decided her. She prided herself on knowing when she was being foolish. Taking a deep breath, she gathered up her silken skirts and crept closer. She might not have Nynaeve's skill at woodcraft, but she knew enough to avoid stepping on dead twigs. At last she peered carefully around the trunk of an old oak at the campfire. The only one there was a tall young man, sitting and staring into the flames. Rand. Those flames did not burn wood. They did not burn anything that she could see. The fire danced above a bare patch of ground. She did not think they even scorched the soil. Before she could move, Rand raised his head. She was surprised to see he was smoking a pipe, a thin ribbon of tobacco smoke lifting from the bowl. He looked tired. So very tired.
"Who's out there?" he demanded loudly. "You've rustled enough leaves to wake the dead, so you might as well show yourself."
Egwene's lips compressed, but she stepped out. "I did not." It's me, Rand. Do not be afraid. It is a dream. I must be in your dreams. He was on his feet so suddenly that she stopped dead. He seemed in some way larger than she remembered, and a touch dangerous. Perhaps more than a touch. His blue-grey eyes seemed to burn like frozen fire. "Do you think I don't know it is a dream?" he sneered. "I know that makes it no less real." He stared angrily out into the darkness as if looking for someone. "How long will you try?" he shouted at the night. "How many faces will you send? My mother? My father? Now her. Pretty girls won't tempt me with a kiss, not even one I know. I deny you! Father of lies! I deny you!"
"Rand," she said uncertainly, "it's Egwene. I am Egwene."
There was a sword in his hands, suddenly, out of nowhere. Its blade was worked out of a single flame, slightly curved and graven with a heron.
"My mother gave me honey cake," he said in a tight voice, "with the smell of poison rank on it. My father had a knife for my ribs. She offered kisses, and more."
Sweat slicked his face. His stare seemed enough to set her afire.
"What do you bring?"
"You are going to listen to me, Rand al'Thor, if I have to sit on you." She gathered Saidar, channeled the flows to make the air hold him in a net. The sword spun in his hands, roaring like an open furnace. She grunted and staggered. It felt as if a rope stretched too tight had broken and snapped back into her. Rand laughed.
"I learn, you see. When it works."
He grimaced and started toward her.
"I could stand any face but that one. Not her face, burn you!"
The sword flashed out. Egwene fled. She was not sure what it was she did, or how, but she found herself back among the rolling hills, under a sunny sky, with larks singing and butterflies playing. She drew a deep, shuddering breath. "I've learned... what? That the Dark One is still after Rand? I knew that already. That maybe the Dark One wants to kill him. That's different. Unless maybe he's gone mad already and does not know what he is saying. Light, why couldn't I help him? Oh, Light, Rand." She took another long breath to calm herself. "The only way to help him is to gentle him," she muttered. "As well go ahead and kill him." Her stomach twisted and knotted. "I'll never do that. Never." A redbird had perched on a cloudberry bush nearby, crest lifting as it tilted its head to watch her cautiously. She addressed the bird. "Well, I'm not helping anything standing here talking to myself, am I? Or talking to you, either." The redbird took wing as she stepped toward the bush. It was still a flash of crimson as she took the next step, vanished into a thicket as she took a third. She stopped and fished the stone ring on its cord out of the front of her dress. Why was it not changing? Everything had changed so fast up till now that she could hardly catch her breath. Why not now? Unless there was some answer right here. She looked around uncertainly. The wildflowers taunted her, and the lark song mocked her. This place seemed too much of her own making. Determined, she tightened her hand around the Ter Angreal. "Take me where I need to be." She shut her eyes and concentrated on the ring. It was stone, after all. Earth should give her some feeling for it. "Do it! Take me where I need to be!" Once again she embraced Saidar, fed a trickle of the one power into the ring. She knew it did not need any flow of power directed at it to work, and she did not try to do anything to it, only to give it more of the power to use. "Take me to where I can find an answer. I need to know what the Black Aja wants. Take me to the answer."
"Well, you've found your way at last, child. All sorts of answers here."
Egwene's eyes snapped open. She stood in a great hall, its vast domed ceiling supported by a forest of massive red stone columns, and hanging in mid-air was a sword of crystal, gleaming and sparkling as it slowly revolved. She was not certain, but she thought it might be the sword Rand had been reaching for in that dream. That other dream. This all felt so real, she had to keep reminding herself it was a dream too. An old woman stepped out of the shadows of the column, bent and hobbling with a stick. Ugly did not begin to describe her. She had a bony, pointed chin, an even bonier, sharper nose, and it seemed there were more warts growing hairs on her face than there was face. "Who are you?" Egwene said. The only people she had seen so far in Tel'aran'rhiod were those she already knew, but she did not think she could have forgotten this poor old woman.
"Just poor old Sylvie, my lady,"
the old woman cackled. At the same time, she managed a stoop that might have been meant for a curtsy, or possibly a cringe.
"You know poor old Sylvie, my lady. Served your family faithfully all these years. Does this old face still frighten you? Don't let it, my lady. It serves me when I need it as good as a prettier."
"Of course it does," Egwene said. "It's a strong face, a good face." She hoped the woman believed it. Whoever this Sylvie was, she seemed to think she knew Egwene. Perhaps she knew answers too. "Sylvie, you said something about finding answers here."
"Oh, you've come to the right place for answers, my lady. The heart of the stone is full of answers and secrets. The High Lords would not be pleased to see us here, my lady. Oh, no. None but the High Lords enter here, and servants, of course."
She gave a sly, screeching laugh.
"The High Lords don't sweep and mop, but who sees a servant?"
What kind of secrets? But Sylvie was hobbling toward the crystal sword.
"Plots," she said as if to herself, "all of them pretending to serve the great lord, and all the while plotting and planning to regain what they lost. Each one thinking he or she is the only one plotting. Ishamael is a fool."
"What?" Egwene said sharply. "What did you say about Ishamael?" The old woman turned to present a crooked, ingratiating smile.
"Just a thing poor folks say, my lady. It turns the Forsaken's power, calling them fools. Makes you feel good and safe. Even the shadow can't take being called a fool. Try it, my lady. Say, Baalzamon is a fool."
Egwene's lips twitched on the edge of a smile.
"Baalzamon is a fool."
"You are right, Sylvie." It actually did feel good, laughing at the Dark One. The old woman chuckled. The sword revolved just beyond her shoulder. "Sylvie, what is that?"
"Calendor, my lady. You know that, don't you? The sword that cannot be touched."
Abruptly, she swung her stick behind her. A foot from the sword, the stick stopped with a dull thwack and bounded back. Sylvie grinned wider.
"The sword that is not a sword, though there's precious few knows what it is. But none can touch it save one. They saw to that who put it here. The dragon reborn will hold Calendor one day and prove to the world he's the dragon by doing it. The first proof, anyway. Luz Therin came back for all the world to see and grovel before. Ah, the High Lords don't like having it here. They like nothing to do with the power. They'd rid themselves of it if they could. If they could. I suppose there's others would take it if they could. What wouldn't one of the Forsaken give to hold Calendor?"
Egwene stared at the sparkling sword. If the prophecies of the dragon were true, if Rand was the dragon as Moraine claimed, he would wield it one day. Though from the rest of what she knew of the prophecies concerning Calendor, she could not see how it could ever come to be. But if there's a way to take it, maybe the Black Ajar knows how. If they know it, I can figure it out. Cautiously, she reached out with the power, probing at whatever held and shielded the sword. Her probe touched something and stopped. She could sense which of the 5 powers had been used here: air and fire and spirit. She could trace the intricate weave made by Saidar, set with a strength that amazed her. There were gaps in that weave, spaces where her probe should slide through, When she tried, it was like fighting the strongest part of the weave head-on. It hit her then, what she was trying to force a way through, and she let her probe vanish. Half that wall had been woven using Saidar. The other half, the part she could not sense or touch, had been made with Saidin. That was not it exactly. The wall was all of one piece, but it was close enough. A stone wall stops a blind woman as surely as one who can see it. Footsteps echoed in the distance. Boots. Egwene could not tell how many there were, or from which direction they were coming, but Sylvie gave a start and immediately stared off among the columns.
"He's coming to stare at it again," she muttered. "Awake or asleep, he wants."
She seemed to remember Egwene, and put on a worried smile.
"You must leave now, my lady. He mustn't find you here, or even know you've been."
Egwene was already backing in among the columns, and Sylvie followed, flapping her hands and waving her stick.
"I am going, Sylvie. I just have to remember the way."
She fingered the stone ring.
"Take me back to the hills."
Nothing happened. She channeled a hair-like flow to the ring.
"Take me back to the hills."
The red stone columns still surrounded her. The boots were closer, close enough not to be swallowed in their own echoes anymore.
"You don't know the way out,"
Sylvie said flatly, then went on in a near whisper, ingratiating and mocking at once, an old retainer who felt she could take liberties.
"Oh, my lady, this is a dangerous place to come into if you don't know the way out. Come, let poor old Sylvie take you out. Poor old Sylvie will tuck you safe in your bed, my lady."
She wrapped both arms around Egwene, urging her further from the sword. Not that Egwene needed much urging. The boots had stopped. He, whoever he was probably gazing at Callandor.
"Just show me the way," Egwene whispered back, "or tell me. There's no need to push."
The old woman's fingers had somehow gotten tangled around the stone ring.
"Don't touch that, Sylvie." "Safe in your bed."
Pain annihilated the world. With a throat-wrenching shriek, Egwene sat up in the dark, sweat rolling down her face. For a moment she had no idea where she was, and did not care.
"Oh, light!" she moaned. "That hurt! Oh, light, that hurt!"
She ran her hands over herself, sure her skin must be scored or wheeled to make such a burning, but she could not find a mark.
"We are here,"
Nynaeve's voice said from the darkness. "We're here, Egwene." Egwene threw herself toward the voice and wrapped her arms around Nynaeve's neck in sheer relief.
"Oh, Light, I'm back! Light, I'm back!"
"Elaine," Nynaeve said. In a few moments one of the candles was giving a small light. Elaine paused with the candle in one hand and the spill she had lit with flint and steel in the other. Then she smiled, and every candle in the room burst into flame. She stopped at the washstand and came back to the bed with a cool, damp cloth to wash Egwene's face.
"Was it bad?"
she asked worriedly.
"You never stirred. You never mumbled. We did not know whether to wake you or not."
Hurriedly, Egwene fumbled the leather cord from around her neck and hurled it and the stone ring across the room.
"Next time," she panted, "we decide on a time, and you wake me after it. Wake me if you have to stick my head in a basin of water."
She had not realized that she had decided there would be a next time.
"Would you put your head in a bear's mouth just to show you weren't afraid? Would you do it twice just because you'd done it once and didn't die?"
Yet it was more than a matter of proving to herself that she was not afraid. She was afraid and knew it. But so long as the Black Aja had those Ter Angreal Corianin had studied, she would have to keep going back. She was sure the answer to why they wanted them lay in Teleran Riod. If she could find answers about the Black Aja there, perhaps other answers too if half what she had been told about dreaming were true, she had to go back.
"But not tonight,"
she said softly.
"Not yet." "What happened?"
Nynaeve asked.
"What did you dream?"
Egwene lay back on the bed and told them of it all, The only thing she left out was about Perrin talking to the wolf. She left the wolf out altogether. She felt a little guilty about keeping secrets from Elaine and Nynaeve, but it was Perrin's secret to tell, when and if he chose, not hers. The rest she gave them word for word, describing everything. When she was done, she felt emptied.
"Aside from being tired," Elaine said, "did he look hurt? Egwene, I cannot believe he would ever hurt you. I cannot believe he would."
Rand, Nynaeve said dryly, will have to look after himself a while longer.
Elaine blushed. She looked pretty doing it. Egwene realized that Elaine looked pretty doing anything, even crying or scrubbing pots. Callandor, Nynaeve continued. The heart of the stone. That was marked on the plan. I think we know where the Black Aja is. Elaine had regained her poise.
"It does not change the trap," she said. "If it is not a diversion, it is a trap."
Nynaeve smiled grimly. The best way to catch whoever set a trap is to spring it and wait for him to come. Or her, in this instance.
"You mean go to Tyr?"
Egwene said, and Nynaeve nodded. The Amelin has cut us loose, it seems. We make our own decisions, remember? At least we know the Black Aja is in Tyr, and we know who to look for there. Here, all we can do is sit and stew in our own suspicions of everybody, wonder if there is another grey man out there. I would rather be the hound than the rabbit.
"I have to write to my mother," Elaine said.
When she saw the looks they gave her, her voice became defensive.
"I have already vanished once without her knowing where I was. If I do it again... You do not know Mother's temper. She could send Gareth Bryn and the whole army against Tarvalon. Or hunting after us."
"You could stay here," Egwene said.
"No. I will not let you two go alone. And I won't stay here wondering if the sister teaching me is a dark friend, or if the next grey man will come after me."
She gave a small laugh.
"I will not work in the kitchens while you two are off adventuring either. I just have to tell my mother that I am out of the tower on the Amelin's orders so she won't become furious if she hears rumours. I do not have to tell her where we are going, or why."
"You surely had better not," Nynaeve said. "She very likely would come after you if she knew about the Black Aja. For that matter, you can't know how many hands your letter will pass through before it reaches her, or what eyes might read it. Best not to say anything you don't mind anyone knowing."
"That's another thing," Elaine sighed. "The Amelin does not know I am one of you. I have to find some way to send it with no chance of her seeing it."
"I will have to think on that." Nynaeve's brows furrowed. "Perhaps once we're on our way? You could leave it at Aringil on the way down river, if we have time to find someone there going to Camelin. A sight of one of those papers the Amelin gave us might convince somebody. We will have to hope they work on ship captains, too. Unless one of you has more coin than I have." Elaine shook her head dolefully. Egwene did not even bother. What money they had possessed had all gone on the journey from Toman Head, except for a few coppers each.
"When—"
She had to stop and clear her throat.
"When do we leave? Tonight?"
Nynaeve looked as if she were considering it for a moment, but then she shook her head. "You need sleep after—" Her gesture took in the stone ring lying where it had bounced off the wall. "We will give the Amelin one more chance to seek us out. When we finish with breakfast, you both pack what you want to take, but keep it light. We have to leave the tower without anyone noticing, remember? If the Amelin does not reach us by midday, I mean to be on a trading ship, shoving that paper down the captain's throat if need be, before prime sounds. How does that sound to you two?"
"It sounds excellent,"
Elaine said firmly, and Egwene said, "Tonight or tomorrow. The sooner the better as far as I can see." She wished she sounded as confident as Elaine. "Then we had best get some sleep."
"Nynaeve,"
Egwene said in a small voice,
I don't want to be alone tonight."
It pained her to make that admission.
"I don't either,"
Elaine said.
"I keep thinking about the soulless. I do not know why, but they frighten me even more than the Black Aja."
"I suppose," Nynaeve said slowly, "I don't really want to be alone myself." She eyed the bed where Egwene lay. "That looks big enough for 3, if everybody keeps her elbows to herself. Later, when they were shifting about, trying to find a way to lie that did not feel so crowded, Nynaeve suddenly laughed.
"What is it?"
Egwene asked.
"You are not that ticklish." "I just thought of someone who'd be happy to carry Elaine's letter for her. Happy to leave Tarvalon, too. In fact, I'd bet on it."
Chapter 28. A Way Out. Clad only in his breeches, Matt was just finishing a snack, after breakfast, some ham, 3 apples, bread and butter, when the door of his room opened and Nynaeve, Egwene and Elaine filed in, all smiling at him brightly. He got up for a shirt, then stubbornly sat down again. They could at least have knocked. In any case, it was good to see their faces. At first, it was.
"Well, you do look better," Egwene said. "As if you had had a month of good food and rest,"
Elaine said. Nynaeve pressed a hand to his forehead. He flinched before he recalled that she had done much the same for at least 5 years back home. She was just the wisdom then, he thought. She wasn't wearing that ring. She had noticed his flinch. She gave him a tight smile. "You look ready to be up and about to me. Are you tired of being cooped up yet? You never could stand 2 days in a row indoors." He eyed the last apple core reluctantly, then dropped it back on the plate. Almost he started to lick the juice off his fingers, but they were all 3 looking at him, and still smiling. He realized he was trying to decide which of them was prettiest, and could not. Had they been anybody but who and what they were, he would have asked any and all of them to dance a jig or a reel. He had danced with Egwene often enough back home, and even once with Nynaeve, but that seemed a long time ago. 1 pretty woman means fun at the dance, 2 pretty women mean trouble in the house, 3 pretty women mean run for the hills. He gave Nynaeve an even tighter smile than her own. "My da used to say that. You were up to something, Nynaeve. You were all smiling like cats staring at a finch caught in a thorn bush, and I think I am the finch." The smiles flickered and vanished. He noticed their hands and wondered why they all looked as if they had been washing dishes. The daughter heir of Andor surely never washed a dish, and he had as hard a time imagining Nynaeve at it, even knowing she had done her own back in Emond's Field. They all 3 wore great serpent rings now. That was new, and not a particularly pleasant surprise. Light, it had to happen sometime. It's none of my business, and that is all there is to it. None of my business. It just isn't. Egwene shook her head, but it seemed as much for the other 2 women as for him. "I told you we should ask him straight out. He's stubborn as any mule when he wants to be, and tricksome as a cat. You are, Matt. You know it, so stop frowning." He put his grin back quickly. "Hush, Egwene," Nynaeve said. "Matt, just because we want to ask you a favour does not mean we don't care how you feel. We do care, and you know that, unless you're being even more wool-headed than usual. Are you well? You look remarkably well compared to how I last saw you. It really does look more like a month than 2 days. I'm ready to run 10 miles and dance a jig at the end of it." His stomach growled, reminding him how long it was to midday yet, but he ignored it and hoped they had not noticed. He almost did feel as if he had had a month of rest and food, and had had 1 meal in the last day. "What favour?" he asked suspiciously. Nynaeve did not ask favours in his recollection. Nynaeve told people what to do and expected to see it done.
"I want you to carry a letter for me,"
Elaine said before Nynaeve could speak.
"To my mother, in Camelin."
She smiled, making a dimple in her cheek.
"I would appreciate it so very much, Matt."
The morning light through the windows seemed to pick out highlights in her hair. "I wonder if she likes to dance." He pushed the thought right out of his head. "That does not sound too very hard, but it's a long trip. What do I get out of it?" From the look on her face, he did not think that dimple had failed her very often. She drew herself up, slim and proud. He could almost see a throne behind her.
"Are you a loyal subject of Andor? Do you not wish to serve the Lion Throne and your daughter heir?"
Matt snickered.
"I told you that would not work either."
Egwene said. Not with him.
Elaine had a wry twist to her mouth. I thought it worth a try. It always works on the guards in Camelin. You said if I smiled.
She cut off short, very obviously not looking at him.
What did you say, Egwene? He thought, furious. That I'm a fool for any girl who smiles at me?
He kept his outward calm, though, and managed to maintain his grin.
I wish asking were enough, Egwene said. But you do not do favours, do you, Matt? Have you ever done anything without being coaxed, wheedled, or bullied?
He only smiled at her.
I will dance with both of you, Egwene, but I won't run errands.
For an instant he thought she was going to stick out her tongue at him.
If we can go back to what we planned in the first place,
Nynaeve said in a too calm voice. The other two nodded, and she turned her attentions on him. For the first time since coming in, she looked like the wisdom of old, with a stare that could pin you in your tracks, and her braid ready to lash like a cat's tail.
You are even ruder than I remembered, Matrim Cawthon.
With you sick so long, and Egwene and Elaine and I taking care of you like a babe in swaddling, I had almost forgotten. Even so, I would think you'd have a little gratitude in you. You've talked about seeing the world, seeing great cities. Well, what better city than Camelin? Do what you want, show your gratitude, and help someone all at the same time. She produced a folded parchment from inside her cloak and set it on the table. It was sealed with a lily, in golden yellow wax. You cannot ask for more than that. He eyed the paper regretfully. He barely remembered passing through Camelin once with Rand. It was a shame to stop them now, but he thought it best. If you want the fun of the jig, you have to pay the harper sooner or later. And the way Nynaeve was now, the longer he kept from paying, the worse it would be. Nynaeve, I can't.
What do you mean, you cannot?
Are you a fly on the wall or a man? A chance to do a favour for the daughter heir of Andor, to see Camelin, to meet Queen Morghese herself in all probability, and you cannot? I really do not know what more you could possibly want. Don't you skitter away like grease on a griddle this time, Matrim Cawthon. Or has your heart changed so you like seeing these all around you? She waved her left hand in his face, practically hitting him in the nose with her ring.
Please, Matt,
Elaine said, and Egwene was staring at him as if he had grown horns like a Trolloc. He squirmed on his chair. It is not that I don't want to. I cannot. The Amelins made it so I can't get off the island. Change that, and I will carry your letter in my teeth, Elaine. Looks passed between them. He sometimes wondered if women could read each other's minds. They certainly seemed to read his when he least wanted it, but this time, whatever they had decided silently among themselves, they had not read his thoughts. Explain, Nynaeve said curtly. Why would the Amelin want to keep you here? He shrugged and looked her straight in the eye and gave her his best, rueful grin. It's because I was sick. Because it went on so long. She said she would not let me go until she was sure I wouldn't go off somewhere and die. Not that I'm going to, of course. Die, I mean. Nynaeve frowned and jerked her braid and suddenly took his head between her hands. A chill ran through him. Light the power. Before the thought was done, she had released him. What did you do to me, Nynaeve? Not the 10th part of what you deserve in all likelihood, she said. You were as healthy as a bull. Weaker than you look, but healthy. I told you I was, he said uneasily. He tried to get his grin back. Nynaeve. She looked like you. The Amelin, I mean. Managing to loom, even if she is a foot too short for it. And bullying. The way her eyebrows climbed, he decided that was not a road to go down any further. As long as he kept them away from the horn. He wondered if they knew. Well, anyway, I think they want to keep me here because of that dagger. I mean, until they figure out exactly how it did what it did. You know how Aes Sedai are. He gave a small laugh. They all just looked at him. Maybe I shouldn't have said that. Burn me, they want to be bloody Aes Sedai. Burn me, I'm going on too long. I wish Nynaeve would stop staring at me like that. Keep it short. The Amelin made it so I cannot cross a bridge or board a ship without an order from her. You see, it's not that I do not want to help. I just can't. But you will, if we can get you out of Tarvalon, Nynaeve said intently. You get me out of Tarvalon, and I'll carry Elaine to her mother on my back. Elaine's eyebrows went up this time, and Egwene shook her head, mouthing his name with a sharp look in her eyes. Women had no sense of humour sometimes. Nynaeve motioned the two of them to follow her to the windows, where they turned their backs to him and talked so softly he could catch only a murmur. He thought he heard Egwene say something about only needing one if they stayed together. Watching, he wondered if they really thought they could get around the Amelin's order. If they can do that, I will carry their bloody letter. I really will carry it in my teeth. Without thinking, he picked up an apple core and bit off the end. One chew, and he hastily spit the mouthful of bitter seeds back onto the plate. When they came back to the table, Egwene handed him a thick folded paper. He eyed them suspiciously before opening it out. As he read, he began humming to himself without knowing it. What the bearer does is done at my order and by my authority. Obey and keep silent at my command. Suan Sanche, Watcher of the Seals, Flame of Tarvalon, the Amelin's seat. And sealed at the bottom, with the Flame of Tarvalon in a circle of white wax as hard as stone. He realized he was humming a pocket full of gold, and stopped. Is this real? You didn't... How did you get this? She did not forge it, if that is what you mean, Elaine said. Never you mind how we got it. Nynaeve said, It is real. That is all that need concern you. I would not show it around, were I you, or the Amelin will take it back. But it will get you past the guards and onto a ship. You said you'd take the letter if we did that. You can consider it in Morghez's hands right now. He did not want to stop reading the paper, but he folded it back up anyway and laid it on top of Elaine's letter. You wouldn't happen to have a little coin to go with this, would you? Some silver? A gold mark or two? I have almost enough for my passage, but I hear things are growing expensive downriver. Nynaeve shook her head. Don't you have money? You gambled with Hurin almost every night until you grew too sick to hold the dice. Why should things be more expensive downriver? We gambled for coppers, Nynaeve, and he would not even do that after a while. It doesn't matter. I will manage. Don't you listen to what people say? There's civil war in Cairhien, and I hear it is bad in Tyr too. I've heard a room at an inn in Arengil costs more than a good horse back home. We have been busy, she said sharply, and exchanged worried looks with Egwene and Elaine that set him wondering again. It doesn't matter. I can make out. There had to be gaming in the inns near the docks. A night with the dice would put him aboard a ship in the morning with a full purse. Just you deliver that letter to Queen Morghez, Matt, Nynaeve said, and do not let anyone know you have it. I'll take it to her. I said I would, didn't I? You would think I didn't keep my promises. The looks he got from Nynaeve and Egwene reminded him of a few he had not kept. I will do it. Blood and... I will do it. They stayed a while longer, talking of home for the most part. Egwene and Elaine sat on the bed, and Nynaeve took the armchair, while he kept his stool. Talk of Emond's Field made him homesick, and it seemed to make Nynaeve and Egwene sad, as if they were speaking of something they would never see again. He was sure their eyes moistened, but when he tried to change the subject, they brought it back again, to people they knew, to the festivals of Beltane and Sunday, to harvest dances and picnic gatherings for the shearing. Elaine talked to him of Caemlyn, of what to expect at the royal palace and who to speak to, and a little of the city. Sometimes she held herself in a way that made him all but see a crown on her head. A man would have to be a fool to let himself get involved with a woman like her. When they rose to leave, he was sorry to see them go. He stood, suddenly feeling awkward. Look, you have done me a favour here. He touched the Amelin's paper on the table. A big favour. I know you're all going to be Aes Sedai. He stumbled a little on that. And you will be a queen one day, Elaine. But if you ever need help, if there is ever anything I can do, I will come. You can count on it. Did I say something funny? Elaine had a hand over her mouth, and Egwene was struggling openly with a laugh. No, Matt, Nynaeve said smoothly,
but her lips twitched. "Just something I have observed about men."
"You would have to be a woman to understand," Elaine said. "Journey well and safely, Matt," Egwene said. "And remember, if a woman does need a hero, she needs him today, not tomorrow." The laughter bubbled out of her. He stared at the door, closing behind them. Women, he decided for at least the 100th time, were odd. Then his eye fell on Elaine's letter and the folded paper lying atop it. The Amelins blessed, not to be understood, but welcome as a fire in winter paper. He danced a little caper in the middle of the flowered carpet. "Camelin to see and a queen to meet. Your own words will free me of you, Amelin, and get me away from Celine, too." "You'll never catch me," he laughed, and meant it for both of them. "You'll never catch Matt Cawthon." Chapter 29. A Trap to Spring. In a corner, the spit dog was lying at its ease. Glaring at it, Nynaeve mopped sweat from her forehead with her hand and leaned her back into doing the work he should have done. I'd not have put it past them to shove me in his wicker wheel instead of letting me turn this light-forsaken handle. Aes Sedai, burn them all. It was a measure of her upset that she used such language, and another that she did not even notice she had done it. She did not think the fire in the long grey stone fireplace would seem any hotter if she crawled into it. She was sure the brindle dog was grinning at her. Elaine was skimming grease out of the dripping pan under the roasts with a long-handled wooden spoon, while Egwene used its twin to baste the meat. The great kitchen went on about its midday routine around them. Even the novices had grown so used to seeing accepted there that they hardly even glanced at the three women. Not that the cooks allowed the novices to dawdle for gawking. Work built character, so the Aes Sedai said, and the cooks saw to it that the novices built strong character. And the three accepted, too. Laras, the mistress of the kitchens, she was really the chief cook, but so many had used the other for so long that it might as well have been her title, came over to examine the roasts. And the women sweating over them. She was more than merely stout, with layers of chins and a spotless white apron that could have made 3 novice dresses. She carried her own long-handled wooden spoon like a sceptre. It was not for stirring, that spoon. It was for directing those under her, and smacking those who were not building character quickly enough to suit her. She studied the roasts, sniffed disparagingly, and turned her frown on the 3 accepted. Nynaeve met Laras's look with a level look of her own and kept turning the spit. The massive woman's face never altered. Nynaeve had tried smiling, but that did nothing to change Laras's expression. Stopping work to speak to her, quite civilly, had been a disaster. It was bad enough being bullied and chivied by Aes Sedai. She had to put up with that, however much it rankled and burned, if she was to learn how to use her abilities. Not that she liked what she could do. It was one thing to know Aes Sedai were not dark friends for channeling the power, but quite another to know she herself could channel. Yet she had to learn if she was to get back at Moraine. Hating Moraine for what she had done to Egwene and the other Emmons Fielders, pulling their lives apart and manipulating them all for Aes Sedai purposes, was nearly all that kept her going. But to be treated as a lazy, none-too-bright child by this Laras, to be forced to curtsy and scurry for this woman she could have put in her place with a few well-chosen words back home, that made her grind her teeth almost as much as did the thought of Moraine. Maybe if I just do not look at her. No, I will be burned if I'll drop my eyes before this cow. Laras sniffed more loudly and walked away. She rolled from side to side as she crossed the freshly mopped grey tiles. Still bending with spoon and greasepot, Elaine glowered after her. "If that woman strikes me but once more, I shall have Gareth Bryn arrest her and—" "Be quiet," Egwene whispered. She did not stop basting the roasts, and she never looked at Elaine. "She has ears like a—" Laras turned back, as if she had indeed heard, her frown deepening and her mouth opened wide. Before a sound emerged, the Amelin seat entered the kitchen like a whirlwind. Even the striped stole on her shoulders seemed to bristle. For once, Liana was nowhere to be seen. At last, Nynaeve thought grimly, and not before time either. But the Amelin did not glance her way. The Amelin did not say a word to anyone. Running her hand across a tabletop scrubbed bone white, she looked at her fingers and grimaced as if at filth. Laris was at her side in an instant, all smiles, but the Amelin's flat stare made her swallow them in silence. The Amelin stalked about the kitchen. She stared at the women slicing oatcake. She glared at the women peeling vegetables. She sneered into the soup kettles, then at the women tending them. The women became engrossed in studying the surface of the soup. Her frown set the girls carrying plates and bowls out to the dining hall to a run. Her glower put the novices darting like mice sighting a cat. By the time she had made her way half around the kitchen, every woman there was working twice as fast as she had been. By the time she completed her circuit, Laris was the only one even daring to glance at her. The Amelin stopped in front of the roasting spit, fists on her hips, and looked at Laris. She only looked, expressionless, blue eyes cold and hard. The large woman gulped, and her chins wobbled as she smoothed her apron. The Amelin did not blink. Laris's eyes dropped, and she shifted heavily from foot to foot. "If the mother will pardon me," she said in a faint voice. Making something that might have been meant for a curtsy, she rushed away, so forgetting herself that she joined the women at one end of the soup kettles and began stirring with her own spoon. Nynaeve smiled, keeping her head down to hide it. Egwene and Elaine kept working too, but they also kept glancing at the Amelin, standing with her back to them, not 2 paces away. The Amelin was spreading her stare across the entire kitchen from where she stood. "If they are this easily cowed," she muttered softly, "perhaps they really have been getting away with too much for too long." Easily cowed indeed, Nynaeve thought. Pitiful excuses for women. All she did was look at them. The Amelin glanced over a stole-covered shoulder, caught her eye for an instant. Suddenly Nynaeve realized she was turning the spit faster. She told herself she had to pretend to be cowed like everyone else. The Amelin's gaze fell on Elaine, and abruptly she spoke, nearly loud enough to rattle the copper pots and pans hanging on the walls. "There are some words I will not tolerate in a young woman's mouth, Elaine of House Trakand. If you let them in, I will see them scrubbed out." Everyone in the kitchen jumped. Elaine looked confused, and indignation crept across Egwene's face. Nynaeve shook her head, small, frantic shakes. "No, girl, hold your tongue. Don't you see what she is doing?" But Egwene did open her mouth, with a respectful, if determined, "Mother, she did not—" "Silence!" The Amelin's roar produced another ripple of jumps. "Laris, can you find something to teach 2 girls to speak when they should and say what they should, mistress of the kitchens? Can you manage that?" Laras came waddling faster than Nynaeve had ever seen the woman move before, darting at Elaine and Egwene to seize an ear of each, all the while repeating, "Yes, mother, immediately, mother, as you command, mother." She hurried the 2 young women out of the kitchen as if eager to escape the Amelin's stare. The Amelin was now close enough to Nynaeve to touch her, but still looking over the kitchen. A young cook, turning with a mixing bowl in her hands, chanced to catch the Amelin's eye. She gave a great squeak as she scuttled away across the floor. "I did not mean for Egwene to be caught in that." The Amelin barely moved her lips. It looked as if she were muttering to herself, and from the expression on her face no one in the kitchen wanted to hear what she was saying. Nynaeve could just make out the words, but perhaps it will teach her to think before she speaks. Nynaeve turned the spit and kept her head down, trying to look as if she were also muttering under her breath if anyone looked. "I thought you were going to keep a close eye on us, Mother, so we could report what we find. If I come stare at you every day, daughter, some would grow suspicious." The Amelin kept up her study of the kitchen. Most of the women seemed to be avoiding even looking in her direction, for fear of incurring her wrath. "I planned to have you brought to my study after the midday meal, to scold you for not choosing your studies, so I implied to Liana. But there is news that could not wait. Shiriam found another grey man, a woman.
dead as last week's fish and not a mark on her. She was laid out as if resting, right in the middle of Shiriam's bed. Not very pleasant for Shiriam.
Nynaeve stiffened, and the spit halted for a moment before she put it back to revolving.
Shiriam had a chance to see the lists Verin gave to Egwene. So did Elida. I make no accusations, but they had the chance, and Egwene said Alana behaved oddly, too.
She told you of that, did she? Alana is Arafelin. They have strange ideas about honour and debts in Arafel. She shrugged dismissively, but said, I suppose I can keep an eye on her. Have you learned anything useful yet, child?
Some, Nynaeve muttered grimly. What about keeping an eye on Shiriam? Maybe she didn't just find that grey man. The Amelin could watch Elida too, for that matter. So Alana really did. I do not understand why you trust Else Grinwell, but your message was helpful. In short, quick sentences, Nynaeve told of the things they had found in the storeroom under the library, making it seem only she and Egwene had gone, and added the conclusions they had reached concerning them. She did not mention Egwene's dream, or whatever it had been. Egwene insisted it had been real, of Teleran Riod, nor did she speak of the Ter Angrial Verin had given Egwene. She could not make herself entirely trust the woman wearing the 7-striped stole, or any woman who could wear the shawl for that matter, and it seemed best to keep some things in reserve. When she was done, the Amelin was silent so long that Nynaeve began to think the woman had not heard. She was about to repeat herself a little louder when the Amelin finally spoke, still hardly moving her lips. I sent no message, daughter. The things Leandrin and the others left were searched thoroughly, and burned after nothing was found. No one would use Black Ajar leavings. As for Else Grinwell, I remember the girl. She could have learned, had she applied herself, but all she wanted was to smile at the men at the warder's practice yard. Else Grinwell was put on a trading vessel and sent back to her mother 10 days ago. Nynaeve tried to swallow the lump that had formed in her throat. The Amelin's words made her think of bullies taunting smaller children. The bullies were always so contemptuous of the littler children, always so sure the small ones were too stupid to realize what was happening that they made little effort to disguise their snares. That the Black Ajar was so contemptuous of her made her blood boil. That they could set this snare filled her stomach with ice. Light, if Else was sent away. Light, anybody I talked to could be Leandrin, or any of the others. Light. The spit had stopped. Hastily, she started turning it once more. No one seemed to have noticed, though. They were all still doing their best not to look at the Amelin. And what do you mean to do about this so obvious trap? The Amelin said softly, still staring over the kitchen, away from Nynaeve. Do you mean to fall into this one too? Nynaeve's face reddened. I know this trap for a trap, Mother, and the best way to catch whoever set a trap is to spring it and wait for him or her to come. It sounded weaker than it had when she had said it to Egwene and Elaine, after what the Amelin had just told her. But she still meant it. Perhaps so, child. Perhaps it is the way to find them. If they do not come and find you held tightly in their net. She gave a vexed sigh. I will put gold in your room for the journey, and I will let it be whispered about that I have sent you out to a farm to hoe cabbages. Will Elaine be going with you? Nynaeve forgot herself enough to stare at the Amelin, then hurriedly put her eyes back on her hands. Her knuckles were white on the spit handle. You scheming old... Why all the pretense, if you knew? Your sly plots have had us squirming nearly as much as the Black Ajar has. Why? The Amelin's face had tightened, enough to make her force a more respectful tone. If I may ask, Mother. The Amelin snorted. Putting Morgaze back on the proper path, whether she wants to go or not, will be hard enough without her thinking I've sent her daughter to sea in a leaky skiff. This way, I can say straight out that it was none of my doing. It may be a bit hard on Elaine when she finally has to face her mother, but I have 3 hounds now, not 2. I told you I'd have 100 if I could. She adjusted her stole on her shoulders.
This has gone on long enough. If I stay this close to you, it may be noticed. Have you anything more to tell me? Or to ask? Make it quick, daughter.
What is Calendar, Mother? Nynaeve asked. This time it was the Amelin who forgot herself, half turning toward Nynaeve before jerking herself back.
They cannot be allowed to have that.
Her whisper was barely audible, as if meant for her own ears alone.
They cannot possibly take it, but...
She took a deep breath, and her soft words firmed enough to be clear to Nynaeve, if to no one 2 paces further away.
No more than a dozen women in the tower know what Calendar is, and perhaps as many outside. The High Lords of Tyr know, but they never speak of it except when a lord of the land is told on being raised. The sword that cannot be touched is a Sa'angreal girl. Only 2 more powerful were ever made, and thank the light, neither of those was ever used. With Calendar in your hands, child, you could level a city at one blow. If you die, keeping that out of the Black Arjar's hands, you and Egwene and Elaine, all 3, you'll have done a service to the whole world, and cheap at the price. How could they take it? Nynaeve asked. I thought only the Dragon Reborn could touch Calendar. The Amelin gave her a sideways look sharp enough to carve the roasts on the spit. They could be after something else, she said after a moment. They stole Ter Angreal here. The Stone of Tyr holds nearly as many Ter Angreal as the tower. I thought the High Lords hated anything to do with the One Power, Nynaeve whispered incredulously. Oh, they do hate it, child. Hate it and fear it. When they find a Tyran girl who can channel, they bundle her onto a ship for Tarvalon before the day is done, with hardly time to speak goodbyes to her family. The Amelin's murmur was bitter with memory, yet they hold one of the most powerful focuses of the power the world has ever seen inside their precious stone. It is my belief that is why they have collected so many Ter Angreal, and indeed anything to do with the power, over the years, as if by doing so they can diminish the existence of the thing they cannot rid themselves of, the thing that reminds them of their own doom every time they enter the heart of the stone. Their fortress, that has broken 100 armies, will fall as one of the signs the dragon is reborn. Not even the only sign, just one. How that must rankle their proud hearts. Their downfall will not even be the one great sign of the world's change. They cannot even ignore it by staying out of the heart. That is where the lords of the land are raised to high lords, and where they must perform what they call the rite of the guarding 4 times a year, claiming that they guard the whole world against the dragon by holding Calendar. It must bite at their souls like a belly full of live silverpike, and no more than they deserve. She gave herself a shake, as if realizing she had said far more than she had intended. Is that all, child? Yes, Mother, Nynaeve said. Light, it always comes back to Rand, doesn't it? Always back to the Dragon Reborn. It was still an effort to think of him that way. That's all. The Amelin shifted her stole again, frowning at the frenzied scurry in the kitchen. I'll have to set this aright. I needed to speak to you without delay. But Laras is a good woman, and she manages the kitchen and the larders well. Nynaeve sniffed and addressed her hands on the spit handle. Laras is a sour lump of lard and too handy with that spoon by half. She thought she had muttered it under her breath, but she heard the Amelin chuckle wryly. You are a fine judge of character, child. You must have done well as the wisdom of your village. It was Laras who went to Shiriam and demanded to know how long you 3 are to be kept to the dirtiest and hardest work without a turn at lighter. She said she would not be a party to breaking any woman's health or spirit, no matter what I said. A fine judge of character, child. Laras came back into the kitchen doorway then, hesitating to enter her own domain. The Amelin went to meet her, smiles replacing her frowns and stares. It all looks very well to me, Laras.
The Amelin's words came loud enough for the entire kitchen to hear. "I see nothing out of place, and everything as it should be. You are to be commended. I think I will make Mistress of the Kitchens a formal title." The stout woman's face fluttered from uneasiness to shock to beaming pleasure. By the time the Amelin swept out of the kitchen, Laras was all smiles. Her frown returned, though, as she looked from the Amelin's departing back to her workers. The kitchen seemed to leap into motion. Laras's grim stare settled on Nynaeve. Turning the spit again, Nynaeve tried smiling at the big woman. Laras's frown deepened, and she began tapping her spoon on her thigh, apparently forgetting that for once it had been used for its intended purpose. It left smears of soup on the white of her apron. "I will smile at her if it kills me," Nynaeve thought, though she had to grit her teeth to do it. Egwene and Elaine appeared, twisting their faces and scrubbing their mouths with their sleeves. At a stare from Laras, they dashed to the spit and resumed their labours. "Soup," Elaine muttered thickly. "Tastes horrid." Egwene trembled as she spooned juice from the dripping pan over the roasts. "Nynaeve, if you tell me the Amelin told us to stay here, I will scream. I might run away for real." "We leave after the washing up is done," she told them, "just as quickly as we can fetch our belongings from our rooms." She wished she could share the eagerness that flashed in their eyes. "Light send we aren't walking into a trap we can't get out of. Light send it so." Chapter 30. The First Toss. After Nynaeve and the others left him, Matt spent most of the day in his room, except for one brief excursion. He was planning and eating. He ate nearly everything the serving women brought him, and asked for more. They were more than happy to oblige. It was bread and cheese and fruit he asked for, and he piled winter-wrinkled apples and pears, wedges of cheese and loaves of bread inside the wardrobe, leaving empty trays for them to take away. At midday, he had to endure a visit from an Aes Sedai. Anaya, he seemed to remember her name was. She put her hands on his head and sent cold chills through him. It was the one power, he decided, not simply being touched by an Aes Sedai. She was a plain woman, despite her smooth cheeks and Aes Sedai serenity. "You seem much better," she told him, smiling. Her smile made him think of his mother. "Even hungrier than I expected, so I hear. But better. I am informed you are trying to eat the ladders bare. Believe me when I say we will see you have all the food you need. You do not have to worry that we'll let you miss a meal before you are fully well again." He gave the grin he used on his mother when he especially wanted her to believe him. "I know you won't, and I do feel better. I thought I might see some of the city this afternoon, if you have no objections, of course. Maybe visit an inn tonight. There's nothing like a night of common room talk to pick one's spirits up." He thought her lips twitched on the edge of a bigger smile. "No one will try to stop you, Matt, but do not try to leave the city. It will only upset the guards and bring you nothing but a trip back here under escort." "I would not do that," said I. "The Amelin seat said I'd starve to death in a few days if I left." She nodded as if she did not believe a word he said. Of course. As she turned from him, her eyes fell on the quarterstaff he had brought from the practice yard, propped in the corner of the room. "You do not need to protect yourself from us, Matt. You are as safe here as you could be anywhere. Almost certainly safer." "Oh, I know that," said I. "I do." After she left, he frowned at the door, wondering if he had managed to convince her of anything. It was more evening than afternoon when he left the room for what he hoped was the final time. The sky was purpling, and the setting sun painted clouds to the west in shades of red. Once he had his cloak around him and the big leather scrip he had found on his one earlier foray dangling from his shoulder and bulging with the bread and cheese and fruit he had squirreled away, one look in the mirror told him there was no hiding what he intended. He tied the rest of his clothes up in a roll with the blanket from the bed and slung that across his shoulders too. The quarterstaff did for a walking staff. He left nothing behind. His coat pockets held all his smaller belongings, and his belt pouch held the most important. The Amelin seat's paper,
Elaine's letter, and his dice cups. He saw Aes Sedai as he made his way out of the tower, and some of them noticed him, though most merely flickered an eyebrow, and none spoke to him. Anaya was one. She gave him an amused smile and a rueful shake of her head. He returned a shrug and the guiltiest grin he could manage, and she went silently on, still shaking her head. The guards at the tower gates simply looked at him. It was not until he was across the big square and into the streets of the city that relief finally surged up in him, and triumph. If you can't hide what you are going to do, do it so everybody thinks you are a fool. Then they stand around waiting to see you fall on your face. Those Aes Sedai will be waiting for the guards to bring me back. When I do not return by morning, then they'll start a search. Not too frantic at first, because they'll think I have gone to ground somewhere in the city. By the time they realise I haven't, this rabbit will be a long way down river from the hounds. With as light a heart as he could remember having in years, or so it seemed, he began to hum "We're over the border again," heading toward the harbour where vessels would be sailing down to Tyr and all the villages along the Erenin between. He would not be going so far as that, of course. Aringil, where he would take to land again for the rest of the trip to Camelin, was only halfway downriver. "I'll deliver your bloody letter. The nerve of her, thinking I'd say I would, then not. I will deliver the bloody thing if it kills me." Twilight was beginning to cover Tar Valon, but there was still enough light to grace the fantastical buildings and the oddly shaped towers connected by high bridges spanning open air over 100-pace drops. People yet filled the streets, in so many different kinds of clothing that he thought every nation must be represented. Along the major avenues, pairs of lamplighters used their ladders to light lanterns atop tall poles. But in the part of Tar Valon he sought, the only light was what spilled from windows. Ogier had built the great buildings and towers of Tar Valon, but other, newer parts had grown under the hands of men. Newer, meaning 2,000 years in some cases. Down near South Harbour, men's hands had tried to match, if not duplicate, the fanciful Ogier work. Inns where ships' crews caroused bore enough stonework for palaces. Statues in niches and cupolas on rooftops, ornately worked cornices and intricately carved friezes, all decorated chandlers' shops and merchant houses. Bridges arched across the streets here, too. But the streets were cobblestone, not great paving blocks, and many of the bridges were wood instead of stone, sometimes as low as the second stories of the buildings they joined, and never higher than 4. The dark streets hummed with as much life as any in Tar Valon. Traders off their vessels and those who bought what the vessels carried, people who travelled the river Erenin and people who worked it, all filled the taverns and the common rooms of the inns, in company with those who sought the money such folk carried, by fair means or murky. Raucous music filled the streets from bittern and flute, harp and hammered dulcimer. The first inn Matt entered had 3 dice games in progress, men crouched in circles near the common room walls and shouting the wins and losses. He only meant to gamble an hour or so before finding a ship, just long enough to add a few coins to his purse. But he won. He had always won more than he lost, as far as he could remember, and there had been times with Hurin and in Shinar when 6 or 8 tosses in a row won for him. Tonight, every toss won. Every toss. From the looks some of the men gave him, he was glad he had left his own dice in his pouch. Those looks made him decide to move on. With surprise, he realized that he had nearly 30 silver marks in his purse now, but he had not won so much from any one man that they would not all be glad to see him go. Except for one dark sailor with tight curls, one of the sea folk, someone had said, though Matt wondered what one of the Atha'an Mier was doing so far from the sea, who followed him down the darkened street, arguing for a chance to make good his losses. He wanted to reach the docks. 30 silver marks was more than enough, but the sailor argued on, and he had only used half his hour, so he gave in, and with the man entered the next tavern they passed. He won again, and it was as if a fever gripped him. He won every throw. From tavern to inn to tavern he went, never staying long enough to anger anyone with the amount of his winnings. And he still won every toss. He exchanged silver for gold with a money changer. He played at crowns and fives and maiden's ruin. He played games with 5 dice and with 4 and 3 and even only 2. He played games he did not know before he squatted in the circle or took a place at the table. And he won. Somewhere during the night, the dark sailor, Raab, he had said his name was, staggered away, exhausted but with a full purse. He had decided to put his wagers on Matt. Matt visited another money changer, or perhaps 2. The fever seemed to cloud his brain as badly as his memories of the past were clouded, and made his way to another game. Winning. And so he found himself, he did not know how many hours later, in a tavern filled with tobacco smoke, the Tremalking Splice, he thought it was called, staring down at 5 dice, each showing a deeply carved crown. Most of the patrons here seemed interested only in drinking as much as they could, but the rattle of dice and shouts of players from another game in the far corner were almost submerged by a woman singing to a quick tune from a hammered dulcimer.
I'll dance with a girl with eyes of brown, or a girl with eyes of green. I'll dance with a girl with any colour eyes, but yours are the prettiest I've seen. I'll kiss a girl with hair of black, or a girl with hair of gold. I'll kiss a girl with any colour hair, but it's you I want to hold.
The singer had named the song as What He Said to Me. Matt remembered the tune as Will You Dance With Me with different words, but at that moment all he could think of were those dice. The king again, one of the men squatting with Matt muttered. It was the 5th time in a row Matt had thrown the king. He had won the bet of a gold mark, not even caring by this time that his Andorran mark outweighed the other man's Iliana coin. But he scooped the dice into the leather cup, rattled it hard, and spun them across the floor again. 5 crowns. Light, it can't be. Nobody ever threw the king 6 times running. Nobody. The Dark One's own luck, another man growled. He was a bulky fellow, his dark hair tied at the nape of his neck with a black ribbon, with heavy shoulders, scars on his face, and a nose that had been broken more than once. Matt was scarcely aware of moving before he had the bulky man by the collar, hauling him to his feet, slamming him back against the wall. "Don't you dare say that!" he snarled. "Don't you ever say that!" The man blinked down at him in astonishment. He was a full head taller than Matt. "Just a saying," somebody behind him was muttering. "Light, it's just a saying." Matt released his grip on the scar-faced man's coat and backed away. I don't like anybody saying things like that about me. I'm no dark friend." "Burn me, not the Dark One's luck. Not that. Oh, Light, did that bloody dagger really do something to me?" "Nobody said you was," the broken-nosed man muttered. He seemed to be getting over his surprise and trying to decide whether to be angry. Gathering his belongings from where he had piled them behind him, Matt walked out of the tavern, leaving the coins where they lay. It was not that he was afraid of the big man. He had forgotten the man, and the coins too. All he wanted was to be outside, in fresh air, where he could think. In the street, he leaned against the wall of the tavern, not far from the door, breathing the coolness in. The dark streets of South Harbour were all but empty now. Music and laughter still floated from the inns and taverns, but few people made their way through the night. Holding the quarterstaff upright in front of him with both hands, he lowered his head to his fists and tried to think at the puzzle from every side. He knew he was lucky. He could remember always being lucky. But somehow his memories from Emmons Field did not show him as lucky as he had been since leaving. Certainly, he had gotten away with a great deal, but he could remember also being caught in pranks he had been sure would succeed. His mother had always seemed to know what he was up to, and Nynaeve able to see through whatever defences he put up. But it was not just since leaving the 2 rivers that he had become lucky. The luck had come once he took the dagger from Shadar Logoth. He remembered playing at dice back home with a sharp-eyed skinny man who worked for a merchant come down from Baerlon to buy tobacco.
He remembered the strapping his father had given him, too, on learning Matt owed the man a silver mark and fourpence.
"But I'm free of the bloody dagger," he mumbled. "Those bloody Aes Sedai said I was."
He wondered how much he had won tonight. When he dug into his coat pockets, he found them filled with loose coins, crowns and marks, both silver and gold, that glittered and glinted in the light from nearby windows. He had 2 purses now, it seemed, and both fat. He undid the strings and found more gold, and still more stuffed into his belt pouch, between and around and on top of his dice cups, crumpling Elaine's letter and the Amelin's paper. He had a memory of tossing silver pence to serving girls because they had pretty smiles or pretty eyes or pretty ankles, and because silver pence were not worth keeping. Not worth keeping? Maybe they weren't. Lie. I'm rich. I am bloody rich. Maybe it was something the Aes Sedai did. Something they did healing me. By accident, maybe? That could be it. Better than the other. Those bloody Aes Sedai must have done it to me. A big man moved out from the tavern, the door already swinging shut to cut off the light that might have shown his face. Matt pressed his back close against the wall, stuffed the purses back into his coat, and firmed his grip on the quarterstaff. Wherever his luck tonight had come from, he did not mean to lose all that gold to a footpad. The man turned toward him, peered, then gave a start.
Cool night, he said drunkenly.
He staggered closer, and Matt saw that most of his size was fat.
I have to...
Stumbling, the fat man moved on up the street, talking to himself disjointedly. Fool, Matt muttered, but he was not sure whether he meant it for the fat man or for himself. Time to find a ship to take me away from here. He squinted at the black sky, trying to estimate how long till dawn. 2, maybe 3 hours, he thought. Past time. His stomach growled at him. He dimly recalled eating in some of the inns, but he did not remember what. The fever of the dice had had him by the throat. A hand pushed into the scrip, found only crumbs. Way past time, or one of them will come pick me up with her fingers and stick me in her pouch. He pushed away from the wall and started for the docks, where the ships would be. At first he thought the faint sounds behind him were echoes of his boots on the cobblestones. Then he realized someone was following him, and trying to be stealthy. Well, these are footpads for sure. Hefting the quarterstaff, he briefly considered turning to confront them, but it was dark, and the footing on cobblestones uncertain, and he had no idea how many there were. Just because you did well against Garwin and Galad doesn't make you a bloody hero out of a story. He turned down a narrower, twisting side street, trying to walk on tiptoe and move quickly at the same time. Every window was dark here, and most shuttered. He was almost to the end when he saw movement ahead, 2 men peering into the side street from where it let out onto another. And he heard slow footsteps behind him, soft scrapes of boot leather on stone. In an instant he ducked into the shadowy corner where one building stuck out further than the next. It seemed the best he could do for the moment. Gripping the quarterstaff nervously, he waited. A man appeared from back the way he had come, crouching as he eased himself ahead one slow step at a time, and then another man. Each carried a knife in his hand, and moved as if stalking. Matt tensed. If they came just a few steps closer before they noticed him hiding in the deeper shadows of the corner, he could take them by surprise. He wished his stomach would stop fluttering. Those knives were a great deal shorter than the practice swords, but they were steel, not wood. One of the men squinted toward the far end of the narrow street and suddenly straightened, shouting, "Didn't he come your way, then?"
"I have seen nothing but the shadows,"
came the answer in a heavy accent.
"I wish to be out of this. There are other strange things moving this night."
Not 4 paces from Matt, the 2 men exchanged looks, sheathed their knives, and trotted back the way they had come. He let out a long, slow breath. Luck. Burn me if it's not good for more than dice. He could no longer see the men at the mouth of the street, but he knew they were still out on the next street somewhere, and more behind him the other way. One of the buildings he was crouched against stood only a single story high here, and the roof looked flat enough, and a white stone frieze carved in huge grape leaves ran up the joining of the two buildings. Easing his quarterstaff up till one end rested on the edge of the roof, he gave it a hard shove. It landed with a clatter on the roof tiles. Not waiting to see if anyone had heard, he scrambled up the frieze, the big leaves giving easy toe-holds even for a man in boots. In seconds he had the staff back in hand and was trotting across the roof, trusting to luck for his footing. 3 more times he climbed, each time gaining 1 story. The slightly sloping tiled roofs ran some distance at that level, and there was a breeze at that height, prickling the hair on the back of his neck with its chill and almost making him think he was being followed.
Stop that fool. They're 3 streets away by now, looking for somebody else with a fat purse. And bad luck to them.
His boots slipped on the tiles, and he decided it might be a good idea to think about getting back down into the street himself. Cautiously he moved to the edge of the roof and peered down. An empty street lay a good 40 feet or more below him, with 3 taverns and an inn spilling light and music onto the cobblestones. But off to his right was a stone bridge running from the top floor of his building to the one on the other side. The bridge looked awfully narrow, running through darkness untouched by the tavern lights, arcing over a long fall to hard cobblestones, but he tossed the quarterstaff down and made himself follow, before he could think about it too much. His boots thumped onto the bridge, and he let himself roll the way he had as a boy falling out of a tree. He fetched up against the waist-high railing.
Bad habits pay off in the long run,
he told himself as he got to his feet and picked up the staff. The window at the other end of the bridge was tightly shuttered and lightless. He did not think whoever lived in there would appreciate a stranger appearing in the middle of the night. He could see lots of stonework, but if there was as much as a finger-hold in reach of the bridge, the night hid it.
Well, stranger or no stranger, inside I go.
He turned from the railing and suddenly became aware of a man sharing the bridge with him. A man with a dagger in his hand. Matt grabbed at the hand as the knife darted toward his throat. He barely caught the fellow's wrist with his fingers, and then the quarterstaff between them tangled itself in his legs, tripping him to fall back against the railing, to fall half over it, pulling the other man on top of him. Balanced there on the small of his back, teetering with his assailant's bared teeth in his face, he was as aware of the long drop under his head as he was of the blade catching faint moonlight as it edged toward his throat. His finger grip on the man's wrist was slipping, and his other hand was caught with the quarterstaff between their bodies. Only seconds had passed since he first saw the man, and in seconds more he was going to die with a knife in his throat.
Time to toss the dice,
he said. He thought the other man looked confused for an instant, but an instant was all he had. With a heave of his legs, Matt flipped them both off into the empty air. For a stretched-out moment, he seemed to have no weight. Air whistled past his ears and ruffled his hair. He thought he heard the other man scream, or start to. The impact knocked all the air out of his lungs and made silver-black flecks dance across his blurring vision. When he could breathe again, and see, he realized he was lying on top of the man who had attacked him, his fall cushioned by the other's body. "Luck," he whispered. Slowly he climbed to his feet, cursing the bruise the quarterstaff had put across his ribs. He expected the other man to be dead. Not many could survive a 30-foot fall to cobblestones with another's weight on top of him, but what he had not expected was to see the fellow's dagger driven to the hilt into his own heart. Such an ordinary-looking man to have tried to kill him. Matt did not think he would even have noticed him in a crowded room.
"You had bad luck, fellow,"
he told the corpse, shakily. Suddenly, everything that had happened rushed back in on him. The footpads in the twisting street, the scramble over the rooftops, this fellow, the fall. His eyes rose to the bridge overhead, and a fit of trembling hit him. I must have been crazy.
A little adventure is one thing, but Ragosh Eagle-Eye wouldn't ask for this.
He realized he was standing over a dead man with a dagger in his chest, just waiting for someone to come along and run shouting for city guards with the flame of Tarvalon on their chests. The Amelin's paper might get him away from them, but maybe not before she found out. He could still end up back in the White Tower without that paper and possibly not even allowed outside the tower grounds. He knew he should be on his way to the docks right then, and on the first vessel sailing if it was a rotten tub full of old fish, but his knees were shaking hard enough in reaction that he could hardly walk. What he wanted was to sit down for just a minute to steady his knees, and then he was headed for the docks. The taverns were closer, but he started toward the inn. The common room of an inn was a friendly place, where a man could rest a minute and not worry about who might be sneaking up behind him. Enough light came out through the windows for him to make out the sign. A woman with her hair in braids, holding what he thought was an olive branch, and the words, "The Woman of Tanchico." Chapter 31. The Woman of Tanchico. The common room of the inn was brightly lit, the tables not near a quarter full so late. A few white-aproned serving women with mugs of ale or wine passed among the men, and a low murmur of talk ran under the sound of a harp being strummed and plucked. The patrons, some with pipes clenched in their teeth and one pair hunched over a stones board, had the look of ship's officers and minor merchants from the smaller houses, their coats well cut and of fine wool, but with none of the gold or silver or embroidery that richer men might have had. And for once there was no clack and rattle of dice to be heard. Fires blazed on the long hearths at the ends of the room, but even without those there would have been a warm feeling about the place. The harper stood on a tabletop, reciting Mara and the Three Foolish Kings to the music of his harp. His instrument, all worked in gold and silver, was fit for a palace. Matt knew him. He had saved Matt's life once. The harper was a lean man, who would have been tall except for a stoop, and he moved with a limp when he shifted his footing on the tabletop. Even here inside he wore his cloak, all covered with fluttering patches in 100 colours. He always wanted everyone to know he was a gleeman. His long moustaches and bushy eyebrows were as snow-white as the thick hair on his head, and his blue eyes held a look of sorrow as he recited. The look was as unexpected as the man. Matt had never known Tom Merrilin to be a sorrowful man. He took a table, setting his things on the floor by his stool, and ordered 2 mugs. The pretty young serving girl's big brown eyes twinkled at him.
2, young master. You do not look such a hard-drinking man as that.
Her voice held a mischievous edge of laughter. After rummaging a bit, he brought out 2 silver pennies from his pocket. One more than paid for the wine, but he slipped her another for her eyes.
My friend will be joining me.
He knew Tom had seen him. The old gleeman had nearly stopped the story dead when Matt came in. That was new, too. Few things startled Tom enough for him to let it show, and nothing short of Trollocs had ever made him stop a story in the middle that Matt knew. When the girl brought the wine and his coppers in change, he let the pewter mugs sit and listened to the end of the story.
"It was as we have said it should be," said King Maidel, trying to untangle a fish from his long beard.
Tom's voice seemed almost to echo inside a great hall, not an ordinary common room. His plucked harp sounded the 3 kings' final foolishness.
"It was as we said it would be," announced Orander. And feet slipping in the mud, he sat down with a great splash. "It was as we said it must be," proclaimed Kadar, as he searched up to his elbows in the river for his crown. "The woman knows not whereof she speaks. She is the fool." Maidel and Oranda agreed with him loudly, and with that, Mara had had enough. "I've given them all the chances they deserve and more," she murmured to herself. Slipping Kadar's crown into her bag with the first 2, she climbed back onto her cart, clucked to her mare, and drove straight back to her village. And when Mara had told them all that happened, the people of Heap would have no king at all. He strummed the major theme of the king's foolishness once more,
this time sliding to a crescendo that sounded even more like laughter, made a sweeping bow, and nearly fell off the table. Men laughed and stamped their feet, though likely every one of them had heard the story many times before, and called for more. The story of Mara was always well received, except, perhaps, by kings. Tom nearly fell again, climbing down from the table, and he was more unsteady in his walk than a somewhat stiff leg could account for as he came to where Matt was sitting. Casually putting his harp on the table, he dropped onto a stool in front of the second mug and gave Matt a flat stare. His eyes had always been sharp as awls, but they seemed to be having trouble focusing.
"Common,"
he muttered. His voice was still deep, but it no longer seemed to reverberate.
"The tale is 100 times better in plain chant and 1,000 in high, but they want common."
Without another word, he buried his face in his wine. Matt could not recall ever seeing Tom finish playing that harp without immediately putting it away in its hard leather case. He had never seen him the worse for drink. It was a relief to hear the gleeman complaining about his listeners. Tom never thought their standards were as high as his. At least something of him had not changed. The serving girl was back, with no twinkle in her eyes.
"Oh, Tom," she said softly, then rounded on Matt. "If I'd known he was the friend you awaited, I'd not have brought you wine for him if you gave 100 silver pence."
"I did not know he was drunk,"
Matt protested, but her attention was back on Tom, her voice gentle again.
"Tom, you need some rest. They'd keep you telling stories all night and all day if you let them."
Another woman appeared on Tom's other side, lifting her apron off over her head. She was older than the first, but no less pretty. The two might have been sisters.
"A beautiful story, I've always thought, Tom, and you tell it beautifully. Come, I've slipped a warming pan into your bed, and you can tell me all about the court in Camelin."
Tom peered into the mug as if surprised to find it empty, then blew out his long moustaches and looked from one woman to the other.
"Pretty Maida. Pretty Sal. Did I ever tell you that 2 pretty women have loved me in my life? That is more than most men can claim."
"You've told us all about it, Tom,"
the older woman said sadly. The younger glared at Matt as if this were all his fault.
2, Tom murmured. Morgaze had a temper, but I thought I could ignore that, so it ended with her wanting to kill me. Denna, I killed. As good as. Not much difference. 2 chances I've had, more than most, and I threw them both away.
"I will take care of him," Matt said. Maida and Saal were both glaring at him now. He gave them his best smile, but it did not work. His stomach muttered loudly.
"Don't I smell chicken roasting? Bring me 3 or 4.
The 2 women blinked and exchanged startled looks when he added,
"Do you want something to eat too, Tom? I could do with more of this fine Andorran wine."
The gleeman raised his cup hopefully.
"No more wine for you tonight, Tom."
The older woman would have taken his cup if he had let her. Almost on top of the first woman, the younger said, in a mixture of firmness and pleading,
"You'll have some chicken, Tom. It is very good."
Neither would leave until the gleeman agreed to eat something, and when they did go, they gave Matt such a combination of stares and sniffs that he could only shake his head.
Me, you would think I was encouraging him to drink more. Women. But pretty eyes on the pair of them. "Rand said you were alive," he told Tom when Maida and Saal were out of hearing. "Moraine always said she thought you were. But I heard you were in Cairien, and meaning to go on to Tia. Rand is still well, then?"
Tom's eyes sharpened to almost the keenness Matt remembered.
"I am not sure I expected that. Moraine is still with him, is she? A fine-looking woman. A fine woman, if she were not Aes Sedai. Meddle with that sort, and you get more than your fingers burned. Why wouldn't you expect Rand to be all right?" Matt asked carefully. "Do you know of something that could harm him?" "No. I don't know anything, boy. I suspect more than is healthy for me, but I know nothing."
Matt abandoned that line of talk.
No use firming his suspicions. No use letting him know I know more than's healthy myself.
The older woman, Tom called her Maida, came back with 3 chickens with crisp brown skins, giving the white-haired man a worried look and Matt a warning one before she left. Matt ripped off a leg and set to as he talked. Tom frowned into his cup and never looked at the birds.
Why are you here in Tarvalon, Tom? It's the last place I'd have expected to see you, the way you feel about Aes Sedai. I heard you were coining money in Kyrian.
Kyrian, the old gleeman muttered, the sharpness fading from his eyes again. Such trouble it causes killing a man, even when he deserves killing. He made a flourish with one hand and was holding a knife. Tom always had knives secreted about him. Drunk he might have been, but he held the blade steady enough. Kill a man who needs killing, and sometimes others pay for it. The question is, was it worth doing anyway? There's always a balance, you know. Good and evil, light and shadow. We would not be human if there wasn't a balance. Put that away, Matt growled around a mouthful. I don't want to talk about killing. Light, that fellow is still lying right out there in the street. Burn me, I ought to be on a ship by now. I just asked why you're in Tarvalon. If you had to leave Kyrian because you killed someone, I do not want to know about it. Blood and ashes, if you can't pull your wits out of the wine enough to talk straight, I'll leave now. With a sour look, Tom made the knife disappear. Why am I in Tarvalon? I'm here because it's the worst place I could be, except maybe Camelin. It's what I deserve, boy. Some of the Red Aja still remember me. I saw Elida in the street the other day. If she knew I was here, she would peel my hide off in strips and then she would stop being pleasant. I never knew you to feel sorry for yourself, Matt said disgustedly. Do you mean to drown yourself in wine? What do you know of it, boy? Tom snarled. Put a few years on you, see something of life, maybe love a woman or two, and then you'll know. Perhaps you will if you have the brains to learn. Ah, you want to know why I'm in Tarvalon? Why are you in Tarvalon? I remember you shivering when you found out Moraine was Aes Sedai. You nearly soiled yourself every time anybody even mentioned the power. What are you doing in Tarvalon, with Aes Sedai on every side? I am leaving Tarvalon. That's what I'm doing here. Leaving. Matt grimaced. The gleeman had saved his life, and maybe more. A fade had been involved. That was why Tom's right leg did not work as well as it should. There could not be enough wine on a ship to keep him this drunk. I am going to Camelin, Tom. If you need to risk your full life for some reason, why not come with me? Camelin, Tom said musingly. Camelin, Tom. Elida will likely be going back there sooner or later, so you'd have her to worry about. And from what I remember, if Morghese puts her hands on you, you will wish Elida had you. Camelin. Yes, Camelin would fit my mood like a glove. The gleeman glanced at the chicken platter and gave a start. What did you do, boy? Stuffed them up your sleeve? There was nothing left of the 3 birds but bones and carcasses, with only a few strips of flesh remaining. Sometimes I get hungry, Matt muttered. It was an effort not to lick his fingers. Are you coming with me or not? Oh, I will come, boy. As Tom pushed himself to his feet, he did not seem as unsteady as he had been. You wait here, and try not to eat the table, while I get my things and say some goodbyes. He limped away, not staggering once. Matt drank a little of his wine and stripped off a few shreds that were left on the chicken carcasses, wondering if he had time to order another. But Tom was back quickly. His harp and flute in their dark leather cases hung on his back, with a tied blanket roll. He carried a plain walking staff as tall as he was. The 2 serving women followed on either side. Matt decided they were sisters. Identical big brown eyes looked up at the gleeman with identical expressions. Tom was kissing first Saal, then Maida, and patting cheeks as he headed for the door, jerking his head for Matt to follow. He was outside before Matt could finish collecting his own belongings and pick up his quarterstaff. The younger of the 2 women, Saal, stopped Matt as he reached the door. Whatever you said to him, I forgive you for the wine.
even if it is taking him away. I've not seen him this alive in weeks." She pressed something into his hand, and when he glanced at it, his eyes widened in confusion. She had given him a silver Tarvalon mark. "For whatever it was you said. Besides, whoever is feeding you is not doing a good job of it. But you still have pretty eyes." She laughed at the expression on his face. Matt was laughing too, in spite of himself, as he went out into the street, rolling the silver coin across the backs of his fingers. "So I have pretty eyes, do I?" His laughter shut off like the last drip from a wine barrel. Tom was there, but not the corpse. The windows of the taverns down the street put enough light across the cobblestones for him to be sure of it. The city guard would not have carried a dead man away without asking questions at those taverns, and at the woman of Tanchico too.
"What are you staring at, boy?" Tom asked. "No Trollocs in those shadows." "Footpads," Matt muttered. "I was thinking about footpads. No street thieves or strong arms in Tarvalon either, boy. When the guards take a footpad, not that many try that game here, the word spreads. But when they do, they haul him to the tower, and whatever it is the Aes Sedai do to him, the fellow leaves Tarvalon the next day as wide-eyed as a goosed girl. I understand they're even harder on women caught thieving. No, the only way you'll have your money stolen here is somebody selling you polished brass for gold or using shaved dice. There are no footpads."
Matt turned on his heel and strode past Tom, heading toward the docks, quarterstaff thumping off the cobblestones as if he could push himself ahead faster. "We're going to be on the first ship sailing, whatever it is. The first, Tom." Tom's stick clicked hurriedly after him. "Slow down, boy. What's your hurry? There are plenty of ships sailing day and night. Slow down. There aren't any footpads. The first bloody ship, Tom. If it's sinking, we'll be on it." If they weren't footpads, what were they? They had to be thieves. What else could they be? Chapter 32. The First Ship. South Harbour itself, the great Ogier-made basin, was huge and round, surrounded by high walls of the same silver-streaked white stone as the rest of Tarvalon. One long wharf, most of it roofed, ran all the way around, except where the wide water gates stood open to give access to the river. Vessels of every size lined the wharf, most moored by the stern, and despite the hour, dockmen in coarse, sleeveless shirts hurried about, loading and unloading bales and chests, crates and barrels, with ropes and booms or on their backs. Lamps hanging from the roof beams lit the wharfs and made a band of light around the black water in the middle of the harbour. Small open boats scuttled through the darkness, the square lanterns atop their tall stern posts making it seem as if fireflies skittered across the harbour. They were small only compared to the ships, though. Some had as many as 6 pairs of long oars. When Matt led a still muttering Tom under an arch of polished redstone and down broad steps to the wharf, crewmen on one 3-masted ship were unfastening the mooring lines not 20 paces away. The vessel was larger than most Matt could see, between 15 and 20 spans from sharp bow to squared stern, with a flat, railed deck almost level with the wharf. The important thing was that it was casting off. The first ship that sails. A grey-haired man came up the wharf. 3 lines of hemp rope sewn down the sleeves of his dark coat marked him as a dockmaster. His wide shoulders suggested that he might have begun as a dockman hauling rope instead of wearing it. He glanced casually in Matt's direction and stopped, surprise on his leathery face.
"Your bundles say what you're planning, lad, but you might as well forget it. The sister showed me a drawing of you. You'll board no ship in South Harbour, lad. Go back up those stairs so I don't have to tell a man off to watch you." "What under the light?" Tom murmured. "That's all changed," Matt said firmly. The ship was casting off the last mooring line. The furled triangular sails still made thick, pale bundles on the long slanted booms, but men were readying the sweeps. He pulled the Amelin's paper out of his pouch and thrust it in the dockmaster's face. "As you can see, I am on the business of the tower, at the order of the Amelin seat herself. and I have to leave on that very vessel there."
The dockmaster read the words, then read them again.
"I never saw such a thing in my life. Why would the tower say you couldn't go, then give you that?"
"Ask the Emmeline if you want," Matt told him in a weary voice that said he did not think anyone could possibly be stupid enough to do that.
"But she'll have my hide and yours if I do not sail on that ship." "You'll never make it,"
the dockmaster said, but he was already cupping his hands to his mouth.
"Aboard the Grey Gull there! Stop! The light burn you! Stop!"
The shirtless fellow at the tiller looked back, then spoke to a tall companion in a dark coat with puffy sleeves. The tall man never took his eyes off the crewman, just dipping the sweeps into the water.
"Give way together!"
he called, and sweep blades curled up froth.
"I'll make it," Matt snapped. "The first ship I said, and the first ship I meant. Come on, Tom!"
Without waiting to see if the gleeman followed, he ran down the wharf, dodging around men and barrows stacked with cargo. The gap between the Grey Gull's stern and the wharf widened as the sweeps bit deeper. Hefting his quarterstaff, he hurled it ahead of him toward the ship like a spear, took one more step and jumped as hard as he could. The dark water passing beneath his feet looked icy, but in a heartbeat he had cleared the ship's rail and was rolling across the deck. As he scrambled to his feet, he heard a grunt and a curse behind him. Tom Merrillin hoisted himself up on the railing with another curse and climbed over onto the deck.
"I lost my stick," he muttered. "I'll want another."
Rubbing his right leg, he peered down at the still widening strip of water behind the vessel and shivered.
"I had a bath today already."
The shirtless steersman stared wide-eyed from him to Matt and back again, clutching the tiller as if wondering whether he could use it to defend himself from madmen. The tall man seemed nearly as stunned. His pale blue eyes bulged, and his mouth worked soundlessly for a moment. His dark beard, cut to a point, seemed to quiver with rage, and his narrow face grew purple.
"By the stone!" he bellowed finally. "What is the meaning of this? I've no room on this vessel for as much as a ship's cat, and I'd not take vagabonds who leap onto my decks if I did. Sarnor, Vassar, heave this rubbish over the side."
Two extremely large men, barefoot and stripped to the waist, straightened from coiling lines and started toward the stern. The men at the sweeps continued their work, bending to lift the blades, taking 3 long steps along the deck, then straightening and walking backwards, hauling the ship ahead on their blades. Matt waved the Amelin's paper toward the bearded man, the captain, he supposed, with one hand, and fished a gold crown out of his pouch with the other, taking care, even in his haste, that the fellow saw there were more where that came from. Tossing the heavy coin to the man, he spoke quickly, still waving the paper.
"For the inconvenience of our boarding as we did, Captain, more to come for passage, on business of the White Tower. Personal command of the Amelin seat. Imperative we sail immediately. To Arundel, in Andor. Utmost urgency, the blessings of the White Tower on all who aid us, the Tower's wrath on any who impede us."
Certain the man had seen the flame of Tarvalon's seal by that time, and little more, Matt hoped, he folded the paper again and thrust it back out of sight. Eyeing the 2 big men uneasily as they came up on either side of the captain, "Bur me, they both have arms like perrins." He wished he had his quarterstaff in hand. He could see it lying where it had landed further down the deck. He tried to look sure and confident, the sort of man others had better not trifle with, a man with the power of the White Tower behind him. "A long way behind me, I hope." The captain looked at Matt doubtfully, and even more so at Tom in his gleeman's cloak and none too steady a foot, but he motioned Sarnor and Vassar to stop where they were.
"I would not anger the Tower. Burn my soul. For the time being, the river trade takes me from Tyr to this den of... I come too often to anger... anyone."
A tight smile appeared on his face.
"But I spoke the truth. By the stone I did. 6 cabins I have for passengers, and all full. You can sleep on deck and eat with the crew for another gold crown. Each."
"That is ridiculous," Tom snapped. "I don't care what the war has done downriver. That is ridiculous.
The two large sailors shifted their bare feet.
It is the price, the captain said firmly. I do not want to anger anyone, but I'd as soon not have any business you can be on aboard my vessel.
Like letting a man pay you so he can coat you with hot tar, mixing in that business.
You pay the price, or you go over the side and the Amelin Seat herself can dry you off. And I'll keep this for the trouble you've given me. Thank you.
He stuffed the gold crown Matt had tossed him into a pocket of his puffy-sleeved coat.
How much for one of the cabins? Matt asked.
To ourselves. You can put whoever is in it now with someone else.
He did not want to sleep out in the cold night.
And if you don't overwhelm a fellow like this, he'll steal your breeches and say he's doing you a favour.
His stomach rumbled loudly.
And we eat what you eat, not with the crew. And plenty of it.
Matt, Tom said,
I'm the one who is supposed to be drunk here.
He turned to the captain, flourishing his patch-covered cloak as well as he could with blanket roll and instrument cases hung about him.
As you may have noticed, Captain, I am a gleeman.
Even in the open air, his voice suddenly seemed to echo.
For the price of our passages, I would be more than glad to entertain your passengers and your crew. My crew is aboard to work, gleeman, not be entertained.
The captain stroked his pointed beard. His pale eyes priced Matt's plain coat to the copper.
So you want a cabin, do you?
He barked a laugh.
And my meals? Well, you can have my cabin and my meals for 5 gold crowns from each of you, and door and weight.
Those were the heaviest. He began to laugh so hard his words came out in wheezes. Flanking him, Sarno and Vassa grinned wide grins.
For 10 crowns you can take my cabin and my meals, and I'll move in with the passengers and eat with the crew. Burn my soul, I will. By the stone, I swear it. For 10 gold crowns.
Laughter choked off anything else. He was still laughing and gasping for breath and wiping tears from his eyes when Matt pulled out one of his 2 purses. But laughter stopped by the time Matt had counted 5 crowns into his hands. The captain blinked in disbelief. The 2 big crewmen looked poleaxed.
And door and weight, you said?
Matt asked. It was hard to judge without scales, but he laid 7 more on the pile. 2 actually were Andoran, and he thought the others made up the weight.
Close enough for this fellow.
After a moment, he added another 2 gold Tyran crowns.
For whoever you'll be pushing out of the cabin they paid for.
He did not think the passengers would see a copper of it, but it sometimes paid to appear generous.
Unless you mean to share with them. No, of course not. They ought to have something for having to crowd in with others. There's no need for you to eat with your crew, Captain. You are welcome to share Tom's meals and mine in your cabin.
Tom stared at him as hard as the others did.
Are you?
The bearded man's voice was a hoarse whisper.
Are you, by any chance, a young lord in disguise?
I am no lord.
Matt laughed. He had reason to laugh. The grey gull was well out into the darkness of the harbour now, with the wharf a band of light pointing up the black gap, not far ahead now, where the water gates let out onto the river. The sweeps drove the vessel toward that gap quickly. Men were already swinging the long, slanting booms around, preparatory to unlashing the sails. And with gold in his hands, the captain no longer seemed ready to throw anyone overboard.
If you don't mind, Captain, could we see our cabin? Your cabin, I mean. It's late, and I, for one, want a few hours' sleep.
His stomach spoke to him.
And supper.
As the vessel put its bow into the blackness, the bearded man himself led the way down a ladder to a short, narrow passage lined with doors set close together. While the captain cleared his things from his cabin, it ran the width of the stern, with its bed and all of its furnishings built into the walls except 2 chairs and a few chests, and saw that Matt and Tom were settled. Matt learned a great deal, beginning with the fact that the man would not be pushing any passengers out of their quarters. He had too much respect for the coin they had paid, if not for them, to allow that. The captain would take his first's cabin, and that officer would take the second's bed, pushing each lower man down till the deckmaster would end sleeping up in the bow with the crew. Matt did not think that information could be very useful, but he listened to everything the man said. It was always best to know not only where you were going, but who you were dealing with, or they might just take your coat and boots and leave you to walk home through the rain in bare feet. The captain was a Tyran named Juan Malia, and he spoke with great volubility once he had worked out Matt and Tom to his own satisfaction. He was not nobly born, he said, not him, but he would not have anyone think he was a fool. A young man with more gold than any young man should have by right might be a thief, if everyone did not know thieves never escaped Tarvalon with their haul. A young man dressed like a farm boy, but with the air and confidence of the Lord he denied being, "By the stone, I'll not say you are, if you say you are not." Malia winked and chuckled and tugged the point of his beard. A young man carrying a paper bearing the Amelin Seat's seal and bound for Andor. There was no secret that Queen Morghese had visited Tarvalon, though her reason certainly was. It was obvious to Malia something was afoot between Camelin and Tarvalon, and Matt and Tom were messengers. For Morghese, he thought, by Matt's accent. Anything he could do to help in so great an enterprise would be his pleasure, not that he meant to poke where he was not wanted. Matt exchanged startled looks with Tom, who was stowing his instrument cases under a table built out from one wall. The room had 2 small windows on either side, and a pair of lamps in jointed brackets for light.
"That's nonsense," Matt said. "Of course," Malia replied.
He straightened from pulling clothes out of a chest at the foot of the bed and smiled.
"Of course."
A cupboard in the wall seemed to hold charts of the river he would need.
"I'll say no more."
But he did mean to poke, though he attempted to disguise it, and he rambled while he tried to pry. Matt listened and answered the questions with grunts or shrugs or a word or two, while Tom said less than that. The gleeman kept shaking his head while unburdening himself of his possessions. Malia had been a riverman all his life, though he dreamed of sailing on the sea. He hardly spoke of a country beside Tyr without contempt. Andor was the only one to escape, and the praise he finally managed was grudging despite his obvious efforts.
"Good horses in Andor, I've heard. Not bad. Not as good as Tyrant stock, but good enough. You make good steel and iron goods. Bronze and copper. I've traded for them often enough, though you charge a weighty price. But then you have those mines in the Mountains of Mist. Gold mines, too. We have to earn our gold in Tyr."
Mayenne received his greatest contempt.
"Even less a country than Murundi is. 1 city and a few leagues of land. They underprice the oil from our good Tyran olives just because their ships know how to find the oilfish shoals. They've no right to be a country at all." He hated Ilion. "One day we'll loot Ilion bare, tear down every town and village, and sow their filthy ground with salt."
Malia's beard almost bristled with outrage at how filthy the Ilion land was.
"Even their olives are putrid. One day we'll carry every last Iliana pig off in chains. That is what the High Lord Saemon says."
Matt wondered what the man thought Tyr would do with all those people if they actually fulfilled this scheme. The Ilianas would have to be fed, and they would surely do no work in chains. It made no sense to him, but Malia's eyes shone when he spoke of it.
"Only fools let themselves be ruled by a king or a queen, by one man or woman. Except Queen Morghese, of course," he put in hastily. "She is a fine woman, so I've heard. Beautiful, I'm told. All those fools bowing to one fool. The High Lords ruled Tyr together, reaching decisions in concert, and that was how things should be. The High Lords knew what was right and good and true, especially the High Lord Saemon. No man could go wrong obeying the High Lords, especially the High Lord Saemon."
Beyond kings and queens, beyond even Ilian, lay a bigger hatred Malia attempted to keep hidden, but he talked so much in trying to find out what they were up to, and grew so carried away by the sound of his own voice, that he let more slip than he intended. They must travel a great deal, serving a great queen like Morghese. They must have seen many lands. He dreamed of the sea because then he could see the lands he had only heard of, because then he could find the Mayena oilfish shoals, could outtrade the sea folk and the filthy Ilianas. And the sea was far from Tarvalon. They must understand that, forced as they were to travel among odd places and people they could not have stomached if they were not serving Queen Morghese. I never liked docking there, never knowing who might be using the power. He almost spat the last word. Since he had heard the High Lord Saemon speak, though, burn my soul, it makes me feel like hull worms are burrowing into my belly just looking at their white tower now, knowing what they plan. The High Lord Saemon said the Aes Sedai meant to rule the world. Saemon said they meant to crush every nation, put their foot on every man's throat. Saemon said Tyr could no longer hold the power out of its own lands and believe that was enough. Saemon said Tyr had its rightful day of glory coming, but Tarvalon stood between Tyr and glory. There's no hope for it. Sooner or later, they will have to be hunted down and killed, every last Aes Sedai. The High Lord Saemon says the others might be saved, the young ones, the novices, the accepted, if they're brought to the stone, but the rest must be eradicated. That's what the High Lord Saemon says. The White Tower must be destroyed. For a moment, Malia stood in the middle of his cabin, arms full of clothes and books and rolled charts, hair almost brushing the deck beams overhead, staring at nothing, with pale blue eyes, while the White Tower tumbled into ruin. Then he gave a start, as if realizing what he had just said. His pointed beard waggled uncertainly. That's what he says. I think that may be going too far, myself. The High Lord Saemon, he speaks so that he carries a man beyond his own beliefs. If Caemlyn can make covenants with the tower, why, so can Tyr. He shivered and did not seem to know it. That is what I say.
As you say, Matt told him, and felt mischief bubble inside. I think your suggestion is the right one, Captain, but don't stop with a few accepted, though. Ask a dozen Aes Sedai to come, or 2. Think what the Stone of Tyr would be like with 24 Aes Sedai in it.
Malia shuddered.
I will send a man for my money chest, he said stiffly, and stalked out.
Matt frowned at the closed door.
I think I shouldn't have said that. I don't know why you might think that, Tom said dryly. Next you could try telling the Lord Captain Commander of the White Cloaks he should marry the Amelin seat.
His brows drew down like white caterpillars.
High Lord Saemon. I never heard of any High Lord Saemon.
It was Matt's turn to be dry.
Well, even you cannot know everything about all the kings and queens and nobles there are, Tom. 1 or 2 might just have escaped your notice. I know the names of the kings and queens, boy, and the names of all the High Lords of Tyr, too. I suppose they could have raised a lord of the land, but I'd think I would have heard of the old High Lord dying. If you had settled for booting some poor fellows out of their cabin instead of taking the captain's, we'd each have a bed to ourselves, narrow and hard as it might be. Now we have to share Malia's. I hope you don't snore, boy. I cannot abide snoring.
Matt ground his teeth. As he recalled, Tom had a snore like a wood rasp working on an oak knot. He had forgotten that. It was one of the 2 large men, Sanor or Vassar, he did not give his name, who came to pull the captain's iron-bound money chest from under the bed. He never said a word, only made sketchy bows and frowned at them when he thought they were not looking, and left. Matt was beginning to wonder if the luck that had been with him all night had deserted him at last. He was going to have to put up with Tom's snoring. And truth to tell, It might not have been the best luck in the world to jump onto this particular ship waving a paper signed by the Amelin seat and sealed with the flame of Tarvalon. On impulse, he pulled out one of his cylindrical leather dice cups, popped off the tight-fitting lid, and upended the dice onto the table. They were spotted dice, and 5 single pips stared up at him. The Dark One's eyes, that was called in some games. It was a losing toss in those, a winning in other games. But what game am I playing? He scooped the dice up, tossed them again. 5 pips. Another toss, and again the Dark One's eyes winked at him.
"If you used those dice to win all that gold," Tom said quietly, "no wonder you had to leave by the first ship sailing."
He had stripped down to his shirt and had that half over his head when he spoke. His knees were knobby, and his legs seemed all sinew and stringy muscle. The right a little shrunken.
"Boy, a 12-year-old girl would cut your heart out if she knew you were using dice like that against her."
"It isn't the dice," Matt muttered. "It's the luck. Aes Sedai luck, or the Dark One's luck."
He pushed the dice back into the cup and capped it.
"I suppose," Tom said, climbing into the bed, "you aren't going to tell me where all that gold came from, then?"
"I won it. Tonight.
With their dice?" "Uh-huh. And I suppose you're not going to explain that paper you were waving around. I saw the seal, boy. Or all that talk about White Tower business, or why the dockmaster had your description from an Aes Sedai, either."
"I am carrying a letter to Morghese for Elaine, Tom," Matt said, a good deal more patiently than he felt. "Nynaeve gave me the paper.
I don't know where she got it. Well, if you're not going to tell me, I am going to sleep. Blow out the lamps, will you?"
Tom rolled on his side and pulled a pillow over his head. Even after Matt had stripped off down to his small clothes and crawled under the blankets after blowing out the lamps, he could not sleep, though Malia had done well by himself with a good feather mattress. He had been right about Tom's snoring, and that pillow muffled nothing. It sounded as if Tom were cutting wood cross-grain with a rusty saw. And he could not stop thinking. How had Nynaeve and Egwene and Elaine gotten that paper from the Amelin? They had to be involved with the Amelin seat herself. In some plot. One of those White Tower machinations. But now that he thought about it, they had to be holding something back from the Amelin too.
"Please carry a letter to my mother, Matt,"
he said softly in a high-pitched, mocking voice. Fool. The Amelin would have sent a warder with any letter from the daughter-heir to the Queen. Blind fool, wanting to get out of the tower so bad I couldn't see it. Tom's snore seemed to trumpet agreement. Most of all, though, he thought about luck and footpads. The first bump of something against the stern barely registered on him. He paid no attention to a thump and scuffle from the deck overhead, or the tread of boots. The vessel itself made enough noises, and there had to be someone on deck for the ship to make its way downriver. But stealthy footsteps in the passageway leading to his door merged with thoughts of footpads and made his ears prick up. He nudged Tom in the ribs with an elbow. "Wake up," he said softly. "There's somebody outside in the hall." He was already easing himself off the bed, hoping the cabin floor, deck floor, whatever it bloody is, would not creak under his feet. Tom grunted, smacked his lips, and resumed snoring. There was no time to worry about Tom. The footsteps were right outside. Taking up his quarterstaff, Matt placed himself in front of the door and waited. The door swung open slowly, and 2 cloaked men, one behind the other, were faintly outlined by dim moonlight through the hatch at the top of the ladder they had crept down. The moonlight was enough to glint off bare knife blades. Both men gasped. They obviously had not expected to find anyone waiting for them. Matt thrust with the quarterstaff, catching the first man hard right under where his ribs joined together. He heard his father's voice as he struck. "It's a killing blow, Matt. Don't ever use it unless it's your life." But those knives made it for his life. There was no room in the cabin for swinging a staff. Even as the man made a choking sound and folded toward the deck, fighting vainly for breath, Matt stepped forward and drove the end of the quarterstaff over him into the second man's throat with a loud crunch. That fellow dropped his knife to clutch at his throat and fell on top of his companion, both of them scraping their boots across the deck, death rattles already sounding in their throats. Matt stood there, staring down at them. 2 men. No, burn me. 3. I don't think I ever hurt another human being before. And now I've killed 3 men in one night. Light. Silence filled the dark passageway, and he heard the thump of boots on the deck overhead. The crewmen all went barefoot. Trying not to think about what he was doing, Matt ripped the cloak from one of the dead men and settled it around his shoulders, hiding the pale linen of his small clothes. On bare feet, he padded down the passage and climbed the ladder, barely sticking his eyes above the hatch coping. Pale moonlight reflected off the taut sails, but night still covered the deck with shadows, and there was no sound except the rush of water along the vessel's sides. Only one man at the tiller, the hood of his cloak pulled up against the chill, seemed to be on deck. The man shifted, and boot leather scuffed on the deck planks. Holding the quarterstaff low, and hoping it would not be noticed, Matt climbed on up. "He's dead," he muttered in a low, rough whisper. "I hope he squealed when you cut his throat." The heavily accented voice was one Matt remembered calling from the mouth of a twisting street in Tarvalon. "This boy, he causes us too much of the trouble. Wait, who are you?" Matt swung the staff with all his strength. The thick wood smashed into the man's head, the hood of his cloak only partly muffling a sound like a melon hitting the floor. The man fell across the tiller, shoving it over, and the vessel lurched, staggering Matt. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a shape rising out of the shadows by the railing and the gleam of a blade, and he knew he would never get his staff around before it struck home. Something else that shone, streaked through the night and merged with the dim shape with a dull thunk. The rising motion became a fall, and a man sprawled almost at Matt's feet. A babble of voices rose below decks as the ship swung again, the tiller shifting with the first man's weight. Tom limped from the hatch in cloak and small clothes, raising the shutter on a bull's-eye lantern. "You were lucky, boy. One of those below had this lantern. Could have set the ship on fire lying there." The light showed a knife hilt sticking up from the chest of a man with dead, staring eyes. Matt had never seen him before. He was sure he would have remembered someone with that many scars on his face. Tom kicked a dagger away from the dead man's outflung hand, then bent to retrieve his own knife, wiping the blade on the corpse's cloak. "Very lucky, boy. Very lucky indeed." There was a rope tied to the stern rail. Tom stepped over to it, shining the light down astern, and Matt joined him. At the other end of the rope was one of the small boats from South Harbour, its square lantern extinguished. 2 more men stood among the pulled-in oars. "The great Lord take me! It's him!" one of them gasped. The other darted forward to work frantically at the knot holding the rope. "You want to kill these 2 as well?" Tom asked, his voice booming as it did when he performed. "No, Tom," Matt said quietly. "No." The men in the boat must have heard the question and not the answer, for they abandoned the attempt to free their boat and leaped over the side with great splashes. The sound of them thrashing away across the river was loud. "Fools," Tom muttered. "The river narrows somewhat after Tarvalon, but it must still be half a mile or more wide here. They'll never make it in the dark." "By the stone!" came a shout from the hatch. "What happens here? There are dead men in the passageway! What's Vassar doing lying on the tiller? He'll run us onto a mudbank!" Naked, save for linen underbreeches, Malia dashed to the tiller, hauling the dead man off roughly as he pulled the long lever to put the course straight again.
That isn't Vassar! Burn my soul! Who are all these dead men?
Others were clambering on deck now, barefoot crewmen and frightened passengers wrapped in cloaks and blankets. Shielding his actions with his body, Tom slipped his knife under the rope and severed it in one stroke. The small boat began falling back into the darkness.
"River brigands, Captain," he said. "Young Matt and I have saved your vessel from river brigands. They might have cut everyone's throat if not for us. Perhaps you should reconsider your passage fee." "Brigands?"
Malia exclaimed.
"There are plenty of those down around Kyrian, but I never heard of it this far north."
The huddled passengers began to mutter about brigands and having their throats cut. Matt walked stiffly to the hatch. Behind him, he heard Malia.
"He's a cold one. I never heard that Andor employed assassins, but burn my soul, he is a cold one."
Matt stumbled down the ladder, stepped over the two bodies in the passage, and slammed the door of the captain's cabin behind him. He made it halfway to the bed before the shaking hit him, and then all he could do was sink down on his knees. Light. What game am I playing in? I have to know the game if I'm going to win. Light. What game? Playing Rose of the Morning softly on his flute, Rand peered into his campfire, where a rabbit was roasting on a stick, slanting over the flames. A night wind made the flames flicker. He barely noticed the smell of the rabbit, though a vagrant thought did come that he needed to find more salt in the next village or town. Rose of the Morning was one of the tunes he had played at those weddings. How many days ago was that? Were there really so many, or did I imagine it? Every woman in the village deciding to marry at once. What was its name? Am I going mad already? Sweat beaded on his face, but he played on, barely loud enough to be heard, staring into the fire. Moraine had told him he was Taviran. Everyone said he was Taviran. Maybe he really was. People like that changed things around them. A Taviran might have caused all those weddings, but that was too close to something he did not want to think about. They say I'm the dragon reborn, too. They all say it. The living say it, and the dead. That doesn't make it true. I had to let them proclaim me. Duty. I had no choice. But that does not make it true. He could not seem to stop playing that one tune. It made him think of Egwene. He had thought once that he would marry Egwene. A long time ago, that seemed. That was gone now. She had come in his dreams, though. It might have been her. Her face. It was her face. Only there had been so many faces. Faces he knew. Tam, and his mother, and Matt, and Perrin. All trying to kill him. It had not really been them, of course. Only their faces on Shadow Spawn. He thought it had not really been them. Even in his dreams it seemed the Shadow Spawn walked. Were they only dreams? Some dreams were real, he knew. And others were only dreams. Nightmares or hopes. But how to tell the difference? Min had walked his dreams one night and tried to plant a knife in his back. He was still surprised at how much that had pained him. He had been careless, let her come close, let down his guard. Around Min, he had not felt any need to be on his guard in so long, despite the things she saw when she looked at him. Being with her had been like having balm soothed into his wounds. And then she tried to kill me. The music rose to a discordant screech, but he pulled it back to softness. Not her. Shadowspawn with her face. Least of them all would Min hurt me. He could not understand why he thought that, but he was sure it was true. So many faces in his dreams. Celine had come, cool and mysterious, and so lovely his mouth went dry just thinking of her, offering him glory as she had, so long ago it seemed. But now it was the sword she said he had to take. And with the sword would come Celine. Calendar. That was always in his dreams. Always. And taunting faces, hands pushing Egwene and Nynaeve and Elaine into cages, snaring them in nets, hurting them. Why should he weep more for Elaine than for the other two? His head spun. His head hurt as much as his side, and sweat rolled down his face. And he softly played Rose of the Morning through the night, fearing to sleep, fearing to dream. Chapter 33. Within the Weave. From his saddle, Perrin frowned down at the flat stone half hidden in weeds by the roadside. This road of hard-packed dirt, already called the Lugard Road, now they were near the Manetheren and the border of Murundi, had been paved once, long in the past, so Moraine had said 2 days earlier. And bits of paving stone still worked their way to the surface from time to time. This one had an odd marking on it. If dogs had been able to make footprints on stone, he would have said it was the print of a large hound. There were no hound's footprints in any of the bare ground he could see, where softer dirt on the verge might take one, and no smell of any dog's trail. Just a faint trace in the air of something burned, almost the sulphurous smell left by setting off fireworks. There was a town ahead, where the road struck the river. Maybe some children had sneaked out here with some of the illuminator's handiwork. A long way yet for children to sneak. But he had seen farms. It could have been farm children. Whatever it is, it has nothing to do with that marking. Horses don't fly, and dogs don't make footprints on stone. I'm getting too tired to think straight. Yawning, he dug his heels into Stepper's ribs, and the dun broke into a gallop after the others. Moraine had been pushing them hard since leaving Jara, and there was no waiting for anyone who stopped even for a moment. When the Aes Sedai put her mind on something, she was as hard as cold-hammered iron. Loyal had given up reading as he rode 6 days earlier, after looking up to find himself left a mile behind and everyone else almost out of sight over the next hill. Perrin slowed Stepper alongside the Ogier's big horse, behind Moraine's white mare, and yawned again. Lan was up ahead somewhere, scouting. The sun behind them stood no more than an hour above the treetops, but the warder had said they would reach a town called Remen on the Manetheren before dark. Perrin was not sure he wanted to see what awaited them there. He did not know what it might be, but the days since Jara had made him wary.
"I don't see why you can't sleep,"
Loyal told him.
"I am so tired by the time she lets us halt for the night. I fall asleep before I can lie down."
Perrin only shook his head. There was no way to explain to Loyal that he did not dare sleep soundly, that even his lightest sleep was full of troubled dreams. Like that odd one with Egwene and Hopper in it. Well, no wonder I dream about her. Light, I wonder how she is. Safe in the tower by now, and learning how to be Aes Sedai. Verin will look after her. And after Matt, too. He did not think anyone needed to look after Nynaeve. Around Nynaeve, to his mind, other people needed someone to look after them. He did not want to think about Hopper. He was succeeding in keeping live wolves out of his head, although at the price of feeling as if he had been hammered and drawn by a hasty hand. He did not want to think a dead wolf might be creeping in. He shook himself and forced his eyes wide open. Not even Hopper. There had been more reasons than bad dreams not to sleep well. They had found other signs left by Rand's passage. Between Jara and the river Boann there had been none Perrin could see, but when they crossed the Boann by a stone bridge arching from one 50-foot river cliff to another, they had left behind a town called Sidon, all in ashes. Every building. Only a few stone walls and chimneys still stood among the ruins. Bedraggled townspeople said a lantern dropped in a barn had started it, and then the fire seemed to run wild, and everything went wrong. Half the buckets that could be found had holes in them. Every last burning wall had fallen outward instead of in, setting houses to either side alight. Flaming timbers from the inn had somehow tumbled as far as the main well in the square, so no one could draw more water from it to fight the fires, and houses had fallen right on top of 3 other wells. Even the wind had seemed to shift, fanning the flames in every direction. There had been no need to ask Moraine if Rand's presence had caused it. Her face, like cold iron, was answer enough. The pattern shaped itself around Rand, and chance ran wild. Beyond Sidon, they had ridden through 4 small towns where only Lan's tracking told them Rand was still ahead. Rand was afoot now, and had been for some time. They had found his horse back beyond Jara, dead, looking as if it had been mauled by wolves or dogs run wild. It had been hard for Perrin not to reach out then, especially when Moraine looked up from the horse to frown at him. Luckily, Lan had found the tracks of Rand's boots, running from where the dead horse lay. One boot heel had a 3-cornered gouge from a rock. It made his prints plain. But afoot or mounted, he seemed to be staying ahead of them. In the 4 villages after Sidon, the biggest excitement anyone could remember was seeing Loyal ride in and discovering that he was an Ogier, for real and for true. They were so caught up with that they barely even noticed Perrin's eyes, and when they did, well, if Ogier were real, then men could very well have any colour eyes at all. But after those came a little place named Willar, and it was celebrating. The spring on the village common was flowing again after a year of hauling water a mile from a stream when all efforts at digging wells had failed and half the people had moved away. Willar would not die after all. 3 more untouched villages had been followed in quick succession, all in one day, by Samaha, where every well in town had gone dry just the night before and people were muttering about the Dark One. Then Talan, where all the old arguments the village had ever known had bubbled to the surface like overflowing cesspits a morning earlier, and it had taken 3 murders to shock everyone back to his senses. And finally Faol, where the crops this spring looked to be the poorest anyone could remember, but the mayor, digging a new privy behind his house, had found rotted leather sacks full of gold, so none would go hungry. No one in Faol recognized the fat coins, with a woman's face on one side and an eagle on the other. Moraine said they had been minted in Manetherin. Perrin had finally asked her about it as they sat around their campfire one night.
After Jara, I thought they were all so happy with their weddings. Even the white cloaks were only made to look like fools. Faol was all right. Rand couldn't have had anything to do with their crops. They were failing before he ever came, and that gold was surely good, with their need. But all this other, that town burning, and the wells failing, and that is evil, Moraine. I can't believe Rand is evil. The pattern may be shaping itself around him, but how can the pattern be that evil? It makes no sense, and things have to make sense. If you make a tool with no sense to it, it's wasted metal. The pattern wouldn't make waste.
Lan gave him a wry look and vanished into the darkness to make a circuit around their campsite. Loyal, already stretched out in his blankets, lifted his head to listen, ears pricking forward. Moraine was silent for a time, warming her hands. Finally she spoke while staring into the flames. The Creator is good, Perrin. The father of lies is evil. The pattern of age, the age lace itself, is neither. The pattern is what is. The wheel of time weaves all lives into the pattern, all actions. A pattern that is all one colour is no pattern. For the pattern of an age, good and ill, are the warp and the woof. Even riding through late afternoon sunshine 3 days later, Perrin felt the chill he had had on first hearing her say those words. He wanted to believe the pattern was good. He wanted to believe that when men did evil things, they were going against the pattern, distorting it. To him, the pattern was a fine and intricate creation made by a master smith. That it mixed pot metal and worse in with good steel with never a care was a cold thought. "I care," he muttered softly. "Light, I do care." Moraine glanced back at him, and he fell silent. He was not sure what the Aes Sedai cared about, beyond Rand. A few minutes later, Lan appeared from ahead and swung his black warhorse in beside Moraine's mare.
"Ramun lies just over the next hill," he said. "They have had an eventful day or two, it seems."
Loyal's ears twitched once.
Rand?
The warder shook his head.
"I do not know. Perhaps Moraine can say when she sees."
The Aes Sedai gave him a searching look, then heeled her white mare to a quicker step. They topped the hill, and Remen lay spread out below them, hard against the river. The Manetheren stretched more than 1/2 mile wide here, and there was no bridge, though 2 crowded barge-like ferries crept across, propelled by long oars, and one, nearly empty, was returning. 3 more shared long stone docks with nearly a dozen river traders' vessels, some with 1 mast, some with 2. A few bulky grey stone warehouses separated the docks from the town itself, where the buildings seemed mostly of stone as well, though roofed in tiles of every colour from yellow to red to purple, and the streets ran every which way around a central square. Moraine pulled up the deep hood of her cloak to hide her face before they rode down. As usual, the people in the streets stared at Loyal, but this time Perrin heard awed murmurs of "Okia." Loyal sat straighter in his saddle than he had in some time, and his ears stood straight, and a smile just curled the ends of his wide mouth. He was obviously trying not to let on that he was pleased, but he looked like a cat, having its ears scratched. Remen looked like any of a dozen towns to Perrin. It was full of man-made aromas and man-smell, with a strong smell of the river, of course, and he was wondering what Lan could have meant when the hair on the back of his neck stirred as he scented something wrong. As soon as his nose took it in, it was gone, like a horsehair dropped onto hot coals. But he remembered it. He had smelled the same smell at Jara, and it had vanished the same way. Then, it was not a twisted one, or a never-born.
Trolloc burn me, not a twisted one. Not a never-born. A Murdral. A Fade, a half-man. Anything but a never-born.
Not a Trolloc, or a Fade. Yet the stench had been every bit as sharp, every bit as vile. But whatever gave off that scent left no lasting trail, it seemed. They rode into the town square. One of the big paving blocks had been pried up right in the middle of the square, so a gibbet could be erected. A single thick timber rose out of the dirt, supporting a braced crosspiece from which hung an iron cage, the bottom of it 4 paces high. A tall man, dressed all in greys and browns, sat in the cage, holding his knees under his chin. He had no room to do otherwise. 3 small boys were pitching stones at him. The man looked straight ahead, not flinching when a stone made it between the bars. More than one trickle of blood stained his face. The townspeople walking by paid no more mind to what the boys were doing than the man did, though every last one of them looked at the cage, most of them with approval, and some with fear. Moraine made a sound in her throat that might have been disgust.
"There is more," Lan said. "Come, I've already arranged rooms at an inn. I think you will find it interesting."
Perrin looked back over his shoulder at the caged man as he rode after them. There was something familiar about the man, but he could not place it.
"They shouldn't do that."
Loyal's rumble sounded halfway to a snarl.
"The children, I mean. The grown-ups should stop them." "They should," Perrin agreed, barely paying attention. "Why is he familiar?" The sign over the door of the inn Lan led them to, nearer the river, read Wayland's Forge, which Perrin took for a good omen, though there seemed to be nothing of the smithy about the place, except the leather-aproned man with a hammer painted on the sign. It was a large, purple-roofed three-story building of squared and polished grey stones, with large windows and scroll-carved doors, and it had a prosperous look. Stablemen came running to take the horses, bowing even more deeply after Lan tossed them coins. Inside, Perrin stared at the people. The men and women at the tables were all dressed in their feast-day clothes, it seemed to him, with more embroidered coats, more lace on dresses, more coloured ribbons and fringed scarves than he had seen in a long time. Only 4 men sitting at one table wore plain coats, and they were the only ones who did not look up expectantly when Perrin and the others walked in. The 4 men kept on talking softly. He could make out a little of what they were saying, about the virtues of ice peppers over furs as cargo and what the troubles in Saldeia might have done to prices. Captains of trading ships, he decided. The others seemed to be local folk. Even the serving women appeared to be wearing their best, their long aprons covering embroidered dresses with bits of lace at the neck. The kitchen was working heavily. He could smell mutton, lamb, chicken, and beef, as well as some sort of vegetables, and a spicy cake that made him forget meat for a moment. The innkeeper himself met them just inside, a plump, bald-headed man with shining brown eyes and a smooth pink face, bowing and dry-washing his hands. If he had not come to them, Perrin would never have taken him for the landlord, for instead of the expected white apron, he wore a coat like everyone else, all white and green embroidery on stout blue wool that had the man sweating with its weight. "Why are they all wearing clothes for festival?"
Perrin wondered.
"Ah, Master Andra," the innkeeper said, addressing Lan. "And an Ogier, just as you said. Not that I doubt it, of course. Not with all that's happened, and never your word, master. Why not an Ogier? Ah, friend Ogier, to be having you in the house gives me more pleasure than you can be knowing. 'Tis a fine thing and a fitting cap to it all. Ah, and mistress."
His eyes took in the deep blue silk of her dress and the rich wool of her cloak, dusty from travel, but still fine.
"Forgive me, lady, please."
His bow bent him like a horseshoe.
"Master Andra did not make your station clear, lady. I meant no disrespect. You are even more welcome than friend Ogier here, of course, lady. Please take no offence at Gyner Furlan's poor tongue."
"I take none." Moraine's voice calmly accepted the title Furlan gave her. It was far from the first time the Aes Sedai had gone under another name, or pretended to be something she was not. It was not the first Perrin had heard Lan name himself Andra, either. The deep hood still hid Moraine's smooth Aes Sedai features, and she held her cloak around her with one hand as if taken with a chill. Not the hand on which she wore her great serpent ring. "You have had strange occurrences in the town, innkeeper, so I understand. Nothing to trouble travellers, I trust."
"Ah, lady, you might be calling them strange indeed. Your own radiant presence is more than enough to honour this humble house, lady, and bringing an Ogier with you. But we have hunters in Remen, too. Right here in Wayland's Forge they are, hunters for the Horn of Valir set out from Ilion for adventure. And adventure they found, lady, here in Remen, or just a mile or 2 upriver. Fighting wild Aielmen, of all things. Can you imagine black-veiled Aiel savages in Altara, lady?"
Aiel. Now Perrin knew what was familiar about the man in the cage. He had seen an Aiel once, one of those fierce, nearly legendary denizens of the harsh land called the Waste. The man had looked a good deal like Rand, taller than most, with grey eyes and reddish hair, and he had been dressed like the man in the cage, all in browns and greys that would fade into rock or brush, with soft boots laced to his knees. Perrin could almost hear Min's voice again. "An Ihuman in a cage, a turning point in your life, or something important that will happen."
Why do you have...
He stopped to clear his throat so he would not sound so hoarse.
How did an Aiel come to be caged in your town square?
Ah, young master, that is a story to...
Furlan trailed off, eyeing him up and down, taking in his plain country clothes and the longbow in his hands, pausing over the axe at his belt opposite his quiver. The plump man gave a start when his study reached Perrin's face, as if, with a lady and an Ogier present, he had just now noticed Perrin's yellow eyes.
"He would be your servant, Master Andra?"
he asked cautiously.
"Answer him,"
was all Lan said.
Ah, of course, Master Andra. But here's who can tell it better than myself. 'Tis Lord Orban himself. 'Tis he we have gathered to hear."
A dark-haired, youngish man in a red coat, with a bandage wound around his temples, was making his way down the stairs at the side of the common room, using padded crutches. The left leg of his breeches cut away so more bandages could strap his calf from ankle to knee. The townspeople murmured as if seeing something wondrous. The ship captains went on with their quiet talking. They had come round to furs. Furlan might have thought the man in the red coat could tell the story better, but he went ahead himself.
"Lord Orban and Lord Gan faced 20 wild Aielmen with only 10 retainers. Ah, fierce was the fighting, and hard, with many wounds given and received. 6 good retainers died, and every man took hurts, Lord Orban and Lord Gan worst of all. But every Aiel they slew, save those who fled, and one they took prisoner. 'Tis that one you see out there in the square, where he'll not be troubling the countryside any more with his savage ways, no more than the dead ones will."
"You have had trouble from Aiel in this district?" Moraine asked. Perrin was wondering the same thing, with no little consternation. If some people still occasionally used black-veiled Aiel as a term for someone violent, it was testimony to the impression the Aiel War had left. But that was 20 years in the past now, and the Aiel had never come out of the waste before or since.
But I saw one this side of the spine of the world, and now I've seen 2.
The innkeeper rubbed at his bald head.
No, lady, not exactly. But we would have had, you can be sure, with 20 savages loose. Why, everyone remembers how they killed and looted and burned their way across Cairhien. Men from this very village marched to the Battle of the Shining Walls, when the nations gathered to throw them back. I myself suffered from a twisted back at the time and so could not go, but I remember well, as we all do. How they came here, so far from their own land, or why, I do not know, but Lord Oban and Lord Gan saved us from them.
There was a murmur of agreement from the folk in feast-day clothes. Orban himself came stumping across the common room, not seeming to see anyone but the innkeeper. Perrin could smell stale wine before he was even close.
"Where's that old woman taking herself off to with her herbs, Furlan?" Orban demanded roughly. "Gan's wounds are paining him and my head feels about to split open."
Furlan almost bent his head to the floor.
Mother Leitch will be back in the morning, Lord Orban. A birthing, Lord. But she said she'd stitched and poulticed your wounds and Lord Gan's, so there'd be no worrying. Lord Orban, I'm sure she'll be seeing to you first thing on the morrow."
The bandaged man muttered something under his breath to any ears but Perrin's, about waiting on a farm wife throwing her litter, and something else about being sewn up like a sack of meal. He shifted sullen, angry eyes, and for the first time appeared to see the newcomers. Perrin he dismissed immediately, which did not surprise Perrin at all. His eyes widened a little at Loyal.
He's seen Ogier,
Perrin thought,
but he never thought to see one here.
Narrowed a bit at Lan.
He knows a fighting man when he sees one, and he does not like seeing one.
And brightened as he stooped to peer inside Moraine's hood, though he was not close enough to see her face. Perrin decided not to think anything at all about that, not concerning an Aes Sedai, and he hoped neither Moraine nor Lan thought anything of it either. A light in the warder's eyes told him he had missed on that hope at least.
12 of you fought 20, Aiel?
Lan asked in a flat voice. Auburn straightened, wincing. In an elaborately casual tone, he said,
Aye, you must expect things such as that when you seek the Horn of Valir. It was not the first such encounter for Gan and me, nor will it be the last before we find the Horn, if the light shines on us.
He sounded as if the light could not possibly do anything else.
Not all our fights have been with Aiel, of course, but there are always those who would stop hunters if they could. Gan and I, we do not stop easily.
Another approving murmur came from the townspeople. Auburn stood a little straighter.
You lost 6 and took 1 prisoner.
From Lan's voice, it was not clear if that was a good exchange or a poor one.
Aye, Auburn said. We slew the rest, save those who ran. No doubt they're hiding their dead now. I've heard they do that. The White Cloaks are out searching for them, but they'll never find them.
There are white cloaks here?
Perrin asked sharply. Auburn glanced at him and dismissed him once more. The man addressed Lan again.
White Cloaks always put their noses in where they are not wanted or needed. Incompetent louts, all of them. Aye, they'll ride all over the countryside for days, but I doubt they'll find as much as their own shadows.
I suppose they won't,
Lan said. The bandaged man frowned, as if unsure exactly what Lan meant, then rounded on the innkeeper again.
You find that old woman here? My head is splitting.
With a last glance at Lan, he hobbled away, climbing back up the stairs one at a time, followed by murmurs of admiration for a hunter of the Horn who had slain Aielman.
This is an eventful town.
Loyal's deep voice drew every eye to him, except for the ship captains, who seemed to be discussing rope, as near as Perrin could make out.
Everywhere I go, you humans are doing things, hurrying and scurrying, having things happen to you. How can you stand so much excitement?
Friend Ogier, Furlan said. 'Tis the way of us humans to want excitement. How much I regret not being able to march to the Shining Walls. Why, let me tell you.
Our rooms. Moraine did not raise her voice, but her words cut the innkeeper short like a sharp knife. Andra did arrange rooms, did he not?
Ah, lady, forgive me. Yes, Master Andra did indeed hire rooms. Forgive me, please. 'Tis all the excitement makes my head empty itself. Please forgive me, lady. This way, if you please. If you're pleased to follow me.
Bowing and scraping, apologizing and babbling without pause, Furlan led them up the stairs. At the top, Perrin paused to look back. He heard the murmurs of "Lady" and "Ogier" down there, could feel all those eyes, but it seemed to him that he felt one pair of eyes in particular, someone staring not at Moraine and Loyal, but at him. He picked her out immediately. For one thing, she stood apart from the others, and for another, she was the only woman in the room not wearing at least a little lace. Her dark grey, almost black dress was as plain as the ship captain's clothes, with wide sleeves and narrow skirts, and never a frill or stitch of fancy work. The dress was divided for riding, he saw when she moved, and she wore soft boots that peeked out under the hem. She was young, no older than he was, perhaps, and tall for a woman, with black hair to her shoulders. A nose that just missed being too large and too bold, a generous mouth, high cheekbones, and dark, slightly tilted eyes. He could not quite decide whether she was beautiful or not. As soon as he looked down, she turned to address one of the serving women and did not glance at the stairs again. But he was sure he had been right. She had been staring at him. Chapter 34. A Different Dance. Furlan burbled on as he showed them to their rooms, though Perrin did not really listen. He was too busy wondering if the black-haired girl knew what yellow eyes meant.
Burn me, she was looking at me.
Then he heard the innkeeper say the words,
"Proclaiming the dragon in Gaelden,"
and he thought his ears would go to sharp points like Loyal's. Moraine stopped dead in the doorway to her room. There is another false dragon, innkeeper. In Gaelden? The hood of her cloak still hid her face, but she sounded shaken to her toes. Even listening for the man's reply, Perrin could not help staring at her. He smelled something close to fear.
Ah, lady, never you fear. 'Tis 100 leagues to Gaelden, and none will trouble you here, not with Master Andra about, and Lord Urban, and Lord Gan. Oi, answer her, Lan said harshly. Is there a false dragon in Gaelden? No, Master Andra. Not precisely. I said there's a man proclaiming the dragon in Gaelden, so we heard a few days gone. Preaching his coming, you might say. Talking about that fellow over in Tarabon we've heard about. Though some do say 'tis Aradoman, not Tarabon. A long way from here in any case. Why, any other day I'd expect we'd talk more of that than anything else, except maybe the wild tales about Hawkwing's army come back.
Lan's cold eyes might as well have been knife blades from the way Furlan swallowed and scrubbed his hands faster.
I only know what to hear, Master Andra. 'Tis said the fellow has a stare can pin you where you stand, and he talks all sorts of rubbish about the dragon coming to save us, and we all have to follow, and even the beasts will fight for the dragon. I don't know whether they've arrested him yet or not. 'Tis likely. The Gaeldanen would not put up long with that kind of talk.
Massima, Perrin thought wonderingly. It's bloody Massima.
You're right, innkeeper,
Lan said.
This fellow isn't likely to trouble us here. I knew a fellow once who liked to make wild speeches. You remember him, Lady Alice, don't you? Massima?
Moraine gave a start. Massima? Yes, of course. I had put him out of my mind. Her voice firmed. When next I see Massima, he will wish someone had peeled his hide to make boots. She slammed the door behind her so hard that the crash echoed down the hallway.
Keep her quiet! Came a muffled shout from the far end. My head is splitting!
Ah! Furlan washed his hands in one direction, then rubbed them in the other.
Ah, forgive me, Master Andra, but Lady Alice is a fierce-sounding woman.
Only with those who displease her,
Lan said blandly.
Her bite is far worse than her bark.
Ah. Your rooms are this way. Friend Ogier, when Master Andra told me you were coming, I had an old Ogier bed brought from the attic, where it has been gathering dust these 300 years or more. Hoy, 'tis...
Perrin let the words wash over him, hearing them no more than a river rock hears the water. The black-haired young woman worried him, and the caged Aiel. Once in his own room, a small one in the back, Lan had done nothing to disabuse the innkeeper of the notion that Perrin was a servant. He moved mechanically, still wrapped in thought. He unstrung his bow and propped it in the corner, keeping it strung too long ruined bow and string alike, set down his blanket roll and saddlebags beside the washstand, and threw his cloak across them. He hung his belts with quiver and axe from pegs on the wall, and nearly lay down on the bed before a jaw-cracking yawn reminded him how dangerous that might be. The bed was narrow, and the mattress appeared to be all lumps. It looked more inviting than any bed he could remember. He sat on the three-legged stool instead, and thought. Always he liked to think things through. After a time, Loyal rapped on the door and put his head in. The Ogier's ears practically quivered with excitement, and his grin very nearly split his broad face in two.
Perrin, you will not believe it. My bed is sung wood. Why, it must be well over 1,000 years old. No tree singer has sung a piece so large in at least that long. I myself would not care to try it, and I have the talent more strongly than most now. Well, to be truthful, there are not many of us with the talent at all anymore. But I am among the best of those who can sing wood. That is very interesting, Perrin said. An Aiel in a cage. That is what Min said. Why was that girl staring at me? I thought it was.
Loyal sounded a little put out that he did not share the Ogier's excitement, but all Perrin wanted to do was think.
Supper is ready below, Perrin. They have prepared their finest in case the hunters want anything, but we can have some. You go on, Loyal. I'm not hungry.
The smells of cooking meat floating up from the kitchen did not interest him. He hardly noticed Loyal going. Hands on his knees, yawning now and again, he tried to work it out. It seemed like one of those puzzles Master Luhan made, the metal pieces appearing to be linked inextricably. But there was always a trick to make the iron loops and whirls come apart. And there had to be here, too. The girl had been looking at him. His eyes might explain that, except that the innkeeper had ignored them, and no one else had even noticed. They had an ogier to look at, and hunters of the horn in the house, and a lady visiting, and an aiel caged in the square. Nothing as small as the colour of a man's eyes could seize their attention. Nothing about a servant could compete with the rest.
So why did she pick me to stare at?
And the aiel in the cage. What Min saw was always important. But how? What was he supposed to do?
I could have stopped those children throwing rocks. I should have.
It was no use telling himself the adults would certainly have told him to go on about his business, that he was a stranger in Remen and the aiel was none of his concern.
I should have tried.
No answers came to him, so he went back to the beginning and patiently worked through it once more, then again, and again. Still, he found nothing, except regret for what he had not done. It came to him after a time that night had finally fallen. The room was dark, except for a little moonlight through the lone window. He thought about the tallow candle and the tinderbox he had seen on the mantel over the narrow fireplace, but there was more than enough light for his eyes.
I have to do something, don't I?
He buckled on his axe, then paused. He had done it without thinking. Wearing the thing had become as natural as breathing. He did not like that. But he left the belt around his waist and went out. Light from the stairs made the hallway seem almost bright after his room. Talk and laughter drifted up from the common room, and cooking smells from the kitchen. He strode toward the front of the inn, to Moraine's room, knocked once, and went in. And stopped, his face burning. Moraine pulled the pale blue robe that hung from her shoulders around herself. "You wished something?" she asked coolly. She had a silver-backed hairbrush in one hand, and her dark hair spilling down her neck in dark waves glistened as if she had been brushing it. Her room was far finer than his, with polished wooden panelling on the walls and silver-chased lamps and a warm fire on the wide brick hearth. The air smelled of rose-scented soap.
I thought Lan was here.
He managed to get out.
You two always have your heads together, and I thought he'd... I thought...
What do you want, Perrin? He took a deep breath.
Is this Rand's doing? I know Lan followed him here, and it all seems odd, the hunters and aiel. But did he do it?
I do not think so. I will know more when Lan tells me what he discovers tonight. With luck, what he finds will help with the choice I must make.
A choice?
Rand could have crossed the river and be on his way to Tyr cross-country. Or he could have taken a ship downriver to Ilian, meaning to board another there for Tyr. The journey is leagues longer that way, but days faster.
I don't think we are going to catch him, Moraine. I don't know how he's doing it, but even afoot he is staying ahead of us. If Lan is right, he is still half a day ahead.
I could almost suspect he had learned to travel, Moraine said with a small frown. Except that if he had, he would have gone straight to Tyr. No. He has the blood of long walkers and strong runners in him. But we may take the river anyway. If I cannot catch him, I will be in Tyr close behind him. Or waiting for him. Perrin shifted his feet uneasily. There was cold promise in her voice.
You told me once that you could sense a dark friend. One who was far gone into the shadow, at least. Lan, too. Have you sensed anything like that here?
She gave a loud sniff and turned back to a tall standing mirror with finely made silverwork set in the legs. Holding her robe closed with one hand, she ran the brush through her hair with the other. Very few humans are so far gone as that, Perrin, even among the worst dark friends. The brush halted in mid-stroke. Why do you ask?
There was a girl down in the common room, staring at me. Not at you and Loyal, like everybody else. At me.
The brush resumed motion, and a smile briefly touched Moraine's lips. You sometimes forget, Perrin, that you are a good-looking young man. Some girls admire a pair of shoulders. He grunted and shuffled his feet. Was there something else, Perrin?
No.
She could not help with Min's viewing, not beyond telling him what he already knew, that it was important. And he did not want to tell her what Min had seen, or that Min had seen anything for that matter. Back out in the hall, with the door closed, he leaned against the wall for a moment.
Light just walking in on her like that, and her...
She was a pretty woman.
And likely old enough to be my mother, or more.
He thought Matt would probably have asked her down to the common room to dance.
No, he wouldn't. Even Matt isn't fool enough to try charming an Aes Sedai.
Moraine did dance. He had danced with her once himself, and nearly fallen over his own feet with every other step.
Stop thinking about her like a village girl, just because you saw... She's bloody Aes Sedai. You have that Aiel to worry about.
He gave himself a shake and went downstairs. The common room was full as it could be, with every chair taken, and stools and benches brought in, and those who had nowhere to sit standing along the walls. He did not see the black-haired girl, and no one else looked at him twice as he hurriedly crossed the room. Auburn occupied a table to himself, his bandaged leg propped up on a chair with a cushion, with a soft slipper on that foot, a silver goblet in his hand, the serving women keeping it filled with wine.
Aye,
he was saying to the whole room.
We knew the Aiel for fierce fighters, Scan and I, but there was no time to hesitate. I drew my sword and dug my heels into Lion's ribs.
Perrin gave a start before he realized the man meant his horse was named Lion.
Wouldn't put it past him to say he was riding a lion.
He felt a little ashamed. Just because he did not like the man was no reason to suppose the hunter would take his boasting that far. He hurried on outside without looking back. The street in front of the inn was as crowded as inside, with people who could not find a place in the common room peering in through the windows, and twice as many huddling around the doors to listen to Auburn's tale. No one glanced at Perrin twice, though his passage brought muttered complaints from those jostled a little further from the door. Everyone who was out in the night must have been at the inn, for he saw no one as he walked to the square. Sometimes the shadow of a person moved across a lighted window, but that was all. He had the feel of being watched, though, and looked around uneasily. Nothing but night-cloaked streets dotted with glowing windows. Around the square, most of the windows were dark, except a few on upper floors. The gibbet stood as he remembered. The man, the Aiel, still in the cage, hanging higher than he could reach. The Aiel seemed to be awake, at least his head was up, but he never looked down at Perrin. The stones the children had been throwing were scattered beneath the cage. The cage hung from a thick rope tied to a ring on one of the upper bars and running through a heavy pulley on the crosspiece down to a pair of stubs, waist-high from the bottom of the upright on either side. The excess rope lay in a careless tangle of coils at the foot of the gibbet. Perrin looked around again, searching the dark square. He still had the feel of being watched, but he still saw nothing. He listened, and heard nothing. He smelled chimney smoke and cooking from the houses, and man sweat and old blood from the man in the cage. There was no fear scent from him.
His weight, and then there's the cage,
he thought as he moved closer to the gibbet. He did not know when he had decided to do this, or even if he really had decided, but he knew he was going to do it. Hooking a leg around the heavy upright, he heaved on the rope, hoisting the cage enough to gain a little slack. The way the rope jerked told him the man in the cage had finally moved, but he was in too much of a hurry to stop and tell him what he was doing. The slack let him unwind the rope from around the stubs. Still bracing himself with his leg around the upright, he quickly lowered the cage hand over hand to the paving blocks. The Aiel was looking at him now, studying him silently. Perrin said nothing. When he got a good look at the cage, his mouth tightened. If a thing was made, even a thing like this, it should be made well. The entire front of the cage was a door, on rude hinges made by a hasty hand, held by a good iron lock, on a chain as badly wrought as the cage. He fumbled the chain around until he found the worst link, then jammed the thick spike on his axe through it. A sharp twist of his wrist forced the link open. In seconds, he separated the chain, rattled it free, and swung open the front of the cage. The Aiel sat there, knees yet under his chin, staring at him.
Well?
Perrin whispered hoarsely.
I opened it, but I'm not going to bloody carry you.
He looked hastily around the night-dark square. Still nothing moved, but he still had the feel of eyes watching.
You are strong, Wetlander.
The Aiel did not move beyond working his shoulders.
It took 3 men to hoist me up there, and now you bring me down. Why?
I don't like seeing people in cages,
Perrin whispered. He wanted to go. The cage was open, and those eyes were watching. But the Aiel was not moving.
If you do a thing, do it right. Will you get out of there before somebody comes?
The Aiel grasped the frontmost overhead bar of the cage, heaved himself out and to his feet in one motion, then half hung there, supporting himself with his grip on the bar. He would have been nearly a head taller than Perrin, standing straight. He glanced at Perrin's eyes. Perrin knew how they must shine, burnished gold in the moonlight, but he did not mention them.
I have been in there since yesterday, Wetlander.
He sounded like Lan. Not that their voices or accents were anything alike, but the Aiel had that same unruffled coolness, that same calm sureness.
It will take a moment for my legs to work. I am Gol, of the Imran sept of the Sha'arad Aiel, Wetlander. I am Shaya en Mata'al, a stone dog. My water is yours.
Well, I am Perrin Ebara, of the 2 rivers. I'm a blacksmith.
The man was out of the cage. He could go now. Only if anyone came along before Gaul could walk, he would be right back into the cage unless they killed him, and either way would waste Perrin's work.
If I had thought, I'd have brought a water bottle or a skin. Why do you call me Wetlander?
Gaul gestured toward the river. Even Perrin's eyes could not be sure in the moonlight, but he thought the Aiel looked uneasy for the first time.
3 days ago, I watched the girl sporting in a huge pool of water. It must have been 20 paces across. She pulled herself out into it.
He made an awkward swimming gesture with one hand.
A brave girl. Crossing these rivers has nearly unmanned me. I never thought there could be such a thing as too much water, but I never thought there was so much water in the world as you Whitlanders have.
Perrin shook his head. He knew the Aiel waste held little water. It was one of the few things he knew about the waste or the Aiel, but he had not thought it could be scarce enough to cause this reaction.
You're a long way from home, Gaul. Why are you here?
We search,
Gaul said slowly.
We look for he who comes with the dawn.
Perrin had heard that name before, under circumstances that made him sure who it meant.
Light, it always comes back to Rand. I am tied to him like a mean horse for shoeing. You are looking in the wrong direction, Gaul. I'm looking for him too, and he is on his way to Tyr.
Tyr?
The Aiel sounded surprised.
Why? But it must be. Prophecy says when the stone of Tyr falls, we will leave the threefold land at last.
That was the Aiel name for the waste.
It says we will be changed, and find again what was ours and was lost.
That may be. I don't know your prophecies, Gaul. Are you about ready to leave? Somebody could come any minute.
It is too late to run, Gaul said, and a deep voice shouted,
The savage is loose!
10 or a dozen white-cloaked men came running across the square, drawing swords, their conical helmets shining in the moonlight. Children of the light. As if he had all the time in the world, Gaul calmly lifted a dark cloth from his shoulders and wrapped it around his head, finishing with a thick black veil that hid his face except for his eyes.
Do you like to dance, Perinebara? He asked.
With that, he darted away from the cage, straight at the oncoming white cloaks. For an instant they were caught by surprise, but an instant was apparently all the Aiel needed. He kicked the sword out of the grip of the first to reach him, then his stiffened hands struck like a dagger at the white cloak's throat, and he slid around the soldier as he fell. The next man's arm made a loud snap as Gaul broke it. He pushed that man under the feet of a third and kicked a fourth in the face. It was like a dance, from one to the next without stopping or slowing, though the tripped fellow was climbing back to his feet and the one with the broken arm had shifted his sword. Gaul danced on in the midst of them. Perrin had only an amazed moment himself, for not all the white cloaks had put their attentions on the Aiel. Barely in time, he gripped the axe haft with both hands to block a sword thrust, swung, and wanted to cry out as the half-moon blade tore the man's throat. But he had no time for crying out, none for regrets. More white cloaks followed before the first fell. He hated the gaping wounds the axe made, hated the way it chopped through mail to rend flesh beneath, split helmet and skull with almost equal ease. He hated it all, but he did not want to die. Time seemed to compress and stretch out both at once. His body felt as if he fought for hours, and breath rasped raw in his throat. Men seemed to move as though floating through jelly. They seemed to leap in an instant from where they started to where they fell. Sweat rolled down his face, yet he felt as cold as quenching water. He fought for his life, and he could not have said whether it lasted seconds or all night. When he finally stood, panting and nearly stunned, looking at a dozen white-cloaked men lying on the paving blocks of the square, the moon appeared not to have moved at all. Some of the men groaned, others lay silent and still. Gaul stood among them, still veiled, still empty-handed. Most of the men down were his work. Perrin wished they all were, and felt ashamed. The smell of blood and death was sharp and bitter.
You do not dance the spears badly, Perinebara.
Head spinning, Perrin muttered, I don't see how 12 men fought 20 of you in one, even if 2 of them are hunters.
Is that what they say?
Gaul laughed softly.
Sarian and I were careless, being so long in these soft lands, and the wind was from the wrong direction, so we smelt nothing. We walked into them before we knew it. Well, Sarian is dead, and I was caged like a fool, so perhaps we paid enough. It is time for running now, Wetlander. Dear, I will remember it.
At last he lowered the black veil.
May you always find water and shade, Perinebara.
Turning, he ran into the night. Perrin started to run too, then realized he had a bloody axe in his hands. Hastily, he wiped the curved blade on a dead man's cloak.
He's dead, burn me, and there's blood on it already.
He made himself put the haft back through the loop on his belt before he broke into a trot. At his second step, he saw her. A slim shape at the edge of the square, in dark, narrow skirts. She turned to run. He could see they were divided for riding. She darted back into the street and vanished. Lan met him before he reached the place where she had been standing. The warder took in the cage, sitting empty beneath the gibbet, the shadowed white mounds that caught the moonlight, and he tossed his head as if he were about to erupt. In a voice as tight and hard as a new wheel rim, he said,
Is this your work, blacksmith?
The light burned me. Is there anyone who can connect it to you?
A girl, Perrin said. I think she saw. I don't want you to hurt her, Lan. Plenty of others could have seen too. There are lighted windows all around.
The warder grabbed Perrin's coat sleeve and gave him a push toward the inn.
I saw a girl running, but I thought, no matter. You dig the Ogier out and haul him down to the stable. After this, we need to get our horses to the docks as quickly as possible. The light alone knows if there is a ship sailing tonight, or what I'll have to pay to hire one if there isn't. Don't ask questions, blacksmith. Do it. Run!
Chapter 35. The Falcon. The warder's long legs outdistanced Perrin's, and by the time he pushed through the throng outside the inn doors, Lan was already striding up the stairs, not seeming in any particular hurry. Perrin made himself walk as slowly. From the doorway behind him came grumbles about people pushing ahead of other people.
Again?
Auburn was saying, holding his silver cup up to be refilled.
Aye, very well. They lay an ambush close beside the road we travelled, and an ambush I did not expect so close to Remen. Screaming, they rushed upon us from the crowding brush. In a breath, they were in our midst, their spears stabbing, slaying 2 of my best men and 1 of Gan's immediately. Aye, I knew Aiel when I saw them, and...
Perrin hurried up the stairs.
Well, Auburn knows them now.
Voices came from behind Moraine's door. He did not want to hear what she had to say about this. He hurried past to stick his head into Loyal's room. The Ogier bed was a low, massive thing, twice as long and half as wide as any human bed Perrin had ever seen. It took up much of the room, and that was as large and as fine as Moraine's. Perrin vaguely remembered Loyal saying something about it being sung wood, and at any other time he might have stopped to admire those flowing curves that made it seem as if the bed had somehow grown where it stood. Ogier really must have stopped in Remen at some time in the past, for the innkeeper had also found a wooden armchair that fit Loyal, and filled it with cushions. The Ogier was comfortably sitting on them in his shirt and breeches, idly scratching a bare ankle with a toenail, as he wrote in a large cloth-bound book on an arm of the chair.
We're leaving,
Perrin said. Loyal gave a jump, nearly upsetting his ink bottle and almost dropping the book.
Leaving? We only just arrived,
he rumbled.
Yes, leaving. Meet us at the stable as quickly as you can, and don't let anyone see you go. I think there's a back stair that runs down by the kitchen.
The smell of food at his end of the hall had been too strong for there not to be. The Ogier gave one regretful look at the bed, then started tugging on his high boots.
But why? The white cloaks, Perrin said. I'll tell you more later.
He ducked back out before Loyal could ask any more. He had not unpacked. Once he had belted on his quiver, slung his cloak around him, tossed blanket roll and saddlebags on his shoulder, and picked up his bow, there was no sign he had ever been there. Not a wrinkle in the folded blankets at the foot of the bed, not a splash of water in the cracked basin on the washstand. Even the tallow candle still had a fresh wick, he realized.
I must have known I would not be staying. I don't seem to leave any mark behind me of late.
As he had suspected, a narrow stair at the back led down to a hall that ran out past the kitchen. He peered cautiously into the kitchen. A spit dog trotted in his big wicker wheel, turning a long spit that held a haunch of lamb, a large piece of beef, 5 chickens, and a goose. Fragrant steam rose from a soup cauldron hanging from a sturdy crane over a second hearth. But there was not a cook to be seen, nor any living soul except the dog. Thankful for Auburn's lies, he hurried on into the night. The stable was a large structure of the same stone as the inn, though only the stone faces around the big doors had been polished. A single lantern hanging from a stall post gave a dim light. Stepper and the other horses stood in stalls near the doors. Loyal's big mount nearly filled his. The smell of hay and horses was familiar and comforting. Perrin was the first to arrive. There was only one stableman on duty, a narrow-faced fellow in a dirty shirt with lanky grey hair, who demanded to know who Perrin was to order 4 horses saddled, and who was his master, and what was he doing all bundled up to travel in the middle of the night, and did Master Furlan know he was sneaking off like this? And what did he have hidden in those saddlebags? And what was wrong with his eyes? Was he sick? A coin flipped through the air from behind Perrin, glinting gold in the lantern light. The stableman snagged it with one hand and bit it.
"Saddle them,"
Lan said. His voice was soft, as cold iron is soft, and the stableman bobbed a bow and scurried to make the horses ready. Moraine and Loyal came into the stable just as they could take up their reins, and then they were all leading their horses behind Lan, off down a street that ran behind the stable toward the river. The soft clop of the horses' hooves on the paving blocks attracted only a slat-ribbed dog that barked once and ran away as they went by.
"This brings back memories, doesn't it, Perrin?"
Loyal said, quietly for him.
"Keep your voice down,"
Perrin whispered.
"What memories?" "Why, it is like old times."
The Ogier had managed to mute his voice. He sounded like a bumblebee only the size of a dog instead of a horse.
"Sneaking away in the night, with enemies behind us, and maybe enemies ahead, and danger in the air, and the cold tang of adventure."
Perrin frowned at Loyal over Stepper's saddle. It was easy enough. His eyes cleared the saddle, and Loyal stood head and shoulders and chest above it on the other side.
"What are you talking about? I believe you are coming to like danger. Loyal, you must be crazy." "I am only fixing the mood in my head,"
Loyal said, sounding formal, or perhaps defensive.
"For my book, I have to put it all in. I believe I am coming to like it. Adventuring. Of course I am."
His ears gave 2 violent twitches.
"I have to like it if I wish to write of it."
Perrin shook his head. At the stone wharves, the barge-like ferries lay snugged for the night, still and dark, as did most of the ships. Lantern lights and people moved around on the dock alongside a 2-masted vessel, though, and on the deck as well. The main smells were tar and rope, with strong hints of fish, though something back in the nearest warehouse gave off sharp, spicy aromas that the others nearly submerged. Lan located the captain, a short, slight man with an odd way of holding his head tilted to one side while he listened. The bargaining was over soon enough, and booms and sling rigged to hoist the horses aboard. Perrin kept a close eye on the horses, talking to them. Horses had little tolerance for the unusual, such as being lifted into the air, but even the warder's stallion seemed soothed by his murmurs. Lan gave gold to the captain and silver to 2 sailors who ran barefoot to a warehouse for sacks of oats. More crewmen tethered the horses between the masts in a sort of small pen made of rope, all the while muttering about the mess they would have to clean. Perrin did not think anyone was supposed to overhear, but his ears caught the words. The men were just not used to horses. In short order, the Snow Goose was ready to sail, only a little ahead of what the captain, his name was J. Madara, had intended. Lan led Moraine below as the lines were cast off, and Loyal followed, yawning. Perrin stayed at the railing near the bow, though the Ogier's every yawn had summoned one of his own. He wondered if the Snow Goose could outrun wolves down the river, outrun dreams. Men began readying the sweeps to push the vessel away from the wharf. As the last line was tossed ashore and seized by a dockman, a girl in narrow divided skirts burst out of the shadows between 2 warehouses, a bundle in her arms and a dark cloak streaming behind her. She leaped onto the deck, just as the men at the sweeps began pushing off. Adara bustled from his place by the tiller, but she calmly set down her bundle and said briskly, "I will take passage downriver. Oh, say, as far as he is going." She nodded toward Perrin without looking at him. "I've no objections to sleeping on deck. Cold and wet do not bother me." A few minutes of bargaining followed. She passed over 3 silver marks, frowned at the coppers she got back, then stuffed them into her purse and came forward to stand beside Perrin. She had an herbal scent to her, light and fresh and clean. Those dark, tilted eyes regarded him over high cheekbones, then turned to look back toward shore. She was about his own age, he decided. He could not decide if her nose fit her face or dominated it.
You are a fool, Perrine Barra. Why care what she looks like?
The gap to the wharf was a good 20 paces now. The sweeps dug in, cutting white furrows in black water. For a moment he considered tossing her over the side. "Well," she said after a moment, "I never expected my travels to take me back to Ilion so soon as this." Her voice was high, and she had a flat way of speaking, but it was not unpleasant. "You are going to Ilion, are you not?" He tightened his mouth. "Don't sulk," she said. "You left quite a mess back there, you and that Aielman between you. The uproar was just beginning when I left."
You did not tell them?
He said in surprise. "The townsfolk think the Aielman chewed through the chain, or broke it with his bare hands. They had not decided which when I left." She made a sound suspiciously like a giggle. "Orban was quite loud in his disgust that his wounds would keep him from hunting down the Aielman personally."
Perrin snorted. "If he ever sees an Aiel again, he'll bloody soil himself."
He cleared his throat and muttered,
"Sorry."
"I do not know about that," she said, as if his remark had been nothing out of the way. "I saw him in Johanna during the winter. He fought 4 men together, killed 2 and made the other 2 yield. Of course he started the fight, so that takes something away from it, but they knew what they were doing. He did not pick a fight with men who could not defend themselves. Still, he is a fool. He has these peculiar ideas about the Great Blackwood, what some call the Forest of Shadows. Have you ever heard of it?" He eyed her sideways. She spoke of fighting and killing as calmly as another woman might speak of baking. He had never heard of any Great Blackwood, but the Forest of Shadows lay just south of the 2 rivers.
"Are you following me? You were staring at me back at the inn. Why? And why didn't you tell them what you saw?"
"An ogier," she said, staring at the river, "is obviously an ogier, and the others were not much more difficult to figure out. I managed a much better look inside Lady Alice's hood than Orban did, and her face makes that stone-faced fellow a warder. The light burned me if I'd want that one angry with me. Does he always look like that, or did he eat a rock for his last meal? Anyway, that left only you. I do not like things I cannot account for." Once again he considered tossing her over the side. Seriously this time. But Remen was now only a blotch of light well behind them in the darkness, and no telling how far it was to shore. She seemed to take his silence as an urging to go on. "So, there. I have an—" She looked around, then dropped her voice, though the closest crewman was working a sweep 10 feet away. "An Aes Sedai, a warder, an ogier, and you. A countryman, by first look at you." Her tilted eyes rose to study his yellow ones intently. He refused to look away, and she smiled. "Only you free a caged Aielman, hold a long talk with him, then help him chop a dozen white cloaks into sausage. I assume you do this regularly. You certainly look as if it were nothing out of the ordinary for you. I scent something strange in a party of travellers such as yours, and strange trails are what hunters look for." He blinked. There was no mistaking that emphasis.
"A hunter? You? You cannot be a hunter. You're a girl."
Her smile became so innocent that he almost walked away from her. She stepped back, made a flourish with each hand, and was holding 2 knives as neatly as old Tom Merrilin could have done it. One of the men at the sweeps made a choking sound, and 2 others stumbled. Sweeps thrashed and tangled, and the snow goose lurched a little before the captain's shouts set things right. By that time, the black-haired girl had made the knives disappear again. "Nimble fingers and nimble wits will take you a good deal further than a sword and muscles. Sharp eyes help, as well, but fortunately, I have these things."
"And modesty as well,"
Perrin murmured. She did not seem to notice. "I took the oath and received the blessing in the great square of Tamaz in Ilion. Perhaps I was the youngest, but in that crowd with all the trumpets and drums and cymbals and shouting, a 6-year-old could have taken the oath and none would have noticed. There were over 1,000 of us, perhaps 2, and every one with an idea of where to find the Horn of Valir. I have mine. It still may be the right one, but no hunter can afford to pass up a strange trail. The horn will certainly lie at the end of a strange trail, and I have never seen one any stranger than the trail you 4 make." Where are you bound? Ilian? Somewhere else?
What was your idea? He asked. About where the horn is. Safe in Tarvalon, I hope, and the lights send I never see it again. You think it's in Gaelden?
She frowned at him. He had the feeling she did not give up a scent once she had raised it. But he was ready to offer her as many side trails as she would take. Then said, "Have you ever heard of Manetheren?" He nearly choked.
I have heard of it,
he said cautiously. Every queen of Manetheren was an Aes Sedai, and the king, the warder bound to her. I can't imagine a place like that, but that is what the books say. It was a large land, most of Andor and Gaelden and more besides, but the capital, the city itself, was in the Mountains of Mist. That is where I think the horn is, unless you four lead me to it. His hackles stirred. She was lecturing him as if he were an untaught village lout.
You'll not find the horn or Manetheren. The city was destroyed during the Trolloc Wars, when the last queen drew too much of the One Power to destroy the dreadlords who had killed her husband.
Moraine had told him the names of that king and queen, but he did not remember them. Not in Manetheren, farm-boy, she said calmly, though a land such as that would make a good hiding place. But there were other nations, other cities in the Mountains of Mist, so old that not even Aes Sedai remember them. And think of all those stories about it being bad luck to enter the mountains. What better place for the horn to be hidden than in one of those forgotten cities?
I have heard stories of something being hidden in the mountains.
Would she believe him? He had never been good at lying.
The stories did not say what, but it's supposed to be the greatest treasure in the world, so maybe it is the horn. But the Mountains of Mist stretch for hundreds of leagues. If you are going to find it, you should not waste time following us. You'll need it all to find the horn before Auburn and Gan.
I told you, those two have some strange idea the horn is hidden in the great Blackwood. She smiled up at him. Her mouth was not too big at all when she smiled. And I told you a hunter has to follow strange trails. You are lucky Auburn and Gan were injured fighting all those Aielmen, or they might well be aboard too. At least I will not get in your way, or try to take over, or pick a fight with the warder. He growled disgustedly.
We are just travellers on our way to Ilion, girl. What is your name? If I have to share this ship with you for days yet, I can't keep calling you girl.
I call myself Mandarb. He could not stop the guffaw that burst out of him. Those tilted eyes regarded him with heat. I will teach you something, farm-boy. Her voice remained level, barely. In the old tongue, Mandarb means blade. It is a name worthy of a hunter of the horn. He managed to get his laughter under control, and hardly wheezed at all as he pointed to the rope pen between the masts.
You see that black stallion? His name is Mandarb.
The heat went out of her eyes, and spots of colour bloomed on her cheeks. Oh. I was born Zareen Bashir, but Zareen is no name for a hunter. In the stories, hunters have names like Rogosh, Eagle-Eye. She looked so crestfallen that he hastened to say,
I like the name Zareen. It suits you.
The heat flashed back into her eyes, and for a moment he thought she was about to produce one of her knives again.
It is late, Zareen. I want some sleep.
He turned his back to start for the hatch that led below deck, prickles running across his shoulders. Crewmen still padded up the deck and back, working the sweeps.
Fool. A girl would not stick a knife in me, not with all these people watching. Would she?
Just as he reached the hatch, she called to him. Farm-boy! Perhaps I will call myself Fail. My father used to call me that when I was little. It means falcon. He stiffened, and almost missed the first step of the ladder.
Coincidence.
He made himself go down without looking back toward her.
It has to be.
The passageway was dark, but enough moonlight filtered down behind him for him to make his way. Someone was snoring loudly in one of the cabins.
Min, why did you have to go seeing things?
Chapter 36. Daughter of the Night. Realizing that he had no way of knowing which cabin was supposed to be his, he put his head into several. They were dark, and all of them had 2 men asleep in the narrow beds built against each side, all but one, which held Loyal, sitting on the floor between the beds and barely fitting, scribbling in his cloth-bound book of notes by the light of a gimbaled lantern. The Ogier wanted to talk about the events of the day, but Perrin, jaws creaking with the effort of holding his yawns in, thought the ship must have run far enough downriver by now to make it safe to sleep. Safe to dream. Even if they tried, wolves could not long keep pace with the sweeps and the current. Finally, he found a windowless cabin with no one in it at all, which suited him just as well. He wanted to be alone.
A coincidence in the name, that's all,
he thought, as he lit the lantern mounted on the wall.
Anyway, her real name is Zareen.
But the girl with the high cheekbones and dark, tilted eyes was not uppermost in his thoughts. He put his bow and other belongings on one cramped bed, tossed his cloak over them, and sat on the other to tug off his boots. Elias Mashera had found a way to live with what he was, a man somehow linked with wolves, and he had not gone mad. Thinking back, Perrin was sure Elias had been living that way for years before he ever met the man.
He wants to be that way. He accepts it anyway.
That was no solution. Perrin did not want to live that way, did not want to accept.
But if you have the bar stock to make a knife, you accept it and make a knife, even if you'd like a wood axe. No! My life is more than iron to be hammered into shape.
Cautiously, he reached out with his mind, feeling for wolves, and found nothing. Oh, there was a dim impression of wolves somewhere in the distance, but it faded even as he touched it. For the first time in so long, he was alone. Blessedly alone. Blowing out the lantern, he lay down for the first time in days.
How in the light will Loyal manage in one of these?
Those all but sleepless nights rolled over him, exhaustion slacking his muscles. It came to him that he had managed to put the Aiel out of his head. And the white cloaks.
Light forsaken axe! Burn me! I wish I had never seen it,
was his last thought before sleep. Thick grey fog surrounded him, dense enough low down that he could not see his own boots, and so heavy on every side that he could not make out anything 10 paces away. There was surely nothing nearer. Anything at all might lie within it. The mist did not feel right. There was no dampness to it. He put a hand to his belt, seeking the comfort of knowing he could defend himself, and gave a start. His axe was not there. Something moved in the fog, a swirling in the greyness, something coming his way. He tensed, wondering if it was better to run, or stand and fight with his bare hands, wondering if there was anything to fight. The billowing furrow boring through the fog resolved itself into a wolf, its shaggy form almost one with the heavy mist.
Hopper?
The wolf hesitated, then came to stand beside him. It was Hopper, he was certain, but something about the wolf's stance, something in the yellow eyes that looked up briefly to meet his, demanded silence, in mind as well as body. Those eyes demanded that he follow, too. He laid a hand on the wolf's back, and as he did, Hopper started forward. He let himself be led. The fur under his hand was thick and shaggy. It felt real. The fog began to thicken, until only his hand told him Hopper was still there, until a glance down did not even show him his own chest. Just grey mist. He might as well have been wrapped in new sheared wool for all he could see. It struck him that he had heard nothing either, not even the sound of his own footsteps. He wiggled his toes, and was relieved to feel the boots on his feet. The grey became darker, and he and the wolf walked through pitch blackness. He could not see his hand when he touched his nose. He could not see his nose, for that matter. He tried closing his eyes for a moment, and could not tell any difference. There was still no sound. His hand felt the rough hair of Hopper's back, but he was not sure he could feel anything under his boots. Suddenly, Hopper stopped, forcing him to halt too. He looked around and snapped his eyes shut. He could tell a difference now. And feel something too, a queasy twisting of his stomach. He made himself open his eyes and look down. What he saw could not have been there, not unless he and Hopper were standing in mid-air. He could see nothing of the wolf or himself, as if neither had bodies at all. That thought nearly tied his stomach into knots. But below him, as clear as if lit by 1,000 lamps, stretched a vast array of mirrors, seemingly hanging in blackness, though as level as if they stood on a vast floor. They stretched as far as he could see in every direction, but right beneath his feet there was a clear space, and people in it. Suddenly he could hear their voices as well as if he had been standing among them.
"Great Lord," one of the men muttered, "where is this place?"
He looked around once, flinching at his image cast back at him many thousandfold, and held his eyes forward after that. The others huddled around him seemed even more afraid.
"I was asleep in Tarvalon, great Lord. I am asleep in Tarvalon. Where is this place? Have I gone mad?"
Some of the men around him wore ornate coats full of embroidery, others plainer garb, while some seemed to be naked or in their small clothes.
"I too sleep,"
a naked man nearly screamed.
"In Tyr. I remember lying down with my wife." "And I do sleep in Ilian,"
a man in red and gold said, sounding shaken.
"I know that I do sleep, but that cannot be. I know that I do dream, but that does be impossible. Where does this be, great Lord? Are you really come to me?"
The dark-haired man who faced them was garbed in black, with silver lace at his throat and wrists. Now and again he put a hand to his chest, as if it hurt him. There was light everywhere down there, coming from nowhere, but this man below Perrin seemed cloaked in shadow. Darkness rolled around him, caressed him.
"Silence!"
The black-clothed man did not speak loudly, but he had no need to. For the space of that word, he had raised his head. His eyes and mouth were holes, boring into a raging forge fire, all flame and fiery glow. Perrin knew him then. Baalzamon. He was staring down at Baalzamon himself. Fear struck through him like hammered spikes. He would have run, but he could not feel his feet. Hopper shifted. He felt the thick fur under his hand and gripped it hard. Something real. Something more real, he hoped, than what he saw. But he knew that both were real. The men, huddling together, cowered.
"You have been given tasks," Baalzamon said. "Some of these tasks you have carried out. At others, you have failed."
Now and again his eyes and mouth vanished in flame again, and the mirrors flashed with reflected fire.
"Those who have been marked for death must die. Those who have been marked for taking must bow to me. To fail, the great Lord of the Dark cannot be forgiven."
Fire shone through his eyes, and the darkness around him roiled and spun.
"You!"
His finger pointed at the man who had spoken of Tarvalon, a fellow dressed like a merchant, in plainly cut clothes of the finest cloth. The others shied away from him, as if he had black bile fever, leaving him to cower alone.
"You allowed the boy to escape Tarvalon!"
The man screamed, and began to quiver like a file struck against an anvil. He seemed to become less solid, and his scream thinned with him.
"You all dream," Baalzamon said. "But what happens in this dream is real."
The shrieking man was only a bundle of mist shaped like a man, his scream far distant, and then even the mist was gone.
"I fear he will never wake."
He laughed, and his mouth roared flame.
"The rest of you will not fail me again.
Begone! Wake! And obey!"
The other men vanished. For a moment Baalzamon stood alone. Then suddenly there was a woman with him, clad all in white and silver. Shock hit Perrin. He could never forget a woman so beautiful. She was the woman from his dream, the one who had urged him to glory. An ornate silver throne appeared behind her, and she sat, carefully arranging her silken skirts. "You make free use of my domain," she said.
"Your domain?" Baalzamon said. "You claim it yours, then? Do you no longer serve the great Lord of the Dark?"
The darkness around him thickened for an instant, seemed to boil. "I serve," she said quickly. "I have served the Lord of the Twilight long. Long did I lie imprisoned for my service, in an endless, dreamless sleep. Only grey men and Mudral are denied dreams. Even Trollocs can dream. Dreams were always mine, to use and walk. Now I am free again, and I will use what is mine."
"What is yours?"
Baalzamon said. The blackness swirling round him seemed mirthful.
"You always thought yourself greater than you were, Lanfear."
The name cut at Perrin like a newly honed knife. One of the Forsaken had been in his dreams. Moraine had been right. Some of them were free. The woman in white was on her feet, the throne gone.
"I am as great as I am. What have your plans come to? 3,000 years and more of whispering in ears and pulling the strings of throned puppets like an Aes Sedai."
Her voice invested the name with all scorn.
3,000 years, and yet Luz Therin walks the world again, and these Aes Sedai all but have him leashed.
Can you control him? Can you turn him? He was mine before ever that strawhead chit Ileana saw him. He will be mine again.
"Do you serve yourself now, Lanfear?"
Baalzamon's voice was soft, but flame raged continuously in his eyes and mouth.
"Have you abandoned your oaths to the great Lord of the Dark?"
For an instant the darkness nearly obliterated him, only the glowing fires showing through.
"They are not so easily broken as the oaths to the light you forsook, proclaiming your new master in the very hall of the servants. Your master claims you forever, Lanfear. Will you serve, or do you choose an eternity of pain, of endless dying without release?"
"I serve." Despite her words, she stood tall and defiant. "I serve the great Lord of the Dark, and none other. Forever." The vast array of mirror began to vanish as if black waves rolled in over it, ever closer to the centre. The tide rolled over Baalzamon and Lanfear. There was only blackness. Perrin felt Hopper move, and he was more than glad to follow, guided only by the feel of fur under his hand. It was not until he was moving that he realized he could. He tried to puzzle out what he had seen, without any success. Baalzamon and Lanfear. His tongue stuck to the roof of his mouth. For some reason, Lanfear frightened him more than Baalzamon did. Perhaps because she had been in his dreams in the mountains.
Light, one of the Forsaken in my dreams. Light.
And unless he had missed something, she had defied the Dark One. He had been told and taught that the shadow could have no power over you if you denied it. But how could a dark friend, not just a dark friend, one of the Forsaken, defy the shadow?
I must be mad, like Simeon's brother. These dreams have driven me mad.
Slowly the blackness became fog again, and the fog gradually thinned until he walked out of it, with Hopper, onto a grassy hillside bright with daylight. Birds began to sing from a thicket at the foot of the hill. He looked back. A hilly plain dotted with clumps of trees stretched to the horizon. There was no sign of fog anywhere. The big grizzled wolf stood watching him.
"What was that?"
he demanded, struggling in his mind to turn the question to thoughts the wolf could understand.
Why did you show it to me? What was it?
Emotions and images flooded his thoughts, and his mind put words to them.
What you must see. Be careful, young bull. This place is dangerous. Be wary as a cub hunting porcupine.
That came as something closer to small thorny back, but his mind named the animal the way he knew it as a man.
You are too young, too new. Was it real? All is real. What is seen and what is not seen.
That seemed to be all the answer Hopper was going to give.
Hopper, how are you here? I saw you die. I felt you die. All are here. All brothers and sisters that are. All that were. All that will be.
Perrin knew that wolves did not smile, not the way humans did. But for an instant he had the impression that Hopper was grinning.
Here, I soar like the eagle.
The wolf gathered himself and leaped up into the air. Up and up it carried him, until he dwindled to a speck in the sky. And a last thought came.
To soar.
Perrin stared after him with his mouth hanging open.
He did it.
His eyes burned suddenly, and he cleared his throat and scrubbed at his nose.
I will be crying like a girl next.
Without thinking, he looked around to see if anyone had seen him. And that quickly, everything changed. He was standing on a rise, with shadowy, indistinct dips and swells all around him. They seemed to fade into the distance too soon. Rand stood below him. Rand, and a ragged circle of Murdral. And men and women his eyes seemed to slide right past. Dogs howled somewhere in the distance, and Perrin knew they were hunting something. Murdral scent and the stink of burned sulphur filled the air. Perrin's hackles rose. The circle of Murdral and people came closer to Rand, all walking as if asleep. And Rand began to kill them. Balls of fire flew from his hands and consumed two. Lightning flashed from above to shrivel others. Bars of light, like white-hot steel, flew from his fists to more. And the survivors continued to walk slowly closer, as if none of them saw what was happening. One by one they died, until none were left, and Rand sank down on his knees, panting. Perrin was not sure whether he was laughing or crying. It seemed to be some of each. Shapes appeared over the rises, more people coming, more Murdral, all intent on Rand. Perrin cupped his hands to his mouth.
Rand! Rand, there are more coming!
Rand looked up at him from his crouch, snarling, sweat slicking his face.
Rand, they're... Burn you!
Rand howled. Light burned Perrin's eyes, and pain seared everything. Groaning, he rolled into a ball on the narrow bed, the light still burning behind his eyelids. His chest hurt. He raised a hand to it and winced when he felt a burn under his shirt, a spot no bigger than a silver penny. Bit by bit, he forced his knotted muscles to let him straighten his legs and lie flat in the dark cabin.
Moraine, I have to tell Moraine this time. Just have to wait till the pain goes away.
But as the pain began to fade, exhaustion took him. He barely had a thought that he must get up before sleep pulled him down again. When he opened his eyes again, he lay staring at the beams overhead. Light at the top and bottom of the door told him morning had come. He put a hand to his chest to convince himself he had imagined it. Imagined it so well that he had actually felt a burn. His fingers found the burn.
I didn't imagine it then.
He had dim memories of a few other dreams, fading even as he recalled them. Ordinary dreams. He even felt as if he had had a good night's sleep.
And could use another one right now.
But it meant he could sleep.
As long as there are no wolves around, anyway.
He remembered making a decision in that brief waking after the dream with Hopper, and after a moment, he decided it had been a good one. It took knocking on 5 doors and being cursed at twice — the inhabitants of 2 cabins had gone on deck — before he found Moraine. She was fully dressed, but sitting on one of the narrow beds cross-legged, reading in her book of notes by lantern light. Back near the beginning he saw notes that must have been made even before she had come to Emmons Field. Lan's things were neatly placed on the other bed.
"I had a dream,"
he told her, and proceeded to tell her of it. All of it. He even pulled up his shirt to show her the small circle on his chest, red, with wavy red lines radiating from it. He had kept things from her before, and he suspected he would again, but this might be too important to hold back. The pin was the smallest part of a pair of scissors, and the easiest made, but without it, the scissors cut no cloth. When he was done, he stood there, waiting. She had watched him without expression, except that those dark eyes had examined every word as it came out of his mouth, weighed it, measured it, held it up to the light. Now she sat the same way, only it was he who was examined, weighed, and held up to the light.
"Well, is it important?" he demanded finally. "I think it was one of those wolf dreams you told me about. I'm sure it was. It must have been. But that doesn't make what I saw real. Only, you said maybe some of the Forsaken are free, and he called her Lanfear, and... Is it important? Or am I standing here making a fool out of myself?"
"There are women," she said slowly, "who would do their best to gentle you if they heard what I just did." His lungs seemed to freeze. He could not breathe. "I am not accusing you of being able to channel," she went on, and the ice inside him melted, "or even of being able to learn. An attempt at gentling would not harm you, beyond the rough treatment the Red Ajah would give you before they realized their error. Such men are so rare, even the Reds with all their hunting have not found more than 3 in the last 10 years. Before the outbreak of false dragons, at least. What I am trying to make clear to you is that I do not think you will suddenly begin wielding the power. You do not have to be afraid of that."
"Well, thank you very much for that,"
he said bitterly.
"You did not have to scare me to death just so you could tell me there was no need to be frightened."
"Oh, you do have reason to be frightened. Or at least careful, as the wolf suggested. Red sisters or others might kill you before they discovered there was nothing to gentle in you."
Light! Light, burn me!"
He stared at her with a frown.
"You're trying to lead me around by the nose, Moraine, but I am no calf, and there's no ring in my nose. The Red Ajah or any other would not think of gentling unless there was something real in what I dreamed. Does it mean the Forsaken are loose?"
"I told you before that they might be. Some of them. Your dreams are nothing I expected, Perrin. Dreamers have written of wolves, but I did not expect this."
"Well, I think it was real. I think I saw something that really happened. Something I wasn't supposed to see."
"What you must see."
"I think Lanfear is loose at the very least. What are you going to do?"
"I am going to Ilion, and then I will go to Tyr and hope to reach it before Rand. We had need to leave Remen too quickly for Lan to learn whether he crossed the river or went down it. We should know before we reach Ilion, though. We will find sign if he has gone this way." She glanced at her book as if she wanted to resume her reading.
"Is that all you are going to do? With Lanfear loose, and the light alone knows how many of the others?"
"Do not question me," she said coldly. "You do not know which questions to ask, and you would comprehend less than half the answers if I gave them. Which I will not." He shifted his feet under her gaze until it became clear she would say no more on the matter. His shirt rubbed painfully at the burn on his chest. It did not seem a bad hurt.
"Not for being struck by lightning, it doesn't."
But how he had come by it was another matter.
Will you heal this?"
"Are you no longer uneasy about the one power being used on you, then, Perrin?" "No. I will not heal it. It is not serious, and it will remind you of the need to be careful." Careful about pressing her, he knew, as well as about dreams or letting others know of them. If there is nothing else, Perrin. He started for the door, then stopped. There is one thing. If you knew a woman's name was Zareen, would you think it meant anything about her?
Why under the light do you ask this question?
A girl, he said awkwardly. A young woman. I met her last night. She's one of the other passengers. He would let her discover for herself that Zareen knew she was Aes Sedai, and seemed to think following them would lead her to the Horn of Valia. He would not keep back anything he thought was important, but if Moraine could be secretive, so could he. Zareen. It is a Saldean name. No woman would name her daughter that unless she expected her to be a great beauty. And a heartbreaker. One to lie on cushions in palaces, surrounded by servants and suitors. She smiled, briefly but with great amusement. Perhaps you have another reason to be careful, Perrin, if there is a Zareen as a passenger with us. I intend to be careful, he told her. At least he knew why Zareen did not like her name. Hardly fitting for a hunter of the Horn. As long as she doesn't call herself Falcon. When he went on deck, Lan was there, looking over Mandab. And Zareen was sitting on a coil of rope near the railing, sharpening one of her knives and watching him. The big triangular sails were set and taut, and the snow goose flew downriver. Zareen's eyes followed Perrin as he walked by her to stand in the bow. The water curled to either side of the prow like earth turning around a good plough. He wondered about dreams and Aielman, Min's viewings and Falcon's. His chest hurt. Life had never been as tangled as this. Rand sat up out of his exhausted sleep, gasping, the cloak he had used as a blanket falling away. His side ached, the old wound from farm throbbing. His fire had burned down to coals with only a few wavering flames, but it was still enough to make the shadows move. That was Perrin. It was. It was him, not a dream. Somehow I almost killed him. Light, I have to be careful. Shivering, he picked up a length of oak branch and started to shove it into the coals. The trees were scattered in these Morandian hills, still close to the Manetheren, but he had found just enough fallen branches for his fire, the wood just old enough to be properly cured but not rotten. Before the wood touched the coals, he stopped. There were horses coming, 10 or a dozen of them, walking slowly. I have to be careful. I cannot make another mistake. The horses swung toward his failing fire, entered the dim light and stopped. The shadows obscured their riders, but most seemed to be rough-faced men wearing round helmets and long leather jerkins sewn all over with metal discs like fish scales. One was a woman with greying hair and a no-nonsense look on her face. Her dark dress was plain wool, but the finest weave, and adorned with a silver pin in the shape of a lion. A merchant, she seemed to him. He had seen her sort among those who came to buy tobacco and wool in the 2 rivers. A merchant and her guards. I have to be careful, he thought as he stood. No mistakes.
You have chosen a good campsite, young man, she said. I have often used it on my way to Remen. There is a small spring nearby. I trust you have no objection to my sharing it.
Her guards were already dismounting, hitching at their sword belts and loosening saddle girths. None, Rand told her. Careful. 2 steps brought him close enough, and he leaped into the air, spinning. Thistledown floats on the whirlwind. Heronmark blade carved from fire coming into his hands to take her head off before surprise could even form on her face. She was the most dangerous. He alighted as the woman's head rolled from the crupper of her horse. The guards yelled and clawed for their swords, screamed as they realized his blade burned. He danced among them in the forms Lan had taught him, and knew he could have killed all 10 with ordinary steel, but the blade he wielded was part of him. The last man fell, and it had been so like practicing the forms that he had already begun the sheathing called folding the fan, before he remembered he wore no scabbard, and this blade would have turned it to ash at a touch if he had. Letting the sword vanish, he turned to examine the horses. Most had run away, but some not far, and the woman's tall gelding stood with rolling eyes, whickering uneasily. Her headless corpse, lying on the ground, had maintained its grip on the reins, and held the animal's head down. Rand pulled them free, pausing only to gather his few belongings before swinging into the saddle. "I have to be careful," he thought as he looked over the dead. "No mistakes." The power still filled him, the flow from Sidene, sweeter than honey, ranker than rotted meat. Abruptly, he channeled, not really understanding what it was he did, or how, only that it seemed right. And it worked, lifting the corpses. He set them in a line, facing him, kneeling, faces in the dirt, for those who had faces left, kneeling to him. "If I am the Dragon Reborn," he told them, "that is the way it is supposed to be, isn't it?" Letting go of Sidene was hard, but he did it. "If I hold it too much, how will I keep the madness away?" He laughed bitterly. "Or is it too late for that?" Frowning, he peered at the line. He had been sure there were only 10 men, but 11 men knelt in that line. One of them without armour of any sort, but with a dagger still gripped in his hand. "You chose the wrong company," Rand told that man. Wheeling the gelding, he dug in his heels and set the animal to a dead gallop into the night. It was a long way to Tyr yet, but he meant to get there by the straightest way, if he had to kill horses or steal them. "I will put an end to it. The taunting, the baiting. I will end it." Callandor. It called to him. Chapter 37. Fires in Cairhien. Egwene returned a graceful nod to the respectful bow of the ship's crewman who padded past her barefoot on his way to pull a rope that already seemed taut, possibly shifting a trifle the way one of the big square sails set. As he trotted back toward where the round-faced captain stood by the tillerman, he bowed again, and she nodded once more before returning her attentions to the forested Cairhien shore, separated from the blue crane by less than 20 spans of water. A village was sliding past, or what had been a village once. Half the houses were only smouldering piles of rubble, with chimneys sticking starkly out of the ruins. On the other houses, doors swung with the wind, and pieces of furniture, bits of clothing and houseware littered the dirt street, tumbled about as if thrown. Nothing living moved in the village except for one half-starved dog that ignored the passing ship as it trotted out of sight behind the toppled walls of what appeared to have been an inn. She could never see such a sight without a queasiness settling in her belly, but she tried to maintain the dispassionate serenity she thought an Aes Sedai might have. It did not help much. Beyond the village, a thick plume of smoke was rising into the sky. 3 or 4 miles off, she estimated. This was not the first such plume of smoke she had seen since the Erenin began to flow along the border of Cairhien, nor the first such village. At least this time there were no bodies in sight. Captain Elisor sometimes had to sail close to the Cairhienin shore because of mudflats. He said they shifted in this part of the river, but however close he came, she had not seen a single living person. The village and the smoke plumes slipped away behind the ship, but already another column of smoke was coming into view ahead, further from the river. The forest was thinning, ash and leatherleaf and black elder giving way to willow and whitewood and water oak, and some she did not recognize. The wind caught her cloak, but she let it stream, feeling the cold cleanness of the air, feeling the freedom of wearing brown instead of any sort of white, though it had not been her first choice. Yet dress and cloak were of the best wool, well cut and well sewn. Another sailor trotted by, bowing as he went. She vowed to learn at least some of what it was they were doing. She did not like feeling ignorant. Wearing her great serpent ring on her right hand made for a good deal of bowing with a captain and crew born mainly in Tarvalon. She had won that argument with Nynaeve, though Nynaeve had been sure she herself was the only one of the three of them old enough for people to believe she was Aes Sedai. But Nynaeve had been wrong. Egwene was ready to admit that both she and Elaine had received startled looks on boarding the Blue Crane that afternoon at South Harbour, and Captain Ellisor's eyebrows had climbed almost to where his hair would have begun had he had any, but he had been all smiles and bows.
An honour, Aes Sedai. 3 Aes Sedai to travel on my vessel. An honour, indeed. I promise you a quick journey as far as you wish. No trouble with Cairhien and brigands. I no longer put in on that side of the river, unless you wish it, of course, Aes Sedai. Andoran soldiers do hold a few towns on the Cairhienan side. An honour, Aes Sedai.
His eyebrows had shot up again when they asked for just one cabin among them. Not even Nynaeve wanted to be alone at night if she did not have to be. Each could have a cabin to herself at no extra charge, he told them. He had no other passengers, his cargo was aboard, and if Aes Sedai had urgent business downriver, he would not wait even an hour for anyone else who might want passage. They said again that one cabin would be sufficient. He was startled, and it had been plain from his face that he did not understand. But Chin Ellisor, born and bred in Tarvalon, was not one to question Aes Sedai once they made their intentions clear. If 2 of them seemed very young, well, some Aes Sedai were young. The abandoned ruins vanished behind Egwene. The column of smoke drew closer, and there was a hint of another much further still from the riverbank. The forest was turning to low grassy hills dotted with thickets. Trees that made flowers in the spring had them, tiny white blossoms on snowberry and bright red sugarberry. One tree she did not know was covered in round white flowers bigger than her 2 hands together. Occasionally a climbing wild rose put swaths of yellow or white through branches thick with the green of leaves and the red of new growth. It was all too sharp a contrast to the ashes and rubble to be entirely pleasant. Egwene wished she had an Aes Sedai to question herself right then. One she could trust. Brushing her pouch with her fingers, she could barely feel the twisted stone ring of the Ter Angreal inside. She had tried it every night but 2 since leaving Tarvalon, and it had not worked the same way twice. Oh, she always found herself in Teleran Riod, but the only thing she saw that might have been any use was the heart of the stone again, each time without Sylvie to tell her things. There was certainly nothing about the Black Aja. Her own dreams, without the Ter Angreal, had been filled with images that seemed almost like glimpses of the unseen world. Rand, holding a sword that blazed like the sun, till she could hardly see that it was a sword, could hardly make out that it was him at all. Rand threatened in a dozen ways, none of them the least bit real. In one dream he had been on a huge stones board, the black and white stones as big as boulders, and him dodging the monstrous hands that moved them and seemed to try to crush him under them. It could have meant something. It very probably did. But beyond the fact that Rand was in danger from someone or 2 someones, she thought that much was clear. Beyond that, she simply did not know.
I cannot help him now. I have my own duty. I don't even know where he is, except that it is probably 500 leagues from here.
She had dreamed of Perrin with a wolf, and with a falcon, and a hawk, and the falcon and the hawk fighting, of Perrin running from someone deadly, and Perrin stepping willingly over the edge of a towering cliff while saying,
"It must be done. I must learn to fly before I reach the bottom."
There had been one dream of an Aiel, and she thought that had to do with Perrin too, but she was not sure. And a dream of Min, springing a steel trap, but somehow walking through it without so much as seeing it. There had been dreams of Mat, too. Of Mat with dice spinning round him. She felt she knew where that one came from. Of Mat being followed by a man who was not there. She still did not understand that. There was a man following, or maybe more than one, but in some way there was no one there. Of Mat riding desperately towards something unseen in the distance that he had to reach, and Mat with a woman who seemed to be tossing fireworks about. An illuminator, she assumed. but that made no more sense than anything else. She had had so many dreams that she was beginning to doubt them all. Maybe it had to do with using the Ter Angreal so often, or maybe with just carrying it. Maybe she was finally learning what a dreamer did. Frantic dreams, hectic dreams. Men and women breaking out of a cage, then putting on crowns, a woman playing with puppets, and another dream where the strings on puppets led to the hands of larger puppets, and their strings led to still greater puppets, on and on until the last strings vanished into unimaginable heights. Kings dying, queens weeping, battles raging, white cloaks ravaging the two rivers. She had even dreamed of the Shanshan again, more than once. Those she shut away in a dark corner. She would not let herself think of them. Her mother and father, every night. She was certain what that meant, at least, or thought she was. It means I'm off hunting the Black Aja, and I do not know what my dreams mean or how to make the full Ter Angreal do what it should. And I'm frightened and homesick. For an instant she thought how good it would be to have her mother send her up to bed, knowing everything would be better in the morning. Only Mother can't solve my problems for me any more. And Father can't promise to chase away monsters and make me believe it. I have to do it myself now. How far in the past all that was now. She did not want it back, not really. But it had been a warm time, and it seemed so long ago. It would be wonderful just to see them again, to hear their voices. When I wear this ring on the finger I choose by right. She had finally let Nynaeve and Elaine each try sleeping one night with the stone ring, surprised at how reluctant she had been to let it out of her own hands, and they had awakened to speak of what was surely Tel Aran Riod, but neither had seen any more than a glimpse of the heart of the stone, nothing that was of any use. The thick column of smoke now lay abreast of the Blue Crane. Perhaps 5 or 6 miles from the river, she thought. The other was only a smudge on the horizon. It could almost have been a cloud, but she was sure it was not. Small thickets grew tight along the riverbank in some places, and between them the grass came right down to the water, except where an undercut bank had fallen in. Elaine came on deck and joined her at the rail, the wind whipping her dark cloak as well. She wore sturdy wool, too. That had been one argument Nynaeve won. Their clothes. Egwene had maintained that Aes Sedai always wore the best, even when they travelled. She had been thinking of the silks she wore in Tel Aran Riod. But Nynaeve pointed out that even with as much gold as the Amelin had left in the back of her wardrobe, and it was a fat purse, they still had no idea how much things would cost downriver. The servants said Matt had been right about the civil war in Cairhien and what it had done to prices. To Egwene's surprise, Elaine had pointed out that Brown sisters wore wool more often than silk. Elaine had been so eager to be away from the kitchen, Egwene thought, she would have worn rags. I wonder how Matt is doing. No doubt trying to dice with the captain for whatever ship he's travelling on. Terrible, Elaine murmured. It is so terrible. What is? Egwene said absently. I hope he isn't showing that paper we gave him around too freely. Elaine gave her a startled look and then a frown. That! She gestured toward the distant smoke. How can you ignore it? I can ignore it because I do not want to think of what the people are going through, because I cannot do anything about it, and because we have to reach Tyr. Because what we're hunting is in Tyr. She was surprised at her own vehemence. I can't do anything about it. And the Black Aja is in Tyr. The more she thought of it, the more certain she became that they would have to find a way into the heart of the stone. Perhaps no one but the High Lords of Tyr were allowed into it, but she was becoming convinced that the key to springing the Black Aja's trap and thwarting them lay in the heart of the stone. I know all of that, Egwene, but it does not stop me feeling for the Cairhienin. I have heard lectures about the wars Andor fought with Cairhien, Egwene said dryly. But Aes Sedai says you and Cairhien have fought more often than any two nations except Tyr and Ilion. The other woman gave her a sidelong look. Elaine had never gotten used to Egwene's refusal to admit she was Andoran herself. At least, lines on maps said the Two Rivers was part of Andor, and Elaine believed the maps.
We have fought wars against them, Egwene, but since the damage they suffered in the Aiel War, Andor has sold them nearly as much grain as Tyr has. The trade has stopped now, with every Cairhienan house fighting every other for the Sun Throne. Who would buy the grain, or see it distributed to the people? If the fighting is as bad as what we've seen on the banks, well, you cannot feed a people for 20 years and feel nothing for them when they must be starving.
A grey man, Egwene said, and Elaine jumped, trying to look in every direction at once. The glow of Saidar surrounded her. Where? Egwene took a slower look around the decks, but to make sure no one was close enough to overhear. Captain Elisor still stood in the stern, by the shirtless man holding the long tiller. Another sailor was up in the very bow, scanning the waters ahead for signs of submerged mudbanks, and 2 more padded about the deck, now and again adjusting a rope to the sails. The rest of the crew were all below. One of the pair stopped to check the lashings on the rowboat tied upside down on the deck. She waited for him to go on before speaking. "Fool," she muttered softly. "Me, Elaine, not you, so don't glower at me like that." She continued in a whisper. "A grey man is after Mat, Elaine. That must be what that dream meant, but I never saw it. I am a fool." The glow around Elaine vanished.
"Do not be so hard on yourself," she whispered back. "Perhaps it does mean that, but I did not see it, and neither did Nynaeve."
She paused. Red gold curls swung as she shook her head.
"But it doesn't make sense, Egwene. Why would a grey man be after Mat? There is nothing in my letter to my mother that could harm us in the slightest."
"I do not know why." Egwene frowned. "There has to be a reason. I am sure that is what that dream means."
"Even if you are right, Egwene, there is nothing you can do about it."
"I know that," Egwene said bitterly. She did not even know whether he was ahead of them or behind. Ahead, she suspected. Mat would have left without any delay. Either way, she muttered to herself, it does no good.
"I finally know what one of my dreams means, and it doesn't help a hemstitch worth." "But if you know one meaning," Elaine told her, "perhaps now you will know others. If we sit down and talk them over, perhaps—"
The blue crane gave a shuddering lurch, throwing Elaine to the deck and Egwene on top of her. When Egwene struggled to her feet, the shoreline no longer slid by. The vessel had halted, with the bow raised, and the deck canted to one side. The sails flapped noisily in the wind. Chin Elisor pushed himself to his feet and ran for the bow, leaving the tillerman to rise on his own. "You blind worm of a farmer!" he roared toward the man in the bow, who was clinging to the rail to keep from falling the rest of the way over. "You dirt-grubbing get of a goat! Haven't you been on the river long enough yet to recognise how the water ruffles over a mud flat?" He seized the man on the rail by the shoulders and pulled him back onto the deck, but only to shove him out of the way so he could peer down over the bow himself. "If you've put a hole in my hull, I will use your guts for caulking." The other crewmen were clambering to their feet now, and more came scrambling up from below. They all ran to cluster around the captain. Nynaeve appeared at the head of the ladder that led down to the passenger cabins, still straightening her skirts. With a sharp tug at her braid, she frowned at the knot of men in the bow, then strode to Egwene and Elaine. "He ran us onto something, did he? After all his talk of knowing the river as well as he knows his wife. The woman probably never receives as much as a smile from him." She jerked the thick braid again and went forward, pushing her way through the sailors to reach the captain. They were all intent on the water below. There was no point in joining her. "He will have us off faster if he's left to it." Nynaeve was probably telling him how to do the work. Elaine seemed to feel the same way, from the rueful shake of the head she gave as she watched the captain and crewmen all turn their attentions respectfully from whatever was under the bow to Nynaeve. A ripple of agitation ran through the men, and grew stronger. For a moment the captain's hands could be seen, waving in protest over the other men's heads, and then Nynaeve was striding away from them. They made way, bowing now, with Elisor hurrying beside her and mopping his round face with a large red handkerchief. His anxious voice became audible as they drew near. "A good 15 miles to the next village on the Andor side, Aes Sedai,
and at least 5 or 6 miles downriver on the Kyrian side. Andorran soldiers hold it, it is true, but they do not hold the miles from here to there." He wiped at his face as if he were dripping sweat.
"A sunken ship," Nynaeve told the other 2 women. "The work of river brigands, the captain thinks. He means to try backing off it with the sweeps, but he does not seem to think that will work. We were running fast when we hit Aes Sedai. I wanted to make good speed for you." Elisor rubbed even harder at his face. He was afraid the Aes Sedai would blame him, Egwene realised. "We are stuck hard. But I do not think we are taking water, Aes Sedai. There is no need to worry. Another ship will be along. 2 sets of sweeps will surely get us free. There is no need for you to be put ashore, Aes Sedai. I do swear it by the light."
"You were thinking of leaving the ship?" Egwene asked. "Do you think that is wise?"
"Of course it's—" Nynaeve stopped and frowned at her. Egwene returned the frown with a level stare. Nynaeve went on in a calmer tone, if still a tight one. "The captain says it may be an hour before another ship comes along. One with enough sweeps to make a difference. Or a day. Or 2, maybe. I do not think we can afford to waste a day or 2 waiting. We can be in this village— what did you call it, Captain? Jureen? We can walk to Jureen in 2 hours or less. If Captain Elisor frees his vessel as quickly as he hopes, we can reboard then. He says he will stop to see if we are there. If he does not get free, though, we can take ship from Jureen. We may even find a vessel waiting. The captain says traders do stop there because of the Andorran soldiers." She drew a deep breath, but her voice grew tighter. "Have I explained my reasoning fully enough? Do you need more?"
"It is clear to me,"
Elaine put in quickly before Egwene could speak.
"and it sounds a good idea. You think it is a good idea too, don't you, Egwene?"
Egwene gave a grudging nod. "I suppose it is."
"But Aes Sedai," Elisor protested. "At least go to the Andor bank. The war, Aes Sedai, brigands and every sort of ruffian, and the soldiers not much better. The very wreck under our bow shows the sort of men they are."
"We have not seen a living soul on the Kyrian side," Nynaeve said, "and in any case we are far from defenceless, Captain. And I will not walk 15 miles when I can walk 6.
"Of course, Aes Sedai." Elisor really was sweating now. "I did not mean to suggest— Of course, you are not defenceless, Aes Sedai. I did not mean to suggest it."
He wiped his face furiously, but it still glistened. Nynaeve opened her mouth, glanced at Egwene, and seemed to change what she had intended to say. "I am going below for my things," she told the air halfway between Egwene and Elaine, then turned on Elisor. "Captain, make your rowboat ready." He bowed and scurried away even before she turned for the hatch, and was shouting for men to put the boat over the side before she was below.
"If one of you says up," Elaine murmured, "the other says down. If you do not stop it, we may not reach Tyr."
"We will reach Tyr," Egwene said, "and sooner once Nynaeve realises she is not the wisdom any longer. We are all," she did not say accepted, there were too many men hurrying about, "on the same level now." Elaine sighed. In short order the rowboat had ferried them ashore, and they were standing on the bank with walking staffs in hand, their belongings in bundles on their backs, and hung about them in pouches and scrips. Rolling grassland and scattered copses surrounded them, though the hills were forested a few miles in from the river. The sweeps on the blue crane were cutting up froth, but failing to budge the vessel. Egwene turned and started south without another glance, and before Nynaeve could take the lead. When the others caught up to her, Elaine gave her a reproving look. Nynaeve walked staring straight ahead. Elaine told Nynaeve what Egwene had said about Mat and a grey man, but the older woman listened in silence and only said, "He'll have to look after himself," without pausing in her stride. After a time, the daughter heir gave up trying to make the other 2 talk, and they all walked in silence. Clumps of trees close along the riverbank soon hid the blue crane, thick growths of water oak and willow. They did not go through the copses, small as they were, for anything at all might be hiding in the shadows under their branches. A few low bushes grew scattered between the thickets here close to the river, but they were too sparse to hide a child, much less a brigand, and they were widely spaced. "If we do see brigands," Egwene announced, I am going to defend myself. There is no Amelin looking over our shoulders here. Nynaeve's mouth thinned. If need be, she told the air in front of her, we can frighten off any brigands the way we did those white cloaks. If we can find no other way.
I wish you would not talk of brigands, Elaine said. I would like to reach this village without...
A figure in brown and grey rose from behind a bush standing by itself, almost in front of them. Chapter 38. Maidens of the Spear. Egwene embraced Saidar before the scream was well out of her mouth, and she saw the glow around Elaine too. For an instant she wondered if Elisor had heard their screams and would send help. The blue crane could not be more than a mile upriver. Then she was dismissing the need for help, already weaving flows of air and fire into lightning. She could almost still hear their yelling. Nynaeve was simply standing there with her arms crossed beneath her breasts and a firm expression on her face, but Egwene was not sure whether that was because she was not angry enough to touch the true source, or because she had already seen what Egwene was just now seeing. The person facing them was a woman, no older than Egwene herself, if somewhat taller. She did not let go of Saidar. Men were sometimes silly enough to think a woman was harmless merely because she was a woman. Egwene had no such illusions. In a corner of her mind she noted that Elaine was no longer surrounded by the glow. The daughter heir must still harbour foolish notions. She was never a Seanchan prisoner. Egwene did not think many men would be stupid enough to think the woman in front of them was not dangerous, even though her hands were empty and she wore no visible weapon. Blue-green eyes and reddish hair cut short, except for a narrow tail that hung to her shoulders, soft laced knee boots and close-fitting coat and breeches all in the shades of earth and rock. Such colouring and clothing had been described to her once. This woman was Aiel. Looking at her, Egwene felt a sudden odd affinity for the woman. She could not understand it. She looks like Rand's cousin, that's why. Yet even that feeling, almost of kinship, could not stifle her curiosity. What under the light are Aiel doing here? They never leave the waste, not since the Aiel War. She had heard all of her life how deadly Aiel were. These maidens of the spear no less than the members of the male warrior societies. But she felt no particular fear, and indeed some irritation at having been afraid. With Saidar feeding the one power into her, she had no need to fear anyone. Except maybe a fully trained sister, she admitted. But certainly not one woman, even if she is Aiel. My name is Avienda, the Aiel woman said, of the 9 valleys sept of the Ta'adad Aiel. Her face was as flat and expressionless as her voice. I am Fa Darai Ismai, a maiden of the spear. She paused a moment, studying them. You have not the look in your faces, but we saw the rings. In your lands you have women much like our wise ones, the women called Aes Sedai. Are you women of the White Tower, or not? For a moment, Egwene did feel unease. We? She looked around them carefully, but saw no one behind any bush within 20 paces. If there were others, they had to be in the next thicket, more than 200 paces ahead, or in the last one, twice that distance behind. Too far to threaten. Unless they have bows. But they would have to be good with them. Back home, in the competitions at Beltane and Sunday, only the best bowmen shot at any distance much beyond 200 paces. But she still felt better knowing she could hurl a lightning bolt at anyone who tried such a shot. We are women of the White Tower, Nynaeve said calmly. She was very obvious in not looking around for other Aiel. Even Elaine was peering about. Whether you would consider any of us wise is another matter, Nynaeve went on. What do you want of us? Avienda smiled. She was really quite lovely, Egwene realized. The grim expression had masked it. You talk as the wise ones do. To the point and small suffering of fools. Her smile faded, but her voice remained calm. One of us lies gravely hurt, perhaps dying. The wise ones often heal those who would surely die without them. And I have heard Aes Sedai can do more. Will you aid her? Egwene almost shook her head in confusion. A friend of hers is dying? She sounds as if she is asking if we'll lend her a cup of barley flour. I will help her if I can, Nynaeve said slowly. I cannot make promises, Avienda. She may die despite anything I can do. Death comes for us all, the Aiel said. We can only choose how to face it when it comes. I will take you to her.
2 women in Aiel garb stood up no more than 10 paces away. One out of a little fold in the ground that Egwene would not have supposed could hide a dog, and the other in grass that reached only halfway to her knees. They lowered their black veils as they stood. That gave her another jolt. She was sure Elaine had told her the Aiel only hid their faces when they might have to do killing, and settled the cloth that had wrapped their heads about their shoulders. One had the same reddish hair as Avienda, with grey eyes, the other dark blue eyes and hair like fire. Neither was any older than Egwene or Elaine, and both looked ready to use the short spears in their hands. The woman with fiery hair handed Avienda weapons, a long, heavy-bladed knife to belt at her waist, and a bristling quiver for the other side. A dark, curved bow that had the dull shine of horn, in a case to fasten on her back, and 4 short spears with long points to grip in her left hand, along with a small, round hide buckler. Avienda wore them as naturally as a woman in Emond's Field would wear a scarf, just as her companions did. "Come," she said, and started for the thicket they had already passed. Egwene finally released Saidar. She suspected all 3 of the Aiel could stab her with those spears before she could do anything about it, if that was what they wanted, but though they were wary, she did not think they would. And what if Nynaeve can't heal their friend? I wish she would ask before she makes these decisions that involve all of us. As they headed for the trees, the Aiel scanned the land around them as if they expected the empty landscape to hold enemies as adept at hiding as themselves. Avienda strode ahead, and Nynaeve kept up with her.
I am Elaine of House Trakand,
Egwene's friend said, as if making conversation.
Daughter heir to Morghese, Queen of Andor.
Egwene stumbled. Light, is she mad? I know Andor fought them in the Aiel War. It might be 20 years, but they say Aiel have long memories. But the flame-haired Aiel closest to her only said,
I am Bane of the Black Rock Sept of the Sha'arad Aiel.
I am Chiad,
the shorter, blonder woman on her other side said,
of the Stones River Sept of the Goshian Aiel.
Bane and Chiad glanced at Egwene. Their expressions did not change, but she had the feeling they thought she was showing bad manners.
I am Egwene Alvir,
she told them. They seemed to expect more, so she added,
daughter of Marin Alvir, of Emond's Field, in the 2 rivers.
That seemed to satisfy them, in a way, but she would have bet they understood it no more than she did, all these septs and clans. It must mean families in some way.
You are first sisters?
Bane seemed to be taking in all 3 of them. Egwene thought they must mean sisters as it was used for Aes Sedai, and said, yes, just as Elaine said, no. Chiad and Bane exchanged a very quick look that suggested they were talking to women who might not be completely whole in their minds.
First sister,
Elaine told Egwene as if she were lecturing,
means women who have the same mother. Second sister means their mothers are sisters.
She turned her words to the Aiel.
We neither of us know a great deal of your people. I ask you to excuse our ignorance. I sometimes think of Egwene as a first sister, but we are not blood kin.
Then why do you not speak the words before your wise ones?
Chiad asked.
Bane and I became first sisters.
Egwene blinked.
How can you become first sisters? Either you have the same mother, or you do not.
I do not mean to offend. Most of what I know about the Maidens of the Spear comes from the little Elaine has told me. I know you fight in battle and don't care for men, but no more than that. Elaine nodded. The way she had described the maidens to Egwene had sounded much like a cross between female warders and the Red Ajar. That look flashed back across the Aiel's faces, as if they were not certain how much sense Egwene and Elaine had.
We do not care for men?
Chiad murmured, as if puzzled. Bane knotted her brow in thought.
What you say comes near truth, yet misses it completely. When we wed the spear, we pledge to be bound to no man or child. Some do give up the spear for a man or a child." Her expression said she herself did not understand this. "But once given up, the spear cannot be taken back." "Or, if she has chosen to go to Ruidian," Chiad put in, "a wise one cannot be wedded to the spear." Bane looked at her as if she had announced the sky was blue, or that rain fell from clouds. The glance she gave Egwene and Elaine said perhaps they did not know these things. "Yes, that is true. Though some try to struggle against it."
"Yes, they do."
Chiad sounded as though she and Bane were sharing something between them.
"But I have gone far from the trail of my explanation," Bane went on. "The maidens do not dance the spears with one another, even when our clans do, but the Sha'arad Aiel and the Goshian Aiel have held blood feud between them over 400 years, so Chiat and I felt our wedding pledge was not enough. We went to speak the words before the wise ones of our clans, she risking her life in my hold and I in hers, to bond us as first sisters. As is proper for first sisters who are maidens, we guard each other's backs, and neither will let a man come to her without the other. I would not say we do not care for men."
Chiad nodded with just the hint of a smile.
"Have I made the truth clear to you, Egwene?"
"Yes," Egwene said faintly. She glanced at Elaine and saw the bewilderment in her blue eyes she knew must be in her own. Not red, Asha. Green, maybe. A cross between Warders and Green Asha? And I do not understand another thing out of that. The truth is quite clear to me now, Bane. Thank you.
"If the two of you feel you are first sisters," Chiad said, "you should go to your wise ones and speak the words. But you are wise ones, though young. I do not know how it would be done in that case."
Egwene did not know whether to laugh or blush. She kept having an image of her and Elaine sharing the same man. No, that is only for first sisters who are maidens of the spear, isn't it? Elaine did have spots of colour in her cheeks, and Egwene was sure she was thinking of Rand. But we do not share him, Elaine. We can neither of us have him. Elaine cleared her throat. I do not think there is a need for that, Chiad. Egwene and I already guard each other's backs.
"How can that be?"
Chiad asked slowly.
"You are not wedded to the spear, and you are wise ones. Who would lift a hand against the wise one? This confuses me. What need have you for guarding of backs?"
Egwene was spared having to come up with an answer by their arrival at the copse. There were two more Aiel under the trees deep into the thicket, but next to the river. Jolyon of the Saltflat sept of the Nakai Aiel, a blue-eyed woman with red-gold hair nearly the colour of Elaine's, was watching over Daelin of Avienda's sept and clan. Sweat matted Daelin's hair, making it a darker red, and she only opened her grey eyes once when they first came near, then closed them again. Her coat and shirt lay beside her, and red stained the bandages wrapped around her middle.
"She took a sword," Avienda said. "Some of those fools that the oath-breaking tree-killers call soldiers thought we were another handful of the bandits who infest this land. We had to kill them to convince them otherwise, but Daelin... Can you heal her, Aes Sedai?"
Nynaeve went to her knees beside the injured woman and lifted the bandages enough to peer under them. She winced at what she saw. "Have you moved her since she was hurt?" "There is scabbing, but it has been broken."
"She wanted to die near water,"
Avienda said. She glanced once at the river, then quickly away again. Egwene thought she might have shivered, too. Fools. Nynaeve began rummaging in her pouch of herbs. You could have killed her, moving her with an injury like that. She wanted to die near water, she said disgustedly. Just because you carry weapons like men doesn't mean you have to think like them. She pulled a deep wooden cup out of the bag and pushed it at Chiad. Fill that. I need water to mix these so she can drink them. Chiad and Bane stepped to the river's edge and returned together. Their faces never changed, but Egwene thought they had almost expected the river to reach up and grab them.
"If we had not brought her here to the river, Aes Sedai," Avienda said, "we would never have found you, and she would have died anyway."
Nynaeve snorted and began sifting powdered herbs into the cup of water, muttering to herself. Corn root helps make blood, and dogwort for knitting flesh, and heal-all, of course, and... Her mutters trailed off into whispers too low to hear. Avienda was frowning at her.
The wise ones use herbs, Aes Sedai, but I had not heard that Aes Sedai used them.
I use what I use, Nynaeve snapped and went back to sorting through her powders and whispering to herself.
She truly does sound like a wise one,
Chiad told Bane softly, and the other woman gave a tight nod. Daelin was the only Aiel without weapons in hand, and they all looked ready to use them in a heartbeat. Nynaeve surely isn't soothing anyone, Egwene thought. Get them talking about something. Anything. Nobody feels like fighting if they're talking of something peaceful. Do not be offended, she said carefully, but I notice you are all uneasy about the river. It does not grow violent unless there is a storm. You could swim in it if you wanted, though the current is strong away from the banks. Elaine shook her head. The Aiel looked blank. Avienda said,
I saw a man, a Shanaran, do this swimming. Once.
I don't understand, Egwene said. I know there isn't much water in the waste, but you said you were Stone's River Sept, Jolyon. Surely you have swum in the Stone's River? Elaine looked at her as if she were mad. Swim, Jolyon said awkwardly. It means to get in the water. All that water, with nothing to hold on to. She shuddered. Aes Sedai, before I crossed the dragon wall, I had never seen flowing water I could not step across. The Stones River. Some claim it had water in it once, but that is only boasting. There are only the stones. The oldest records of the Wise Ones and the clan chief say there was never anything but stones since the first day our Sept broke off from the High Plain Sept and claimed that land. Swim. She gripped her spears as if to fight the very word. Chiad and Bane moved a pace further from the riverbank. Egwene sighed, and coloured when she met Elaine's eye. Well, I am not a daughter heir to know all these things. I will learn them, though. As she looked around at the Aiel women, she realised that far from soothing them, she had put them even more on edge. If they try anything, I will hold them with air. She had no idea whether she could seize 4 people at once, but she opened herself to Saidar, wove the flows in air, and held them ready. The power pulsed in her with eagerness to be used. No glow surrounded Elaine, and she wondered why. Elaine looked right at her and shook her head.
I would never harm an Aes Sedai, Avienda said abruptly. I would have you know that. Whether Daelin lives or dies, it makes no difference in that. I would never use this. She lifted one short spear a trifle, against any woman. And you are Aes Sedai. Egwene had the sudden feeling that the woman was trying to soothe them.
I knew that,
Elaine said, as if talking to Avienda, but her eyes told Egwene the words were for her.
No one knows much of your people, but I was taught that Aiel never harm women unless they are... what did you call it? Wedded to the spear.
Bane seemed to think Elaine was failing to see truth clearly again.
That is not exactly the way of it, Elaine. If a woman not wedded came at me with weapons, I would drub her until she knew better of it. A man might think a woman of your lance was wedded if she bore weapons. I do not know. Men can be strange.
Of course, Elaine said. But so long as we do not attack you with weapons, you will not try to harm us.
All 4 Aiel looked shocked, and she gave Egwene a quick, significant look. Egwene held on to Saidar anyway. Just because Elaine had been taught something did not mean it was true, even if the Aiel said the same thing. And Saidar felt good in her. Nynaeve lifted up Daelin's head and began pouring her mixture into the woman's mouth. Drink, she said firmly. I know it tastes bad, but drink it all. Daelin swallowed, choked, and swallowed again.
Not even then, Aes Sedai,
Avienda told Elaine. She kept her eyes on Dalin and Nynaeve, though. It is said that once, before the breaking of the world, we served the Aes Sedai, though no story says how. We failed in that service. Perhaps that is the sin that sent us to the Threefold Land. I do not know. No one knows what the sin was, except maybe the Wise Ones, or the clan chiefs, and they do not say. It is said, if we fail the Aes Sedai again, they will destroy us. Drink it all, Nynaeve muttered. Swords. Swords and muscles and no brains.
We are not going to destroy you,
Elaine said firmly, and Avienda nodded. As you say, Aes Sedai, but the old stories are all clear on one point. We must never fight Aes Sedai. If you bring your lightnings and your balefire against me, I will dance with them, but I will not harm you. Stabbing people, Nynaeve growled. She lowered Dalin's head and laid a hand on the woman's brow. Dalin's eyes had closed again. Stabbing women! Avienda shifted her feet and frowned again, and she was not alone among the Aiel.
Balefire,
Egwene said. Avienda, what is balefire? The Aiel woman turned her frown on her. Do you not know, Aes Sedai? In the old stories, Aes Sedai wielded it. The stories make it a fearsome thing, but I know no more. It is said we have forgotten much that we once knew. Perhaps the White Tower has forgotten much, too, Egwene said. I knew of it in that dream, or whatever it was. It was as real as Tel'aran'rhiod. Riode. I'd gamble with Matt on that. No right, Nynaeve snapped. No one has a right to tear bodies so. It is not right. Is she angry? Avienda asked uneasily. Chiad and Bane and Jolyon exchanged worried looks. It is all right, Elaine said. It is better than all right, Egwene added. She is getting angry, and it is much better than all right. The glow of Saidar surrounded Nynaeve suddenly. Egwene leaned forward, trying to see, and so did Elaine, and Dalin started up with a scream, eyes wide open. In an instant, Nynaeve was easing her back down, and the glow faded. Dalin's eyes slid shut, and she lay there, panting. I saw it, Egwene thought. I think I did. She was not sure she had even been able to make out all the many flows, much less the way Nynaeve had woven them together. What Nynaeve had done in those few seconds had seemed like weaving 4 carpets at once while blindfolded. Nynaeve used the bloody bandages to wipe Dalin's stomach, smearing away bright red new blood and black crusts of dried old. There was no wound, no scar, only healthy skin considerably paler than Dalin's face. With a grimace, Nynaeve took the bloody cloths, stood up, and threw them into the river. Wash the rest of that off of her, she said, and put some clothes back on her. She's cold. And be ready to feed her. She will be hungry. She knelt by the water to wash her hands. Chapter 39. Threads in the Pattern. Jolyon put an unsteady hand to where the wound had been in Dalin's middle. When she touched smooth skin, she gasped, as if she had not believed her own eyes. Nynaeve straightened, drying her hands on her cloak. Egwene had to admit that good wool did better for a towel than silk or velvet. I said wash her and get some clothes on her, Nynaeve snapped. Yes, wise one, Jolyon said quickly, and she, Chiad and Bane all leaped to obey. A short laugh burst from Avienda, a laugh almost at the edge of tears. I have heard that the Wise One in the Jagged Spire Sept is said to be able to do this, and one in the Four Holes Sept, but I always thought it was boasting. She drew a deep breath, regaining her composure. Aes Sedai, I owe you a debt. My water is yours, and the shade of my septhold will welcome you. Dalin is my second sister. She saw Nynaeve's uncomprehending look and added, She is my mother's sister's daughter. Close blood, Aes Sedai. I owe a blood debt. If I have any blood to spill, Nynaeve said dryly. "I will spill it myself. If you wish to repay me, tell me if there is a ship at Jureen, the next village south of here." "The village where the soldiers fly the White Lion banner," Avienda said. "There was a ship there when I scouted yesterday. The old stories mention ships, but it was strange to see one." "The light sended is still there." Nynaeve began putting away her folded papers of powdered herbs. "I have done what I can for the girl, Avienda, and we must go on. All that she needs now is food and rest, and try not to let people stick swords in her." "What comes, comes, Aes Sedai," the Aiel woman replied.
"Avienda," Egwene said, "feeling as you do about rivers, how do you cross them? I am sure there is at least one river nearly as big as the Erenin between here and the Waste." "The Alguenya," Elaine said, "unless you went around it."
"You have many rivers, but some have things called bridges, where we had need to cross, and others we could wade. For the rest, Jolyon remembered that wood floats." She slapped the trunk of a tall whitewood. "These are big, but they float as well as a branch. We found dead ones and made ourselves a ship, a little ship, of 2 or 3 lashed together to cross the big river." She said it matter-of-factly.
Egwene stared in wonder. If she were as afraid of something as the Aiel obviously were of rivers, could she make herself face it the way they did? She did not think so. "What about the Black Aja?" a small voice asked. "Have you stopped being afraid of them?" "That is different," she told it. "There's no bravery in that. I either hunt them or else I sit like a rabbit waiting for a hawk." She quoted the old saying to herself. "It is better to be the hammer than the nail." "We had best be on our way," Nynaeve said.
"In a moment," Elaine told her. "Avienda, why have you come all this way and put up with such hardship?"
Avienda shook her head disgustedly.
"We have not come far at all. We were among the last to set out. The wise ones nipped at me like wild dogs circling a calf, saying I had other duties."
Suddenly she grinned, gesturing to the other Aiel.
"These stayed back to taunt me in my misery. So they said, but I do not think the wise ones would have let me go if they had not been there to companion me." "We seek the one foretold,"
Bane said. She was holding a sleeping Dalen so Chiad could slip a shirt of brown linen onto her.
"He who comes with the dawn."
"He will lead us out of the threefold land,"
Chiad added.
"The prophecies say he was born of Father Aismai."
Elaine looked startled.
"I thought you said the Maidens of the Spear were not allowed to have children. I am sure I was taught that."
Bane and Chiad exchanged those looks again, as if Elaine had come near truth, and yet missed it once more.
"If a maiden bears a child,"
Avienda explained carefully,
"she gives the child to the wise ones of her sept, and they pass the child to another woman in such a way that none knows whose child it is."
She, too, sounded as if she were explaining that stone is hard.
"Every woman wants to foster such a child in the hope she may raise he who comes with the dawn. Or she may give up the spear and wed the man,"
Chiad said, and Bane added,
"There are sometimes reasons one must give up the spear."
Avienda gave them a level look, but continued as if they had not spoken.
"Except that now the wise ones say he is to be found here, beyond the dragon wall. Blood of our blood mixed with the old blood, raised by an ancient blood, not ours. I do not understand it, but the wise one spoke in such a way as to leave no doubts."
She paused, obviously choosing her words.
"You have asked many questions, Aes Sedai. I wish to ask one. You must understand that we look for omens and signs. Why do 3 Aes Sedai walk a land where the only hand without a knife in it is a hand too weak with hunger to grasp the hilt? Where do you go?"
"Tyr," Nynaeve said briskly, "unless we stay here talking until the heart of the stone crumbles to dust." Elaine began adjusting the cord of her bundle and the strap of her scrip for walking, and after a moment, Egwene did the same. The Aiel women were looking at one another. Jolyon frozen in the act of closing Dalin's grey-brown coat.
Tyr,
Aviendha said in a cautious tone.
3 Aes Sedai walking through a troubled land on their way to Tyr. This is a strange thing. Why do you go to Tyr, Aes Sedai?
Egwene glanced at Nynaeve. Light, a moment ago they were laughing, and now they're as tense as they ever were.
We hunt some evil women,
Nynaeve said carefully.
dark friends.
Shadow runners.
Jolyon twisted her mouth around the word as if she had bitten into a rotten apple.
Shadowrunners in Tyr,
Bane said, and as if part of the same sentence, Chiad added,
And 3 Aes Sedai seeking the heart of the stone.
I did not say we were going to the heart of the stone, Nynaeve said sharply. I merely said I did not want to stay here till it falls to dust. Egwene? Elaine, are you ready? She started out of the thicket without waiting for an answer, walking staff thumping the ground and long strides carrying her south. Egwene and Elaine made hasty goodbyes before following after her. The 4 Aiel on their feet stood watching them go. When the 2 of them were a little way beyond the trees, Egwene said, My heart almost stopped when you named yourself. Weren't you afraid they might try to kill you or to take you prisoner? The Aiel War was not that long ago, and whatever they said about not harming women who don't carry spears, they looked ready enough to use those spears on anything to me. Elaine shook her head ruefully.
I have just learned how much I do not know about the Aiel, but I was taught that they do not think of the Aiel War as a war at all. From the way they behave toward me, I think maybe that much of what I learned is truth. Or maybe it was because they think I am Aes Sedai. I know they are strange, Elaine, but no one can call 3 years of battles anything but a war. I do not care how much they fight among themselves. A war is a war. Not to them. Thousands of Aiel crossed the spine of the world, but apparently they saw themselves more like thief-takers or headsmen, come after King Laemon of Cairhien for the crime of cutting down Avendor Aldera. To the Aiel, it was not a war. It was an execution.
Avendor Aldera, according to one of Verin's lectures, had been an offshoot of the Tree of Life itself, brought to Cairhien some 500 years ago as an unprecedented offer of peace from the Aiel, given along with the right to cross the waste, a right otherwise given to none but peddlers, gleemen, and the Tuatha'an. Much of Cairhien's wealth had been built on the trade in ivory and perfumes and spices, and most of all silk from the lands beyond the waste. Not even Verin had any idea of how the Aiel had come by a sapling of Avendasora. For one thing, the old books were clear that it made no seed. For another, no one knew where the Tree of Life was, except for a few stories that were clearly wrong. But surely the Tree of Life could have nothing to do with the Aiel, or of why the Aiel had called the Cairhienan the water-sharers, or insisted their trains of merchant wagons fly a banner bearing the trefoil leaf of Avendasora. Egwene supposed, grudgingly, that she could understand why they had started a war, even if they did not think it was one, after King Laemon cut down their gift to make a throne unlike any other in the world. Laemon's sin, she had heard it called. According to Verin, not only had Cairhien's trade across the waste ended with the war, but those Cairhienan who ventured into the waste now vanished. Verin claimed they were said to be sold as animals in the lands beyond the waste, but not even she understood how a man or a woman could be sold.
Egwene,
Elaine said,
you know who he who comes with the dawn must be, don't you?
Staring at Nynaeve's back, still well ahead of them, Egwene shook her head.
Does she mean to race us to Dureen?
Then almost stopped walking.
You do not mean...
Elaine nodded.
I think so. I do not know much of the prophecies of the dragon, but I have heard a few lines. One I remember is, On the slopes of Dragonmount shall he be born, born of a maiden wedded to no man. Egwene, Rand does look like an Aiel. Well, he looks like the pictures I have seen of Tigraine, too, but she vanished before he was born, and I hardly think she could have been his mother anyway. I think Rand's mother was a maiden of the spear.
Egwene frowned in thought as she hurried along, running everything she knew of Rand's birth through her head. He had been raised by Tam al-Thor after Kari al-Thor died. But if what Moraine said was true, they could not be his real mother and father. Nynaeve had sometimes seemed to know some secret about Rand's birth, but I will bet I couldn't pry it out of her with a fork. They caught up to Nynaeve, Egwene glowering as she thought, Nynaeve staring straight ahead toward Durine and that ship, and Elaine frowning at the pair of them as if they were two children sulking over who should have the larger piece of cake. After a time of silent strides, Elaine said, "You handled that very well, Nynaeve. The healing, and the rest, too. I do not think they ever doubted you were Aes Sedai, or that we all were, because of the way you bore yourself." "You did do a good job," Egwene said after a minute. "That was the first time I have ever really watched what is done during a healing. It makes making lightning look like mixing oatcake." A surprised smile appeared on Nynaeve's face. "Thank you," she murmured, and reached over to give Egwene's hair a little tug the way she had when Egwene was a little girl. "I am not a little girl any longer." The moment passed as quickly as it had come, and they went on in silence once more. Elaine sighed loudly. They covered another mile, or a little more, swiftly, despite swinging in from the river to go around the thickets along the bank. Nynaeve insisted on staying well clear of the trees. Egwene thought it was silly to think more Aiel would be hiding in the copses, but the swing inland did not add much distance to what they had to cover. None of the growths were very big. Elaine watched the trees, though, and she was the one who suddenly screamed, "Look out!" Egwene jerked her head around. Men were stepping out from among the trees, slings whirling round their heads. She reached for Saidar, and something struck her head. And darkness drank everything. Egwene could feel herself swaying, feel something moving under her. Her head seemed to be nothing but pain. She tried to raise a hand to her temples, but something dug into her wrists, and her hands did not move.
"Better than lying there all day waiting for dark," a man's rough voice said. "Who knows if another ship would come by close in, and I don't trust that boat. It leaks." "You do better hope Adden does believe you did see those rings before you did decide," another man said. "He does want fat cargoes, not women, I think." The first man muttered something coarse about what Adden could do with his leaky boat, and the cargoes too. Her eyes opened. Silver-flecked spots danced across her vision. She thought she might be going to throw up on the ground swaying past under her head. She was tied across the back of a horse, her wrists and ankles joined by a rope running under its belly, her hair hanging down. It was still daylight. She craned her neck to look around. So many rough-dressed men on horses surrounded her that she could not see whether Nynaeve and Elaine had been captured as well. Some of the men wore bits of armour, a battered helmet, or a dented breastplate, or a jerkin sewn all over with metal scales, but most wore only coats that had not been cleaned in months, if ever. From the smell, the men had not cleaned themselves in months either. They all wore swords at their waists or on their backs. Rage hit her, and fear, but most of all white-hot anger. "I won't be a prisoner! I won't be bound! I won't!" She reached for Saidar, and the pain nearly lifted the top of her head. She barely stifled a moan. The horse paused for a moment of shouts and the creak of rusty hinges, then went ahead a little further, and the men began to dismount. As they moved apart, she could see something of where they were. A log palisade surrounded them, built atop a large round earthen mound, and men with bows stood guard on a wooden walk built just high enough for them to see over the rough-hewn ends of the logs. One low, windowless log house seemed to be built into the mounded dirt under the wall. There was no other structure beyond a few lean-to sheds. Aside from the men and horses that had just entered, the rest of the open space was filled with cook fires and tethered horses and more unwashed men. There must have been at least 100. Caged goats and pigs and chickens filled the air with squeals and grunts and clucks that blended with coarse shouts and laughter to make a din that pierced her head.
Her eyes found Nynaeve and Elaine, bound head down across saddleless horses as she was. Neither seemed to be stirring. The very end of Nynaeve's braid dragged across the dirt as her horse stirred. A small hope faded, that one of them might be free, to help whoever was held escape. "Light, I cannot stand to be a prisoner again. Not again!" Gingerly, she tried reaching for Saidar again. The pain was not so bad this time, merely as if someone had dropped a rock on her head, but it shattered the emptiness before she could even think of a rose.
"One of them's awake,"
a man's panicked voice shouted. Egwene tried to hang limp and look unthreatening. How in the light could I look threatening, tied up like a sack of meal? Burn me, I have to buy time. I have to. "I will not harm you," she told the sweaty-faced fellow who came running toward her, or she tried to tell him. She was not sure how much she had actually said before something crashed into her head again, and darkness rolled over her in a wave of nausea. Waking was easier the next time. Her head still hurt, but not as much as it had, though her thoughts did seem to spin dizzily. "At least my stomach isn't... Light, I'd better not think of that." There was a taste of sour wine and something bitter in her mouth. Strips of lamplight showed through horizontal cracks in a crudely made wall, but she lay in darkness, on her back. On dirt, she thought. The door did not seem to fit well either, but it looked all too sturdy. She pushed herself to her hands and knees, and was surprised to find she was not tied in any way. Except for that one wall of unpeeled logs, the others all seemed to be of rough stone. The light through the cracks was enough to show her Nynaeve and Elaine lying sprawled on the dirt. There was blood on the daughter heir's face. Neither of them moved except for the rise and fall of their chests as they breathed. Egwene hesitated between trying to wake them immediately and seeing what lay on the other side of that wall. "Just a peek," she told herself. "I might as well see what we have guarding us before I wake them." She told herself it was not because she was afraid she might be unable to waken them. As she put her eye to one of the cracks near the door, she thought of the blood on Elaine's face and tried to remember exactly what it was Nynaeve had done for Daelin. The next room was large. It had to be all the rest of the log building she had seen, and windowless, but brightly lit with gold and silver lamps hanging from spikes driven into the walls, and the logs that made the high ceiling. There was no fireplace. On the packed dirt floor, farmhouse tables and chairs mingled with chests covered in gilt-work and inlaid with ivory. A carpet, woven in peacocks, lay beside a huge canopied bed piled deep with filthy blankets and comforters, with elaborately carved and gilded posts. A dozen men stood or sat around the room, but all eyes were on one large, fair-haired man who might have been handsome if his face were cleaner. He stood staring down at the top of a table with fluted legs and gilded scrollwork, one hand on his sword hilt, a finger of the other pushing something she could not make out in small circles on the tabletop. The outer door opened, revealing night outside, and a lanky man with his left ear gone came in.
"He has not come yet,"
he said roughly. He was missing 2 fingers on his left hand, too.
"I do not like dealing with that kind."
The big, fair-haired man paid him no mind, only kept moving whatever it was on the table.
3 Aes Sedai,
he murmured, then laughed.
"Good prices for Aes Sedai, if you have the belly to deal with the right buyer. If you're ready to risk having your belly ripped out through your mouth should you try selling him a pig in a sack. Not so safe as slitting the crew's throats on a trader's ship, eh, Coke? Not so easy, wouldn't you say?"
There was a nervous stir among the other men, and the one addressed, a stocky fellow with shifty eyes, leaned forward anxiously.
"They are Aes Sedai, Adden."
She recognized that voice, the man who had made the coarse suggestions.
"They must be, Adden. The rings prove it, I tell you."
Adden picked up something from the table, a small circle that glinted gold in the lamplight. Egwene gasped and felt at her fingers. "They took my ring."
"I do not like it,"
muttered the lanky man with the missing ear.
"Aes Sedai. Any one of them could kill us all. Fortune prick me. You do be a stone-carved fool, cook, and I ought to carve your throat. What if one of them do wake before he does come?
They'll not wake for hours.
That was a fat man with a hoarse voice and a gap-toothed sneer.
My granny taught me of that stuff we fed them. They'll sleep till sunrise, and he'll come along afore then.
Egwene worked her mouth around the sour wine taste and the bitterness. Whatever it was, your granny lied to you. She should have strangled you in your cradle. Before this he came, this man who thought he could buy Aes Sedai, like a bloody Shonchan, she would have Nynaeve and Elaine on their feet. She crawled to Nynaeve. As near as she could tell, Nynaeve seemed to be sleeping, so she began with the simple expedient of shaking her. To her surprise, Nynaeve's eyes shot open. What? She got a hand over Nynaeve's mouth in time to stop the word. We are being held prisoner, she whispered. There are 12 men on the other side of that wall, and more outside, a great many more. They gave us something to make us sleep, but it wasn't very successful. Do you remember yet? Nynaeve pulled Egwene's hand aside. I remember. Her voice was soft and grim. She grimaced and twisted her mouth, then suddenly barked a nearly silent laugh. Sleepwell root. The fools gave us sleepwell root mixed in wine. Wine near gone to vinegar, it tastes like. Quick, do you remember anything of what I taught you? What does sleepwell root do? It clears headaches so you can sleep, Egwene said just as softly, and nearly as grimly until she heard what she was saying. It makes you a little drowsy, but that is all. The fat man had not listened well to what his granny told him. All they did was help clear the pain of being hit in the head. Exactly, Nynaeve said. And once we wake Elaine, we'll give them a thanking they won't forget. She rose, only to crouch beside the golden-haired woman. I think I saw more than 100 of them outside when they brought us in, Egwene whispered to Nynaeve's back. I am sure you won't mind if I use the power as a weapon this time. And someone is apparently coming to buy us. I mean to do something to that fellow that will make him walk in the light till the day he dies. Nynaeve was still crouched over Elaine, but neither of them was moving. What is the matter? She is badly hurt, Egwene. I think her skull is broken. And she is barely breathing. Egwene, she is dying, as surely as Daelin was. Can't you do something? Egwene tried to remember all the flows Nynaeve had woven to heal the Aiel woman, but she could recall no more than every third thread. You have to. They took my herbs, Nynaeve muttered fiercely, her voice trembling. I can't, not without the herbs. Egwene was shocked to realize Nynaeve was on the point of tears. Burn them all, I can't do it without... Suddenly, she seized Elaine's shoulders as if she meant to lift the unconscious woman and shake her. Burn you, girl, she rasped. I did not bring you all this way to die. I should have left you scrubbing pots. I should have tied you up in a sack for Matt to carry to your mother. I will not let you die on me. Do you hear me? I won't allow it. Saidar suddenly shone around her, and Elaine's eyes and mouth opened wide together. Egwene got her hands over Elaine's mouth just in time to muffle any sound, she thought, but as she touched her, the eddies of Nynaeve's healing caught her like a straw on the edge of a whirlpool. Cold froze her to the bone, meeting heat that seared outwards as if it meant to crisp her flesh. The world vanished in a sensation of rushing, falling, flying, spinning. When it finally ended, she was breathing hard and staring down at Elaine, who stared back over the hands she still had pressed over her mouth. The last of Egwene's headache was gone. Even the backwash of what Nynaeve had done had apparently been enough for that. The murmur of voices from the other room was no louder. If Elaine had made any noise, or if she had, Adden and the others had not noticed. Nynaeve was on her hands and knees, head down, and shaking. Light, she muttered. Doing it that way was like peeling off my own skin. Oh, light! She peered at Elaine. How do you feel, girl? Egwene pulled her hands away. Tired, Elaine murmured, and hungry.
Where are we? There were some men with slings.
Hastily, Egwene told her what had happened. Elaine's face began to darken a long way before she was done. And now, Nynaeve added in a voice like iron, we are going to show these louts what it means to meddle with us. Saidar shone around her once more. Elaine was unsteady getting to her feet, but the glow surrounded her as well. Egwene reached out to the true source almost gleefully. When they looked through the cracks again to see exactly what they had to deal with, there were 3 Murdral in the room. Dead black garb hanging unnaturally still, they stood by the table, and every man but Adden had moved as far from them as he could, till they all had their backs against the walls and their eyes on the dirt floor. Across the table from the Murdral, Adden faced those eyeless stares, but sweat made runnels in the dirt on his face. The Fade picked up a ring from the table. Egwene saw now that it was a much heavier circle of gold than the great serpent rings. Face pressed against the crack between 2 logs, Nynaeve gasped softly and fumbled at the neck of her dress.
3 Aes Sedai,
the half-man hissed, its amusement sounding like dead things powdering to dust.
and 1 carried this.
The ring made a heavy thud as the Murdral tossed it back on the table.
They are the ones I seek,
Another of them rasped.
You will be well rewarded, human.
We must take them by surprise, Nynaeve said softly. What kind of lock holds this door? Egwene could just see the lock on the outside of the door, an iron thing on a chain heavy enough to hold an enraged bull. Be ready, she said. She thinned 1 flow of earth to finer than a hair, hoping the half-men could not sense so small a channeling, and wove it into the iron chain, into the tiniest bits of it. One of the Murdral lifted its head. Another leaned across the table toward Adden.
I itch, human. Are you sure they sleep?
Adden swallowed hard and nodded his head. The 3rd Murdral turned to stare at the door to the room where Egwene and the others crouched. The chain fell to the floor. The Murdral staring at it snarled, and the outer door swung open, black-veiled death flowing in from the night. The room erupted in screams and shouts as men clawed for their swords to fight stabbing Aiel's spears. The Murdral drew blades blacker than their garb and fought for their lives too. Egwene had once seen 6 cats all fighting each other. This was that 100-fold, and yet in seconds, silence reigned, or almost silence. Every human, not wearing a black veil, lay dead, with a spear through him. 1 pinned Adden to the wall. 2 Aiel lay still as well, amid the jumble of overturned furniture and dead. The 3 Murdral stood back to back in the centre of the room, black swords in their hands. 1 was clutching his side as if wounded, though he gave no other sign of it. Another had a long gash down its pale face. It did not bleed. Around them circled the 5 veiled Aiel still alive, crouching. From outside came screams and clashes of metal that said more Aiel still fought in the night, but in the room was a softer sound. As they circled, the Aiel drummed their spears against their small hide bucklers. Thrum, 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 thrum. Thrum, 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 thrum. Thrum, 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 thrum. The Murdral turned with them, and their eyeless faces seemed uncertain, uneasy that the fear their gaze struck into every human heart did not seem to touch these. "Dance with me, Shadow Man!" one of the Aiel called suddenly, tauntingly. He sounded like a young man. "Dance with me, eyeless!" That was a woman. "Dance with me! Dance with me!" "I think," Nynaeve said, straightening, "that it is time." She threw open the door, and the 3 women, wrapped in the glow of Saidar, stepped out. It seemed as though, for the Murdral, the Aiel had ceased to exist, and for the Aiel, the Murdral. The Aiel stared at Egwene and the others above their veils as if not quite sure what they were seeing. She heard one of the women gasp loudly. The Myrdral's eyeless stare was different. Egwene could almost feel the half-men's knowledge of their own deaths in it. Half-men knew women embracing the true source when they saw them. She was sure she could feel a desire for her death, too, if theirs could buy hers, and an even stronger desire to strip the soul out of her flesh and make both playthings for the shadow. A desire to... She had just stepped into the room, yet it seemed she had been meeting that stare for hours.
"I'll take no more of this,"
she growled, and unleashed a flow of fire. Flames burst out of all three Myrdral, sprouting in every direction, and they shrieked like splintered bones jamming a meat grinder. Yet she had forgotten she was not alone, that Elaine and Nynaeve were with her. Even as the flames consumed the half-men, the very air seemed suddenly to push them together in mid-air, crushing them into a ball of fire and blackness that grew smaller and smaller. Their screams dug at Egwene's spine, and something shot out from Nynaeve's hands, a thin bar of white light that made noonday sun seem dark, a bar of fire that made molten metal seem cold, connecting her hands to the Myrdral. And they ceased to exist, as if they had never been. Nynaeve gave a startled jump, and the glow around her vanished. What was that?" Elaine asked. Nynaeve shook her head. She looked as stunned as Elaine sounded. "I don't know. I was so angry, so afraid at what they wanted to... I do not know what it was." Balefire, Egwene thought. She did not know how she knew, but she was certain of it. Reluctantly, she made herself release Saidar. Made it release her. She did not know which was harder. And I did not see a thing of what she did. The Aiel unveiled themselves then. A trifle hastily, Egwene thought, as if to tell her and the other two they were no longer ready to fight. 3 of the Aiel were male, one an older man with more than touches of grey in his dark red hair. They were tall, these Aiel men, and young or old they had that calm sureness in their eyes, that dangerous grace of motion Egwene associated with warders. Death rode on their shoulders, and they knew it was there, and were not afraid. One of the women was Avienda. The screams and shouts outside were dying away. Nynaeve started toward the fallen Aiel.
"There is no need, Aes Sedai," the older man said. "They took Shadow Man steel."
Nynaeve still bent to check each, pulling their veils away so she could peel back eyelids and feel throats for a pulse. When she straightened from the second, her face was white. It was Daelin. "Burn you! Burn you!" It was not clear whether she meant Daelin, or the man with grey in his hair, or Avienda, or all Aiel. "I did not heal her so she could die like this!"
"Death comes to us all,"
Avienda began, but when Nynaeve rounded on her, she fell silent. The Aiel exchanged glances, as if not certain whether Nynaeve might do to them what had been done to the Myrdral. It was not fear in their eyes, only awareness. "Shadowman steel kills," Avienda said. "It does not wound." The older man looked at her, a slight surprise in his eyes. Egwene decided that, like Lan, for this man that flicker of the eyelids was the equivalent of another man's open astonishment, and Avienda said, "They know little of some things, Ruach." "I am sorry," Elaine said in a clear voice, "that we interrupted your dance. Perhaps we should not have interfered." Egwene gave her a startled look, then saw what she was doing. Put them at ease and give Nynaeve a chance to cool down. "You were handling things quite well," she said. "Perhaps we offended by putting our noses in." The greying man, Ruark, gave a deep chuckle.
Aes Sedai, I, for one, am glad of whatever it was you did.
For a moment he looked not entirely sure of that, but in the next he had his good temper back. He had a good smile, and a strong, square face. He was handsome, if a little old.
We could have killed them, but 3 shadow men. They would have killed 2 or 3 of us, certainly. Perhaps all, and I cannot say we would have finished them all. For the young, death is an enemy they wish to try their strength against. For those of us a little older, she is an old friend, an old lover, but one we are not eager to meet again soon.
Nynaeve seemed to relax with this speech, as if meeting an Aiel who did not seem anxious to die had leached the tension out of her.
I should thank you, she said.
And I do. I will admit I am surprised to see you, though. Avienda, did you expect to find us here?
How? I followed you.
The Aiel woman seemed unembarrassed.
To see what you would do. I saw the men take you, but I was too far back to help. I was sure you must see me if I came too close, so I stayed 100 paces behind. By the time I saw you could not help yourselves, it was too late to try alone.
I am sure you did what you could, Egwene said faintly. She was just 100 paces behind us? Like the brigands never saw anything. Avienda took her words as urging to tell more.
I knew where Coram must be, and he knew where Dial and Luain were, and they knew—
She paused, frowning at the older man.
I did not expect to find any clan chief, much less my own, among those who came. Who leads the Ta'adad Aiel? Ruark, with you here?
Ruark shrugged as if it were of no account.
The Sept chiefs will take their turns and try to decide if they truly wish to go to Ruidian when I die. I would not have come, except that Amis and Bear and Molaine and Sienna stalked me like ridge cats after a wild goat. The dreams said I must go. They asked if I truly wanted to die old and fat in a bed.
Avienda laughed, as if at a great joke.
I have heard it said that a man caught between his wife and the wise one often wishes for a dozen old enemies to fight instead. A man caught between a wife and 3 wise ones, and the wife a wise one herself, must consider trying to slay Sightblinder. The thought came to me.
He frowned down at something on the floor. 3 great serpent rings, Egwene saw, and a much heavier golden ring made for a man's large finger.
It still does. All things must change, but I would not be part of that change if I could set myself aside from it. 3 Aes Sedai, travelling to Tyr.
The other Aiel glanced at one another, as if they did not want Egwene and her companions to notice. You spoke of dreams, Egwene said. Do your wise ones know what their dreams mean?
Some do. If you would know more than that, you must speak to them. Perhaps they will tell an Aes Sedai. They do not tell men, except what the dreams say we must do.
He sounded tired suddenly.
And that is usually what we would avoid, if we could.
He stooped to pick up the man's ring. On it, a crane flew above a lance and crown. Egwene knew it now. She had seen it often before, dangling about Nynaeve's neck on a leather cord. Nynaeve stepped on the other rings to snatch it out of his hand. Her face was flushed, with anger and too many other emotions for Egwene to read. Ruark made no move to take it back, but went on in the same weary tone.
And one of them carries a ring I have heard of as a boy. The ring of Malkieri kings. They rode with the Shienarans against the Aiel in my father's time. They were good in the dance of the spears, but Malkier fell to the blight. It is said only a child king survived, and he courts the death that took his land, as other men court beautiful women. Truly, this is a strange thing, Aes Sedai. Of all the strange sights I thought I might see when Melaine harried me out of my own hold and over the dragon wall, none has been so strange as this. The path you set me is one I never thought my feet would follow."
"I set no paths for you," Nynaeve said sharply. "All I want is to continue my journey. These men had horses. We will take 3 of them and be on our way."
"In the night, Aes Sedai," Ruark said. "Is your journey so urgent that you would travel these dangerous lands in the dark?"
Nynaeve struggled visibly before saying, "No." In a firmer tone, she added, "But I mean to leave with the sunrise." The Aiel carried the dead outside the palisade, but neither Egwene nor her companions wanted to use the filthy bed Adden had slept in. They picked up their rings and slept under the sky in their cloaks and the blankets the Aiel gave them. When dawn pearled the sky to the east, the Aiel produced a breakfast of tough, dried meat. Egwene hesitated over that until Avienda told her it was goat. Flatbread that was almost as difficult to chew as the stringy meat, and a blue-veined white cheese that had a tart taste and was hard enough to make Elaine murmur that the Aiel must practice by chewing rocks. But the daughter heir ate as much as Egwene and Nynaeve together. The Aiel turned the horses loose. They did not ride unless they had to, Avienda explained, sounding as if she herself would as soon run on blistered feet. After choosing out the 3 best for Egwene and the others. They were all tall and nearly as big as war horses, with proud necks and fierce eyes. A black stallion for Nynaeve, a roan mare for Elaine, and a grey mare for Egwene. She chose to call the grey Mist, in the hope that a gentle name might soothe her. And indeed Mist did seem to step lightly as they rode south, just as the sun lifted a red rim above the horizon. The Aiel accompanied them afoot, all those who had survived the fight. 3 more had died, aside from the 2 the Murdral killed. They were 19 altogether now. They loped along easily alongside the horses. At first Egwene tried holding Mist to a slow walk, but the Aiel thought this very funny.
"I will race you 10 miles, Avienda said, "and we shall see who wins, your horse or I." "I will race you 20, Ruark called, laughing.
Egwene thought they might actually be serious, and when she and the others let their horses walk at a quicker pace, the Aiel certainly showed no sign of falling back. When the thatched rooftops of Dureen came in sight, Ruark said,
"Fare you well, Aes Sedai. May you always find water and shade. Perhaps we will meet again before the change comes."
He sounded grim. As the Aiel curved away to the south, Avienda and Chiad and Bane each raised a hand in farewell. They did not seem to be slowing down now that they no longer ran with the horses. If anything, they ran a little faster. Egwene had a suspicion they meant to maintain that pace until they reached